Tyrion Lannister rested his head against the cold stone wall of the tunnel beneath the Red Keep, sweat trickling down the back of his neck in a thin stream. He had come here fueled by rage and heartbreak, consumed by a lust for vengeance against the father who had stolen so much from him. All his life, Tywin Lannister had looked upon him with scorn. Less than a true son, less than a man, unworthy of the Lannister name. The revelations of recent days had turned that simmering resentment into a rolling boil. Shae, who he had loved with all his heart, had betrayed him in the most agonizing way, and he had found her in his father's bed. The sight of her slender body against the red velvet sheets had driven him to near madness. The golden lion he had once aimed to please at every turn now appeared in his mind's eye as a monster made of stone and iron, incapable of compassion, devouring everything that mattered to Tyrion. Yet as he stood here in the gloom, crossbow in hand, the moment he had planned so meticulously laid itself out before him. All he had to do was make the final climb, push open the hidden door, and catch Tywin unawares. In the original shape of his rage, he had imagined unleashing a quarrel into the man's chest, one final, fateful bolt to puncture that cold heart. But the instant his fingers felt the polished wood of the crossbow, a curious wave of hesitation rolled over him. Memories, half forgotten, emerged in unbidden flashes. A slightly kinder face at his birth named Joanna, his mother, who had died bringing him into the world, her ghost overshadowing the father whose cruelty filled the void of maternal warmth. Scenes of childhood flickered. Tywin teaching Jaime to hold a sword while Tyrion watched from a distance, yearning for a father's approval. A part of him recognized that Tywin's hardness had shaped him into a survivor, into the cunning man he was. And though Tyrion loathed his father, he found himself questioning whether this was the best vengeance he could truly glean. He had already discovered Shae, had confronted her, and in a moment of his own wrath and hurt, he had wrapped his hands around her neck, ending her life. That death alone weighed heavily on his conscience. The image of her wide, terrified eyes seared into his memory. He never wanted to see her like that, and yet he had done it. That was impetus enough for him to go forward and fire the bolt into Tywin's chest. But some small corner of his soul, perhaps the corner that Tywin despised the most, his compassion, scraped at him. He might be a kinslayer if he followed through. Kinslaying was an abomination in the eyes of gods and men. Tyrion could not free himself entirely from that ancient taboo, for in some obscure corner of his mind, he clung to the sense that if he killed his father, he would be crossing a line from which he could never return. Footsteps sounded from above, the measured tread of guards patrolling the corridors. Tyrion did not have long to make his choice. He gritted his teeth. The corridor smelled of stale air and torch smoke. A single rat skittered around his boots, squeaking as if telling him, "Do it, do it. This is your moment, imp. Avenge yourself." He was trembling with indecision, tears scalding the corners of his eyes. He swallowed hard, rolling the crossbow string back, hooking it, feeling the tension through his limbs. He thought of Jaime's sorrowful face, reminding him that some lines could never be uncrossed, that once parted, a bond might be forever severed. In Tyrion's mind, he heard the voice of Shae, sweet in his memory, whispering words of endearment that had long turned stale the moment she stood in that witness box to condemn him at the trial. He took a step, crossbow raised. Then he stopped, his breath caught in his throat. For all the bile in his soul, he found he could not move forward. This was Tywin Lannister, the man who had shaped Westeros with iron will and cunning. The father who had terrified him, humiliated him, and, yes, in all probability would have had Tyrion executed if circumstances allowed. But what if he was wrong? What if letting Tywin live could lead to a grander retribution? A blow that would leave the old lion powerless and in ruins. Humiliation more total than an easy, instantaneous death? Quietly, Tyrion let the crossbow's string ease out of its taut position. A moment of clarity coursed through him like a crisp wind. He might hate his father, but to kill him here on the privy, in a moment of savage indignity, was almost too swift. He remembered a different kind of vengeance, the methodical cunning that had once served him so well when he was Hand of the King. Might he not do more damage to Tywin's legacy by living, by plotting, by outmaneuvering the old lion in the political game. Killing Tywin would, of course, slice off the head of House Lannister's power structure. But Tyrion knew all too well that removing Tywin might just clear the way for Cersei's madness, for chaos that could consume the realm and leave countless innocents dead. For all his father's cruelty, Tywin was the anchor that held King's Landing in precarious balance. And then there was Jaime, who Tyrion still cared for, who had risked everything to help Tyrion escape. If Tyrion shot that bolt, he would condemn any remaining thread of brotherly love to oblivion. At last, Tyrion lowered the crossbow entirely. The decision burned like acid in his veins, but he mustered the shards of his resolve and turned away. His footsteps on the stone were near silent, as though even the shadows were uncertain of him now. In a swirl of torchlight, he disappeared back into the labyrinth of tunnels beneath the Red Keep, never meeting Tywin's startled eyes. The father in question, on the other side of that hidden passage, remained entirely unaware how close death had come. Far beneath the keep, Varys waited. The spider's expression was unreadable as Tyrion approached, crossbow in hand but no blood spilled. Varys's eyes flitted to the weapon, then up to Tyrion. A single question poised on his lips, but the master of whisperers said nothing. Tyrion, chest heaving from emotion and exertion, simply looked at Varys with a resolve that had replaced raw, immediate wrath with a quieter, more dangerous sense of purpose. Tyrion tossed the crossbow aside. It clattered on the stones, echoing in the hush. "There's been a change of plan," Tyrion said softly, more to himself than to Varys. Varys studied him a moment. "Indeed," he replied, voice so calm it might have been mistaken for apathy. "I heard no cry of alarm. How extraordinary." Tyrion swallowed. Shay's death weighed heavily, more than he could admit, but his father still lived. "Let's go." It was all Tyrion could say in that moment, for he feared he might crumble if he tried to explain himself. Varys nodded, and they made for the ship that was to ferry Tyrion away from King's Landing. In the darkness of that voyage, Tyrion buried his face in his hands. He might have spared Tywin's life, but he had not spared Shay. That would never leave him. But now, if there were any justice left in this world, he wanted to see how Tywin would react in the days to come. Tyrion was convinced that, once his father discovered what had happened to Shay, found her lifeless in his bed, the old lion would be thrown into a fury, or perhaps Tywin would affect an icy calm, his usual stance in a crisis. Either way, Tyrion was certain that his name would ring as the prime suspect for the murder, even if he was a fugitive. For the moment, there was only the Black Sea and the unknown horizon, the rhythmic rocking of the ship the only lullaby to Tyrion's thoughts. He wondered if that hesitation would cost him. The realm was a place where one killed or was killed, a fact hammered into his skull by experience. He had defied that logic here. In letting Tywin live, had he sown the seeds of his own downfall? The future was as impenetrable as a moonless night at sea. Morning arrived in King's Landing like any other. Thin, weak sunlight broke over the city, glinting off the spires and rooftops. But the Lannister guards roused the Red Keep with frantic alarms when they discovered Shay's cold body. Word spread swiftly, as it always did. By the time Tywin Lannister was fetched, there was already a swirl of rumor on how this had come to pass. Shay had been strangled. Some said by a jealous lord, others whispered of Lannister games. The nature of her betrayal at Tyrion's trial was widely known in whispered circles. Few doubted that Tyrion would have wanted revenge. The immediate question was how, or if, the imp had managed to do this from behind locked doors. But that question was quickly answered when it was discovered that Tyrion's cell was empty. Tywin surveyed Shay's lifeless body with his trademark cold, austere composure. But behind that hard face, a tempest brewed. The presence of the woman in his bed was a scandal in itself. If word got out, it would tarnish him further in the eyes of many. Yet his real concern flickered behind his eyes. Tyrion. His son had escaped. His son was the only plausible culprit, and Tywin saw it as the ultimate act of defiance. This was not the immediate blow of a crossbow in the dark, but it was a blow that stung deeper. Ser Trant stood near the bed, eyes downcast. Cersei hovered at the threshold, as if she had been summoned by a premonition. She looked from Shae's corpse to her father, shock twisting her features. "He is gone," she hissed, as if by restating the obvious. She could conjure Tyrion back to face her vengeance. The only comfort she felt was the knowledge that he had failed to kill Tywin, yet the damage to the family's image could prove ruinous. First, the trial fiasco, then Tyrion's dramatic escape, and now a dead woman in Tywin's private chambers. It felt like the beginning of a dreaded unraveling. "What would you have me do?" Cersei asked, keeping her voice low, laced with the fury she felt. "Tyrion has humiliated House Lannister. He must be found." Tywin smoothed the front of his robe, his face like carved marble. "See that the city is searched. Every ship leaving the port is to be inspected. He can't have gone far. Shut the gates if you must. Send ravens to the lords of the realm. They are to watch for a dwarf traveling in any guise. Promise them gold. Promise them a lordship, whatever it takes. Tyrion must be captured." Cersei stiffened, her green eyes ablaze. "He'll pay for this. I want his head." She cast a long, withering look at Shae's corpse. "And may the Seven punish her for the lies she told." But behind that bravado, Cersei felt a roiling mixture of hatred and fear. Tyrion, once captured, might reveal the humiliating reason for Shae's presence in Tywin's bed. If that knowledge spread, it would shame the family irreparably. Tywin gestured for attendants to remove the body and discreetly dispose of it. He had no wish for further rumor. The truth would remain within these walls, if he could manage it. The old lion prowled in silence around the disheveled bed, noticing a small gold chain that must have slipped from Shae's neck as she fought for air. He picked it up and crushed it in his fist. For years, he had considered Tyrion a necessary nuisance, the cunning dwarf son who was too clever for his own good. Tywin had done everything he could to break Tyrion's will, to ensure he never threatened the family's grand legacy. But now it was clear that Tyrion had become a beast all his own, unshackled from the family. "He is your son," Tywin thought grimly, "but he's also your downfall if you do not act swiftly." Days passed. Tyrion's escape was never discovered by the Lannisters' gold cloaks. The ship carried him to Pentos, where he found refuge in the manse of Magister Illyrio Mopatis. Varys, true to his word, had orchestrated the arrival, though the spider did not linger. He had his own networks and secrets to manage. In the warmth of Illyrio's opulent abode, Tyrion tried to drown his grief in wine, only to find that no amount of drink could wipe the memory of Shae's final gasps from his mind. He had killed her, and the guilt fused with the question, why had he spared his father? He spent his days in a haze, meandering through Illyrio's aromatic gardens, flicking at the stray fish in the courtyard's ornamental pools. Exotic birds sang overhead. Slaves came and went, offering him plates of rich cheeses and honey-roasted meats, or the thick spiced wines of the free cities. He found no pleasure in any of it. In the cool of early evening, Illyrio would come to him, his many chins jiggling as he spoke in a soothing tone. The Magister was a merchant of illusions, a collector of secrets. He asked Tyrion for details of what had truly happened in the Red Keep. Tyrion, always guarded, offered only partial truths. The next day, Illyrio would press him further, offering alliances. Tyrion was not blind to the generosity, though he recognized the cunning behind it. Pentos had always been a place where exiles gathered, from Ser Jorah Mormont to numerous other lords who had fallen out of favor in Westeros. Yet Tyrion's mind was fixated on how best to strike back at Tywin for all the old lion had taken from him. Shae's betrayal and subsequent death, though, made him wonder if perhaps he was unworthy of any redemption. Killing Tywin would have at least offered him some sense of conclusion. But now, letting his father live cast him adrift in a sea of possibilities. One day, Illyrio found Tyrion dozing on a cushioned bench under a trellis heavy with sweet-smelling vines. A pitcher of wine lay at Tyrion's feet, half-finished. "My little friend," Illyrio said, his voice as soft as a cat's purr. "Word has reached me from King's Landing. A mighty manhunt is underway for you. There are whispered tales that the king's own men search day and night, and that Lord Tywin Lannister has set a bounty on your head. A large one, indeed. Tyrion opened one bleary eye, gazing at the Magister. Then I suppose I should be grateful that you haven't sold me for the reward. I'm sure it would buy you a great deal more cheese and lamprey pie. Illyrio laughed good-naturedly, waving a plump hand. My appetites are vast but not so easily satisfied as that. Besides, my dear Tyrion, you are a valuable piece in the game. More valuable here than in a Lannister dungeon. We both have shared interests in the realm across the sea. The question is, what do you plan to do now that you've escaped? Tyrion rubbed his temples. 1,000 half-formed ideas had churned in his mind, but none had crystallized fully. He had spent so long living in King's Landing, trying to survive a family that despised him, that he had hardly considered life beyond the narrow sea. I haven't decided, he said at length. For the moment, living is victory enough. Yet you do not strike me as a man who simply hides from the world, Illyrio countered. You are not some powerless whelp. You were hand of the king once, you know the realm's intricacies. Perhaps you fancy yourself a kingmaker now. Tyrion snorted. I'm no kingmaker. I'm only a monster in my father's eyes. Illyrio pressed a hand to his ample belly. Monsters are often the most compelling players on the board, wouldn't you say? Even your father recognized your talents. That is why he sought to keep you under his thumb. I dare say there is a war brewing in the Seven Kingdoms once more. Stannis Baratheon is rumored to gather men at the wall. The Tyrells remain powerful in the south, though overshadowed by your father's alliances. Then, of course, there's the matter of Daenerys Targaryen across the sea. Dragons, my friend, real dragons. Imagine how your father might quake if the mother of dragons set foot in Westeros. Something stirred in Tyrion at that. He recalled overhearing stories of Daenerys Targaryen during his time in King's Landing, the young queen with 3 dragons, forging an empire in Slaver's Bay. He had scoffed at first, but the whispers persisted. Dragons had not been seen in centuries, and if she truly commanded them, it could change the entire balance of power. Would Daenerys Targaryen not simply replace one tyrant with another? Tyrion mused, half to himself. Is she a just ruler or the herald of yet more death? You would need to meet her to see for yourself, Illyrio said, letting the invitation hang in the air. In any case, your father does not hold her in high regard, I assure you. Should you align yourself with her cause, it might well be the revenge you secretly desire. Tyrion let out a bitter laugh. You presume to know my desires, Illyrio? He swirled the wine in his cup. All I know is that I'm tired of being a pawn in my father's game. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's time I become a piece of my own making. A black knight, perhaps, moving in the shadows. Illyrio clapped his hands in satisfaction. That is the spirit. If you wish it, I can arrange passage for you eastward, toward Meereen, where the Targaryen queen now holds court. Or you can remain in Pentos, biding your time. The choice is yours. Tyrion stared into the glint of sunlight on the wine's surface, imagining a swirl of distant possibilities. If he reached out to the so-called Mother of Dragons, it might place him in direct opposition to Tywin. Though Tywin still lived, Tyrion could orchestrate a doom far more elegant than murder in the night. Would not the greatest triumph be to see King's Landing overtaken by a foreign queen, to watch Tywin forced to kneel, to concede that his least favored son had outmaneuvered him? Tyrion's eyes fluttered closed. Arrange the passage, he said finally, his voice thick with the weight of decision. In King's Landing, meanwhile, Tywin Lannister's fury coalesced into a methodical, crushing search for Tyrion. The gold cloaks and Lannister guardsmen scoured Flea Bottom, combing through every alley. So many dwarfs who performed in street plays or as curiosity acts were rounded up that soon the city was rife with protest. Some dwarfs were beaten, a few even killed mistakenly. Yet Tyrion was nowhere to be found. Each passing day hammered home to Tywin that his son had likely fled the city. Cersei's rage was a living fire. She wanted vengeance for Joffrey's murder, for the humiliations Tyrion had heaped upon her, for the entire farce of the trial that had left her reeling in the public eye. She prowled the halls of the Red Keep like a restless lioness, thirsting for blood. When the news reached them that Varys, too, had vanished, suspicion deepened. But there was no solid evidence tying the spider to Tyrion's escape. Tywin's frustration built with each day. He needed a scapegoat, someone to hold accountable. He pressed the question upon Jaime, who had been suspiciously absent from the moment Tyrion's cell was found empty until dawn that same day. Jaime refused to reveal how Tyrion had escaped. He feigned ignorance, offered only that he was patrolling the city in search of leads. But Tywin's sharp gaze saw through that. If there was a single soft spot in Tywin's heart, it might have been for Jaime, the golden son whose martial prowess had once promised to continue the line of House Lannister. But with every passing season, Jaime, too, had become more complicated. A one-handed knight, rumored to have lost his nerve along with his sword hand. Still, Tywin tried to glean from him any hint of Tyrion's whereabouts. Jaime held his tongue, torn between loyalty to his father and the bond with the brother he had freed. In truth, Jaime harbored conflicting regrets. He had chosen to help Tyrion escape, believing that Cersei's wrath and Tywin's decree would doom the imp to a sure death. But hearing of Shae's death in Tywin's bed left Jaime shaken. He wondered how Tyrion could have committed such a crime and yet spared their father. Or had events transpired some other way? Torn by guilt, Jaime performed his duties without the fervor Tywin demanded. He had broken the vows of the Kingsguard by betraying the city's security to free Tyrion, but he could not bring himself to regret it entirely. Tyrion was family, and Jaime suspected that this entire fiasco was born of Tywin's arrogance, the unyielding cruelty that had finally driven Tyrion to snap. In time, Tywin summoned Jaime to his solar. The old lion stood by the hearth, his posture tall, shoulders rigid. A single flame danced in the dim light, reflecting off Tywin's eyes like molten gold. "Where is your brother?" Tywin demanded, skipping any pretense of pleasantries. Jaime shook his head. "I don't know, father." "Don't lie to me," Tywin snapped. "He murdered that woman and fled. By rights, he is a condemned criminal. You had a hand in his escape." Jaime's jaw tightened. "I saw to it he was freed from the cells, yes. But I did not help him murder Shae, or smuggle him out of the city, if that's truly what he's done." Tywin narrowed his eyes. "You would have me believe you simply unlocked his cell for old time's sake, then walked away?" Jaime glared at the floor, unwilling to look Tywin in the eye. He hated the man's manipulations, but he found it impossible to voice the thoughts raging in his head. That Tywin's cruelty had driven Tyrion to the brink. "I believed Tyrion innocent of the king's murder. That's all. I wanted him to have a chance to prove it. That is the truth. Nothing more." Tywin exhaled, his lips drawing into a thin line. "Your compassion is a weakness, Jaime. I thought you above such folly." He paced, each step resonating on the polished floor. "It doesn't matter now. Tyrion is gone. But know this. If he dares to reappear, he will face justice. We cannot have the realm seeing our family as weak. Too much depends on our power, our stability." Jaime did not miss the flicker of vulnerability in Tywin's voice. The question haunted Jaime's mind. Did Tywin have some genuine paternal affection, however twisted, that had stopped him from turning King's Landing inside out in an even more brutal crackdown? Or was it simply pride? The Lannister name had been tarnished enough. Tyrion's presence, alive and free, was a threat. Jaime said nothing, turning on his heel to leave. For once, he felt no need to justify himself to his father. As the weeks bled into months, Tyrion found himself traveling eastward with a small retinue arranged by Illyrio. The shift from Pentos to the open roads beyond felt surreal. He was disguised as a merchant's servant, with a hood drawn low over his brow. The roads were dusty, the sun intense. Along the way, he encountered slaves in iron collars, fields stripped by warlords, and heard stories of how Daenerys Targaryen had taken Meereen and broken the chains of thousands. Tyrion wondered if she could break the chains of his own guilt. Perhaps not, but the notion of a queen who freed slaves instead of forging them was intriguing. He recalled how, in Westeros, Tywin had once orchestrated the Red Wedding. The atrocities done in the name of House Lannister were manifold. If Tyrion still considered himself a Lannister, it was only because he could not shake the identity stamped on him since birth. But perhaps out here in these foreign lands he could carve out a new name for himself. Or, if the fates were kind, help shape the realm to come. The scorpions of revenge still crawled under his skin, but the further he journeyed from King's Landing, the more he recognized that vengeance alone might not be enough to fill the emptiness that haunted him. Occasionally, the caravan would pass through dusty towns where sellswords lounged and local lords eyed newcomers with suspicion. Tyrion kept his wits about him, always aware that Tywin's reach might extend even here. Gold bought many tongues even across the sea. Illyrio had provided false travel papers, though. For the time being, Tyrion's dwarf stature could be hidden beneath a cloak, and few men dared to approach the retinue of a Pentoshi magister without cause. Yet Tyrion feared that at any moment, a bounty hunter might appear, or that some merchant with knowledge of Westeros might recognize the infamous imp. He slept with a dagger under his pillow, frequently waking from nightmares that replayed Shay's final moments. Sometimes he dreamt of shooting Tywin with the crossbow, only to awaken in confusion, heart pounding. When his eyes opened, he found himself in a tent or cramped-in room, far from everything he had once called home. He would lie awake, wondering if the gods mocked him for sparing Tywin. And yet, deep down, a part of him was grateful he had not spilled that blood. Kinslaying, especially a father's blood, was a dark stain. If nothing else, he had avoided that terrible mark upon his soul. Back in Westeros, Cersei watched her father with growing unease. Tywin Lannister had always been austere, but now there was a special steel in him. The fiasco with Tyrion had forced Tywin to clamp down on the city's rumor mills even harder than usual. Every sign of dissent was quashed. The crown finances, already strained, were reorganized under Tywin's direction. He sought new loans from the Iron Bank of Bravos, though that was a perilous path. The Tyrells, the golden goose that Tywin needed to keep House Lannister afloat, watched warily, noticing the cracks forming in the lion's armor. Margaery Tyrell, now the Queen Regent's rival in the courtly dance, frequently tested Cersei's temper by flaunting her popularity among the small folk. However, with Tywin in the midst of a silent campaign to reinforce the Lannister hold, Margaery did not overstep. She recognized Tywin's formidable cunning, yet she also observed that the old lion's pride had suffered a deep wound. His fear of Tyrion's reemergence made him fretful, driving him to tighten his grip on every lever of power. Not long after Shay's murder, rumors circulated among the noble houses. Some suggested the scandalous notion that the girl had been Tywin's mistress. Of course, none uttered it aloud in his presence, but they whispered. Cersei heard the rumors from her handmaidens, from ladies of the court who tittered behind gloved hands. The entire city thrived on rumor, as it always did, but this one had venom. Cersei seethed at the possibility that the truth might come out. Even her father, for all his stoicism, could not contain the slander forever. And if the city believed that Tywin Lannister had bedded Tyrion's whore, the shame would be immeasurable. Some said it was justice that Tywin's appetites had led him astray, or that Tyrion's vengeance took the form of humiliating his father by exposing such a liaison. Meanwhile, the Gold Cloaks busied themselves trying to stamp out the rumor, imprisoning or intimidating anyone foolish enough to speak it openly. Amidst these tensions, Cersei took to strolling the Red Keep's corridors late at night, her mind racing with plots. She had always despised Tyrion, but a small part of her acknowledged that if Tywin's iron hold faltered, their entire house might stand on precarious ground. With the War of the Five Kings mostly ended, a new wave of conflicts were looming. The North was stirring again, rumors of the Boltons' cruelty spreading, and the Crown's hold on the Riverlands was tenuous at best. Without Tywin's ruthless direction, House Lannister was vulnerable. Much as she craved Tyrion's head, she hoped he stayed lost, or even better, died quietly somewhere. A public confrontation with him might unravel everything. Tyrion's caravan finally arrived at the outskirts of Meereen. He glimpsed the city's great walls rising from the desert. It was a stark landscape, the sun beating down with unrelenting heat. Slaves worked the surrounding fields, or what was left of them, while a few banners bearing the three-headed dragon sigil of House Targaryen fluttered from watchtowers. The guards at the city gate were lean, sun-baked men in mismatched armor, some once slaves themselves, others freedmen who had sworn loyalty to Daenerys. They eyed the caravan carefully but, upon seeing Illyrio's sigils and the papers provided, allowed them passage. Within the walls, the city bustled with tension. Freed slaves formed a new class, but the old masters still lurked, resentful of their losses. Tyrion felt the charged atmosphere immediately. This was not the polished corruption of King's Landing but a raw, evolving society. Rumor had it that Daenerys's dragons were growing larger by the day, though she had them locked away to prevent attacks on the populace. She was queen here, but her hold was anything but secure. Rebellions festered. The Sons of the Harpy, masked insurgents, struck in the night, killing her soldiers and allies. Still, Tyrion was unexpectedly moved to see men and women openly praising Daenerys as Mysa, Mother, the breaker of chains. He had not known such genuine adoration in the streets of Westeros. Yet, as he soon discovered, not all were grateful. Many who had lost fortunes in slaves or trade now cursed Daenerys's name in hushed voices. Tyrion recognized that ruling through liberation was a complicated endeavor. Freedom did not automatically equate to stability or prosperity. When at last Tyrion was granted an audience in the Great Pyramid of Meereen, he felt a strange pang of anticipation. He had dressed simply in a dark tunic, the hood of his cloak thrown back so that none would mistake him. He stood beside Illyrio, who introduced him to the court as Tyrion of House Lannister, once Hand of the King in Westeros, a man of great wit and knowledge. Eyes lingered on Tyrion with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The freedman guard, Grey Worm, watched from the side, stoic and unreadable. Missandei, the queen's translator, stood near Daenerys, her face composed. Daenerys Targaryen, seated on a throne of carved harpy wings repurposed for her rule, regarded Tyrion quietly. She was younger than Tyrion had imagined, with silver-gold hair braided in a style reminiscent of Valyrian tradition, and eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 tragedies behind them. She wore a simple gown of pale fabric, but her posture radiated authority. This was a woman who had walked through fire, who had broken chains. Tyrion, for once, found himself at a loss for witty remarks. "Lord Tyrion," Daenerys said. Her voice was gentler than Tywin's, but it carried a regal timbre that demanded respect. "Why have you come so far across the sea to stand before me?" Tyrion took a short breath. "Your Grace, I come as an exile from Westeros. My father, Tywin Lannister, rules in the name of my nephew, King Tommen. Yet I believe I can offer you counsel on how to claim what you see as your rightful throne. I served as Hand of the King under Joffrey Baratheon. I know the politics, the alliances, and the fault lines in the Seven Kingdoms better than most. And I know my father, his strengths and weaknesses. If you mean to cross the sea, you'll need more than dragons to secure the realm." A faint flicker crossed Daenerys's face at the mention of Tywin Lannister. "I've heard he is a fearsome man. They say he orchestrated brutal slaughters, that his cunning is unmatched." Tyrion inclined his head. "Fearsome indeed, your grace, but not invincible. At present, he is stretched thin, ruling from behind the figure of a boy king, forging precarious alliances with powerful houses like the Tyrells. The north is in turmoil. The Iron Islands are restless. And if you were to strike decisively, I suspect you might find many in Westeros willing to turn cloak." Daenerys leaned forward. "And what do you gain from this, Tyrion Lannister? Are you not betraying your own family?" For a fleeting second, Tyrion saw Shay's lifeless face in his mind. He forced himself to remain steady. "Betrayal presumes a bond of trust. My family has given me little reason for loyalty. I stand here with no illusions. I am a dwarf, accused of murder and treason back in Westeros. I have no illusions of returning as a conquering hero on my own. but I can offer you insights you might otherwise lack. Perhaps in exchange, I might find a place in your new world, should you create one that's better than my father's." Daenerys was silent for a time. The hush in the throne room was absolute. Illyrio stood with his usual smirk, watching the negotiation unfold. At last, Daenerys spoke. "I have been told you are a clever man, Tyrion. Clever men can be dangerous or invaluable. My people have suffered at the hands of clever men who sought power for themselves. Yet I see in you something else, perhaps a bruised conscience. You would do well to remember that I do not tolerate the old cruelties. Here, I strive to protect the innocent, though I have had to learn harsh lessons in governance." Tyrion felt a trace of humility creep into his voice. "I do not deny my share of sins, your grace, but I will prove my loyalty in words and deeds. Let me serve you, and you will find no more devoted advisor in all the world." Daenerys's gaze flicked to Missandei, who gave a subtle nod. Then the queen declared, "Very well, Tyrion Lannister. You may remain in my court, but know that if you betray me, no sea will be vast enough to hide you from my dragon's wrath." Tyrion bowed low, a swirl of relief and trepidation filling his chest. This was the path he had chosen, to stand with Daenerys Targaryen against his father. In doing so, he kept open the possibility that Tywin might one day see the ruin of all he had built, undone by the son he had always despised. Time passed in Meereen, measured in the slow increments of daily governance. Tyrion immersed himself in the city's complexities, from the constant threat of the Sons of the Harpy to the plague of internal trade disputes. Daenerys faced challenges from the freed slaves' hunger for immediate change and the uneasy tolerance of the former masters. Tyrion observed her struggles, offering counsel where he could. Often, she was torn between her idealism and the harsh realities of leadership. More than once, Tyrion found himself reminded of his own time as Hand in King's Landing, wrestling with limited resources and an unruly populace. He found a strange kinship in Daenerys's desire to break the wheel of tyranny. Her direct approach contrasted sharply with the cunning subterfuges Tyrion had grown up around. Yet she was learning that illusions and politics were sometimes necessary to prevent outright chaos. Tyrion's suggestions, born of a lifetime of survival among vipers, gradually earned Daenerys's trust, even if she did not always follow them. Outside the pyramid, the dragons roamed in a massive pit. Regal and Viserion, their roars echoing through the city, while Drogon had flown off more than once, returning sporadically. The first time Tyrion glimpsed Regal breathing fire, a chill ran through him. It was living proof that the Age of Legends had returned. He wondered if Tywin, far away, even believed such a thing was possible. At night, Tyrion sat alone in a small chamber allocated to him, sipping a more meager wine than the Arbor Golds he remembered from Westeros. He would run a hand over his face, feeling the stubble, the heat of the day still clinging to his skin. Sometimes he would stare out at the starry sky through the balcony, thinking of Jaime, or recalling the savage set of Cersei's face. More often than not, the memory of Shae intruded, twisting his heart with guilt and anger. It had come to this. He had journeyed halfway around the world to stand beside a dragon queen, all because he could not face the man who had loomed over him all his life. Yet here he was, forging a new destiny, and he told himself it was better than rotting in a cell, awaiting Tywin's execution order, or losing his soul to kinslaying. From Daenerys's vantage, Tyrion's presence was a gamble. She knew that the name Lannister carried dark associations for many of her followers. House Lannister had funded Robert Baratheon's rebellion that led to the downfall of House Targaryen, after all. Yet she also knew that, if the day came for her to sail for Westeros, she would need advisors who understood her enemies intimately. Barristan Selmy had offered the perspective of a seasoned Kingsguard, but Tyrion, for all his flaws, knew how Tywin Lannister thought. And she still worried about the cunning of that man, rumored to be the real power behind King Tommen's throne. Thus, Tyrion was gradually included in Daenerys's counsels. He advised caution in dealing with the Sons of the Harpy, advocating infiltration of their networks rather than brute force. He proposed that Daenerys maintain a facade of negotiation with the old families, while planting trusted freedmen in positions of oversight. He recognized that this was not a perfect solution. There was no perfect solution in a city as divided as Meereen, but each day that the city did not collapse into civil war was a small victory. Every so often, Daenerys or Missandei would inquire after news from Westeros, and Tyrion would recount the known players. He explained how the Tyrells, the Boltons, the Martells, and others all had their own ambitions. "If you intend to rule the Seven Kingdoms," Tyrion would say, "it won't be enough to conquer by force of arms. You must give the lords a reason to support you, or at least not to oppose you. My father's greatest weapon has always been his ability to forge alliances through marriage, gold, and intimidation. If he sees you as a threat, he will try to isolate you. But if his power base is eroded from within, if lords lose faith in him, if the Iron Bank shifts its favor, then the Lannisters could be undone without a single dragon breathing fire on King's Landing. And will you be the one to undo him from within?" Daenerys asked on one occasion, studying Tyrion's face intently. He paused, thinking of that night under the Red Keep. "I can try. You might say I'm motivated." He left it at that, offering a wry smile that did not reach his eyes. Tywin, meanwhile, did sense the shift in the winds. Reports trickling in from Pentos and Volantis suggested that Daenerys Targaryen remained in Meereen, consolidating power, continuing her peculiar crusade against slavery. Mercenary companies were rumored to eye her cause, though some were more loyal to the city-states that still profited from the slave trade. Tywin's agents whispered that a dwarf had been seen in Pentos, a Lannister possibly. Yet the trail was cold. As the months wore on, the old lion maintained his grip on King Tommen's reign. He quietly prepared for the possibility that Daenerys might try to invade. He bolstered the royal fleet, commanded new alliances among the Storm Lords, and kept the Tyrells close, though they bristled at his controlling nature. In the north, Tywin permitted Roose Bolton's savage tactics, calculating that a strong terror might quell any rebellious northern lords. But an undercurrent of doubt gnawed at Tywin. Tyrion was still at large, free to conspire. The humiliating shadow of Shae's death lingered, fueling rumors that Tywin had personally wronged his dwarf son. Tywin had ordered the tongues removed from a few men who dared speak of it openly, but the rumor refused to die. Cersei found it particularly maddening, as she had to face sly glances and half-stifled gossip at court, all hinting that Tywin was not as perfect a patriarch as he portrayed. Jaime grew more taciturn by the day, haunted by his role in Tyrion's escape and Shae's death. Yet Tywin pressed on, reorganizing the royal finances, strengthening the city watch, forging trade pacts. He believed that once Daenerys's illusions of conquest broke against the harsh realities of Westeros, she would fail. After all, how could a girl from Essos, with no real alliances among Westerosi lords, truly hope to overthrow a century of tradition? Dragons or no dragons, Tywin counted on the fractious nature of the realm to impede her. In a sense, he was employing the same strategy that had once worked against the Targaryen dynasty after Robert's rebellion. Let them fail from within. However, the seeds of dissent grew. The Iron Bank of Bravos, disgruntled by the crown's mounting debt, became more receptive to other prospects. In secret, envoys from Bravos began reaching out to those who might challenge House Lannister. The Tyrells, though allied by marriage, had an eye on securing more tangible power if the Lannisters faltered. In Meereen, Daenerys's court was visited by envoys from Yunkai and Volantis, still resistant to her anti-slavery edicts. Tensions escalated into skirmishes outside the city walls. Tyrion saw an opportunity to strengthen Daenerys's position, suggesting she send envoys to other city-states with a more moderate stance, offering trade deals that benefited from free labor rather than slave labor. He had learned in King's Landing that gold and trade were as potent as swords and dragons. If Daenerys could show a model of prosperity without slavery, she might lure other cities to her cause. Despite the constant threat of violence, Tyrion found his mind sharpened by the challenges. He felt a renewed sense of purpose in shaping Daenerys' strategy. And with each success, he felt a tiny flicker of pride, pride that did not revolve around impressing a father who would never be satisfied or a sister who loathed him. He was forging his own worth here. Daenerys listened carefully to Tyrion's counsel, but she also had her own mind. She was no puppet queen. Sometimes she acted on impulse, driven by the injustices she witnessed among her people. Occasionally, those decisions clashed with Tyrion's more measured approach. But he did not resent it. He recognized that Daenerys's passion was what drew so many to her side. She was not a cold manipulator like Tywin. She genuinely wanted to break the old systems of cruelty. And Tyrion, who had tasted a lifetime of disdain, found himself increasingly committed to helping her succeed, even beyond the aim of vengeance. Yet at night, in the quiet, he still wrestled with his guilt over Shae and the uncertain future. If Daenerys truly meant to sail for Westeros, he would be forced to face Tywin eventually. The day might come when father and son stood on opposite sides of a battlefield or across a negotiation table. Tyrion did not know if he could raise a sword, or in his case a dagger or crossbow, against Tywin despite everything. But maybe such an open conflict was unnecessary if Tywin's power could be strategically unraveled. When word arrived in Meereen that a plague of discontent was spreading in the Westerlands, and that the Iron Bank had taken an interest in speaking with Daenerys, Tyrion recognized the advantage. The Iron Bank always got its due. House Lannister had taken on enormous debts to keep the crown afloat. If Braavos shifted support to Daenerys, Tywin might find the flow of crucial gold suddenly stopped. Armies could not be maintained without coin. Lords demanded money to keep them loyal. Tyrion pressed Daenerys to grant an audience to the Iron Bank's representative. She agreed. The envoy arrived, a Braavosi banker named Tycho Nestoris, who carried himself with an air of cold confidence. He laid out the crown's financial obligations in detail. Tywin had not been able to pay them all in a timely manner. Tycho eyed Daenerys with a calculating glint, offering terms that would bolster her claim in exchange for future debts paid, with interest. Tyrion advised Daenerys in these negotiations, helping ensure that she did not sign away her realm in the process. The discussions were delicate, but eventually, an arrangement was struck that gave Braavos reason to invest in Daenerys's bid to reclaim the Iron Throne. Tyrion could almost taste the bitterness this would sow in Tywin when the old lion heard that the Iron Bank had turned on him. In that sense, Tyrion felt a pang of satisfaction. It was a blow to Tywin's pride, dealt without a single drop of blood. Yet the warrior's part of Tyrion, the part that had fought on the Blackwater, reminded him that the real test was not yet arrived. Daenerys, if she truly meant to claim Westeros, would have to sail with her armies. Astapor had fallen back into chaos when she left it behind. Yunkai simmered with rebellion. Meereen itself threatened to erupt in civil war on any given day. And though Daenerys had dragons, they were not fully under her control. Tyrion wondered if she would ever truly command them the way the Targaryens of old did. Still, the slow wheels of inevitability turned. Ships were being built or seized. The Dothraki under her banner grew in number, as she convinced more Khalasars that her cause was righteous. The freedmen wanted to follow her to Westeros as well, seeing in her a living goddess who would reshape everything. Tyrion was more cautious. He tried to explain that Westeros was no paradise, that many there would greet them with spears. But Daenerys believed in her destiny as fervently as any knight believed in the Seven. And Tyrion, for all his cynicism, could not entirely disbelieve her. He had seen the flames dancing in her dragon's eyes. In King's Landing, Tywin learned that the Iron Bank had withdrawn several lines of credit. The news hit him like a hammer. Though he did not show it outwardly, behind closed doors his frustration mounted. He was forced to raise taxes in the Crownlands and the Westerlands, inflaming the small folk. Cersei, forced to endure the brunt of the small folk's ire, demanded that the Gold Cloaks tighten control, but that only led to more resentment. The lords of the realm, especially in the Stormlands and the Reach, murmured that House Lannister was running on empty coffers. Margaery Tyrell, in her graceful way, pressed for her own family to have more influence in the crown's decisions, which Tywin refused to allow outright. This friction threatened to unravel the alliance with the Tyrells. By the time ravens brought word that Daenerys Targaryen was forging an alliance with the Iron Bank and other foreign powers, Tywin recognized that the hour of confrontation was coming. He called his bannermen to muster. The Lannister armies would not be caught off guard. The old lion stood upon the ramparts of the Red Keep one evening, gazing out at Blackwater Bay, which glowed with the last light of dusk. His expression was as inscrutable as ever, but inside he felt a stirring of old dread. The Targaryens had come with fire and blood once before, centuries ago. Now one had returned with dragons. The difference this time was that Tywin had no illusions about who might be advising her. Tyrion was out there, somewhere, fueling her with knowledge of Westeros's weaknesses. In a private moment, Tywin allowed himself to reflect on the night Tyrion escaped. How close had his son come to putting a quarrel through his heart in that moment of vulnerability? Tywin had spent a lifetime believing that fear was a weapon best wielded by the powerful. Now he felt a measure of it himself. It enraged him, but it also made him double his efforts to prepare. If Tyrion chose to wage war through Daenerys, then Tywin Lannister would not go quietly into the night. He would call upon every resource, every alliance, every ounce of cunning he possessed. Let the dwarf come with his dragon queen. Tywin would show them both that the lion did not bow to upstart queens. Eventually, Daenerys made the decision. She would sail for Westeros. The time for half measures in Meereen was over. She had left a council behind to manage the city in her stead, forging a fragile compromise among freedmen and former masters. The Yunkish War might flare up again, but Daenerys no longer believed she could remain in Slaver's Bay indefinitely. Her dragons were restless, her armies yearned for conquest, and her claim to the Iron Throne beckoned. She had to take the leap or give up the dream entirely. Tyrion stood on the prow of one of the leading ships as the fleet set sail. He felt the salty wind brush his face, lifting his curls, stinging his eyes. Daenerys's banner rippled overhead, the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen standing stark against the sails. Behind them, countless ships followed, Dothraki warriors who had never set foot on the ocean before, unsullied in neat ranks, second sons, freedmen, and more. Drogon soared overhead in a distant arc, a black shape blotting out the sun. Rhaegal and Viserion, too, circled the sky. Tyrion's heart pounded with anticipation. He recalled his first trip to King's Landing as a child, trailing behind his father's retinue. He had been small, overshadowed by everything around him. He felt a twinge of that old fear returning, overshadowed now by the monstrous possibility of open warfare. But that fear blended with determination. If Tywin believed Tyrion was too broken, too weak, then let him see what the imp had learned. Daenerys moved to stand beside Tyrion on the deck, her silver hair whipped by the wind. She eyed him, reading the tension in his stance. "Are you afraid?" she asked quietly. Tyrion let a soft laugh escape his lips. "Terrified, Your Grace, and yet not as terrified as I once was, back when I feared my father's wrath more than anything." Her gaze turned seaward, toward the horizon that would lead them to Westeros. "I do not know how the lords of Westeros will greet me, Tyrion. My claim is by birthright, but I have not lived in those lands since I was a child. They may see me as a foreign invader. Will your father paint me as the next Maegor the Cruel?" Tyrion shrugged. "Probably, but we'll show them otherwise if we can. The common folk care less about who sits the throne than whether they can fill their bellies and sleep safely at night. If you bring justice instead of terror, they might soon prefer you to the Lannisters. Of course, a few displays of dragonfire might also be necessary to keep the recalcitrant lords in line," he added with a rueful smile. "Fear and love make a potent combination, if balanced carefully." She nodded, her gaze unwavering. "I will not become my father, the Mad King, but I will do what must be done to break the wheel. And if Tywin Lannister stands in my way..." Tyrion felt the weight of her words. The final confrontation was inevitable. He thought of how it might end. Would Tywin kneel? Could that proud man ever yield to a foreign queen, especially one championed by his dwarf son? The thought was almost absurd. More likely they would meet on the battlefield. and Tyrion silently prayed that, if the gods were just, Tywin would finally understand the torment he had inflicted upon others for so many years. The fleet sailed on, the sunlight glittering off the sea. Seagulls wheeled overhead. To Tyrion's left, Grey Worm stood silently, scanning the horizon. To his right, Daenerys Targaryen, the breaker of chains, glowed with a quiet determination. For a moment, Tyrion let himself hope that perhaps this was the beginning of a new era, one in which the grudges of the old world would be undone by the unstoppable tide of change. Yet he knew all too well that war was never simple, and that illusions of glory could turn to ashes. Still, it was better, in his eyes, to strive for something grander than to cower in the darkness of the Red Keep. He had chosen not to kill his father in a moment of rage, opting instead for a slower, more elaborate path to vengeance, or perhaps to a redefinition of his own worth. He could not be sure which, but as the ships cut through the waters, Tyrion breathed in the salt air and felt, for the first time in a long while, that his life had purpose beyond bitterness. And so the stage was set for a reckoning that would shake the foundations of Westeros. An exiled dwarf who had spared the life of his monstrous father, a queen with dragons determined to reclaim her birthright, and a realm teetering on the brink, waiting to see if the lion or the dragon would decide its fate. The crossing took weeks, yet the passage of time felt strangely short for Tyrion as the Targaryen fleet glided westward. Winds pushed the sails taut while the unending crash of waves rolled beneath the keels. At times, the sea was calm and glittered under the sun. At others, storms lashed the vessels so fiercely that Tyrion half expected the wooden boards underfoot to splinter into kindling. But Daenerys's resolve did not waver, nor did the determination of her followers. Her dragons circled above them in sporadic arcs, sometimes vanishing for days to hunt or simply to roam the skies. Each time one of those mighty shapes passed overhead, casting a massive shadow across the deck, Tyrion felt a mingled rush of awe and unease. These were living beasts of fire and scale. He had seen enough chaos in King's Landing to know that power unbridled could destroy as thoroughly as it could liberate. Their armada was large but not endless. Food stores had to be rationed carefully, especially for the countless Dothraki riders unaccustomed to the confinements of life aboard ships. More than once, Tyrion was awakened by the sound of brawls below deck as the uneasy travelers clashed with each other, pent up by the close quarters. Daenerys allowed Grey Worm and the Unsullied to enforce order. Their discipline and fearlessness kept most violence at bay. Still, now and again, Tyrion heard of knives drawn in the dark. He kept out of it personally, well aware that one drunken soldier could end his life in an instant. He might have cunning in plenty, but it would do little good if he were stabbed in his hammock by a seasick Dothraki who loathed dwarfs. Daenerys often consulted Tyrion on the route toward Westeros, cross-referencing the charts provided by her captains with his knowledge of the Narrow Sea. "Dragonstone first," Tyrion advised. "Seize your family's ancestral seat. From there, you can gauge the realm's response. If you land straight at King's Landing, it might stir every hidden foe into a frenzy." He paused, imagining the turmoil that would grip the capital if the famed Targaryen fleet dropped anchor in Blackwater Bay without warning. A large part of him relished that chaos, if only because it would give Tywin so little time to maneuver. Yet he also knew that onward, swords and arcs raised high. Tyrion stepped onto the shore last, mindful of his shortened stride and the slippery footing. He gazed up at the menacing stone dragons perched atop the castle's towers. Once, generations ago, those carvings might have seemed like guardians of Targaryen might. Now they seemed to welcome the return of the bloodline that had built them. The fortress's meager garrison surrendered without a fight once they saw Drogon alight on the outer courtyard, bellowing a roar that rattled stone. They dropped their weapons, crying for mercy. Daenerys gave it, instructing Grey Worm to take them as prisoners rather than slaughter them. It was a symbolic beginning, an echo of her approach in Meereen. Offer clemency if they laid down their arms. Tyrion wondered if this would continue once they faced more substantial foes, like the Lannister armies, or the Tyrell levies, or the Tully men regathered in the Riverlands. Mercy might be a virtue, but Westeros was a land that too often repaid mercy with betrayal. Inside Dragonstone's great hall, dust lay thick on the chairs and tapestries, as though no one had troubled to maintain them for months. Daenerys strode through the corridors with that regal posture Tyrion had grown accustomed to. Her eyes roamed over the carved walls depicting the Targaryen lineage, the dragons that once conquered 6 of the 7 kingdoms in a blaze of fire. A hush fell among her retinue, many of them seeing Westerosi stonework for the first time. Though they had set foot on a foreign land, the castle felt more like a place of ancient spirits. Tyrion felt it, too, a certain hush that whispered of Valyrian steel and old magic. He prayed that ghostly memories would not overshadow what they must do next. That very day, Daenerys proclaimed Dragonstone as her seat of power in Westeros, if only temporarily. She commanded that ravens be sent across the land, announcing her presence. Tyrion drafted the messages with practiced subtlety, addressing the lords of the realm as if Daenerys already held legitimacy, though acknowledging that King Tommen sat the Iron Throne. The letters pointed to Lannister debts, the plague of corruption in King's Landing, and the legacy of Aerys. But Tyrion's artful language sought to set Daenerys apart from her father, emphasizing her mercy and her vow to restore order and prosperity. In private, Tyrion wondered how many lords would be swayed by words alone. Some would remain loyal to Tywin out of fear or self-interest. Others might see an opportunity to topple Lannister rule. He could only hope that enough would come to Daenerys' side to avoid a slaughter. Once the ravens were on the wing, a hush lingered in the castle. The waiting began. How soon would Tywin respond? Would the royal fleet appear on the horizon, ready to contest Dragonstone? Would the Tyrells muster an army? Tyrion spent the anxious hours in what had once been Stannis Baratheon Solar, poring over maps with Daenerys, Barristan, and Grey Worm. Missandei took notes, her steady hand scratching quills across parchment. Occasionally, Jorah Mormont returned to Daenerys' side after a fraught reconciliation, offered his own insights, though he remained uneasy around Tyrion, as if suspecting that the dwarf's cunning might usurp his own role as counselor. Tyrion and Jorah eyed each other with guarded respect, both well aware that Daenerys would not tolerate any infighting. In King's Landing, Tywin Lannister received the raven announcing Daenerys' presence at Dragonstone just after midnight. The messenger who carried it to Tywin's bedchamber reported that the entire Red Keep was alight with the news. Servants whispered in the kitchens. Gold cloaks doubled the guard at the gates. Cersei paced the halls in a sleepless fury, hurling accusations at anyone who dared cross her path. The moment Tywin read the letter's contents, signed in a neat flourish by Tyrion of House Lannister on behalf of Daenerys Targaryen, a hush fell over him. It was not the hush of surrender, but of a man locking his emotions into the deepest vault of his soul. He summoned Cersei to his solar. By the time she arrived, her eyes were wild with panic and anger. "She's here," she spat. "That silver-haired wench with the dragons has come to steal the throne. And Tyrion is helping her. Did you read his words?" She crumpled a copy of the letter in her fist. "He condemns us with smooth flattery. The gall of him, we should have put an arrow in him years ago." Tywin smoothed his robe and set the parchment aside. "Calm yourself. She has seized Dragonstone. That is not King's Landing, nor is it the throne. We will muster our forces and crush her pretensions before she can gather allies." "Before she can gather allies?" Cersei let out a humorless laugh. "Father, half the realm hates us. Do you think the Tyrells are truly loyal? Do you think the North won't seize this chance to rebel once more?" With Tyrion whispering in her ear, "She'll find every crack in our foundation." Tywin's face hardened, though he remained outwardly composed. "Then we show the realm that House Lannister is still the rock on which the king's power rests. I have already sent riders to the Westerlands, summoning our bannermen. We will send a portion of our force to blockade Dragonstone by sea. If Daenerys attempts to cross to the mainland, we shall meet her on ground of our choosing." Cersei's eyes flickered with something like frantic hope, then turned cold again. "And what of your dwarf son? Do we not make an example of him? If he falls into our hands, I will deal with him." Tywin said quietly. Make no mistake, Cersei, Tyrion is a traitor, but he is also cunning. He will not place himself where we can simply snatch him. Our best recourse is to starve Daenerys out. The dragons, if the tales are true, are still young. They cannot burn an entire fleet if we attack from multiple angles. She has a force of Unsullied and Dothraki, but they can do little trapped on an island fortress. Let them starve for want of supplies. In time, we will force her to battle on our terms. Cersei nodded, though her lips remained pressed tight. A coil of red gold hair had come loose from her braids, framing her face with an almost disheveled look. Tywin could see the hatred in her eyes. She wanted blood, immediate and brutal. She wanted Tyrion's head on a spike, Daenerys' dragons cut into pieces. But Tywin's approach was methodical. If Cersei had learned one lesson from her father, it was that wars were not won by rage alone. Jaime, meanwhile, was on the practice yard when the news reached him. He stopped mid-swing, the training sword in his left hand, breathing heavily. The yard buzzed with talk of Daenerys' arrival, of Tyrion's letter, and Jaime felt something twist inside him. He had known this day might come. Part of him was oddly relieved that Tyrion still lived, that the crossbow bolt had never flown. But it also meant conflict loomed between father and son. Jaime suspected that the resolution would not be tidy. He excused himself from the yard, ignoring the curious stares of young knights who wondered what the Kingslayer would do now that war beckoned again. In the privacy of his chamber, Jaime poured a cup of wine and stared at the Lannister sigil emblazoned on the wall. A lion, regal, proud, ruthless. He recalled the childhood lessons Tywin had drilled into him and Cersei. Lannisters must remain strong. Any weakness would invite ruin. The realm was theirs to shape, to hold, to crush if necessary. Yet Jaime could not fully purge the memory of Tyrion's face as he freed him from the black cells. The raw betrayal, the heartbreak that had led Tyrion to that final meeting with Shae. And now Tyrion was in league with a Targaryen queen. Jaime wondered if the realm might be better served by some new order. Had House Lannister's pursuit of power grown too monstrous? He wrestled with the question in silence, draining the wine until his temples throbbed. Then he set aside the empty cup. Whatever his personal qualms, Tywin would expect Jaime to fight for the family's cause. Jaime was the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard now, or near enough for all practical purposes, and Tommen was king. He had sworn vows, but he had broken such vows before, for reasons that seemed right at the time. Sins stacked upon sins. He closed his eyes, uncertain if he should pray for guidance or accept that none would come. At Dragonstone, days passed with no direct assault from King's Landing. Daenerys grew restless, pacing the ancient halls. The Dothraki roamed the island's rocky outskirts, searching for vantage points and cursing the cold climate. The Unsullied established disciplined watch rotations, ensuring no surprise landings. A few fishing boats were seized for food. Tyrion urged her to wait, to let the realm see that she was patient and not simply a conqueror by flame. He wanted to give time for lords of the Stormlands or the Reach, or perhaps the discontented in the Riverlands, to send envoys. And indeed one came. A small delegation from the Vale of Arryn arrived by sea, traveling under a neutral banner. A young knight with haunted eyes introduced himself as Ser Michael Redfort, come to observe the Targaryen queen on behalf of Lord Robin Arryn and his regent, Peter Baelish. Tyrion did not trust the mention of Peter Baelish any more than he trusted a viper in a cradle. Littlefinger was as slippery as they came, always playing a deeper game. But Daenerys granted the delegation an audience in the Great Hall. Ser Michael seemed earnest enough, if naive, explaining that the Vale was reluctant to commit forces to a war so soon, but that many in the Vale despised House Lannister's rule. There were also rumors of unrest in the north, with the Boltons holding Winterfell by tyranny. If Daenerys offered to restore order and punish the murderers of the Starks, perhaps the north would rally to her banner, though as always the Vale would wait and see. After the delegation departed, Daenerys asked Tyrion for his thoughts. He told her plainly that Peter Baelish could not be trusted. He only invests where he sees profit, Tyrion explained. He was once master of coin under my father, quite adept at illusions. If he's entertaining your cause, it means he's already sniffing out the possibility that Tywin's hold on the throne might be broken. He might hedge his bets and come to you if you appear the surer side. Daenerys scowled. I have no desire to court men who think they can bargain with me like a horse they mean to trade. I want loyalty, not opportunistic alliances. Tyrion smiled a bitter smile. Loyalty is a rare currency in Westeros, Your Grace. Expect that many lords will kneel only if they see advantage in it. Once you've proven you can topple the Lannisters, that is when the rest will come scurrying. Or if they think the Lannisters remain unstoppable, they'll cling to your enemies. That's the way of the Seven Kingdoms. She studied him, a shadow passing over her face. Sometimes I wonder if the cost of this war will be too high, if I'll become the very thing I claim to oppose. Tyrion had no easy comfort for her. He had seen the cost of war firsthand. So he only said, then we must aim to end it swiftly with minimal bloodshed, if it's in our power. But do not doubt that the Lannisters will fight with every means at their disposal. My father is not a man to yield. He would raise half the realm rather than suffer defeat. Indeed, Tywin's first strike arrived not in the form of soldiers, but in the shape of a blockade at sea. Within a fortnight, sails bearing the Golden Lion emblem appeared in the waters north and south of Dragonstone. The Lannister fleet, though not as massive as the entire Royal Navy, was enough to hamper supply lines. The small island had limited resources, and Daenerys's large force required constant provisioning. The Targaryen ships in the harbor were pinned in, threatened by the Lannister galleys prowling the open sea. Tyrion surveyed them from the parapets through a borrowed glass lens. He counted at least 30 war galleys on the southern approach, 15 more to the north, along with supply ships. Enough to deter any easy breakout. Daenerys paced restlessly, the wind whipping her hair. Tyrion heard the tension in her voice when she asked, "What is our best move? My dragons can burn some ships, but can they burn so many?" "They could make a dent," Tyrion acknowledged. "But it's risky. You'd have to fly close and you can't be everywhere at once. The enemy will use ballistae or scorpions if they have them. A single well-placed shot could injure a dragon. You don't want to lose one so early in the campaign." Barristan, arms folded, agreed. "Better to lure them closer, force them into a fight on our terms. If we attempt to breach their blockade in open water, they'll surround us." Yet the blockade was already taking a toll. Within another week, food became scarce. Dothraki scouts reported that small local fishing vessels, once abundant around the island, had vanished or been seized. Morale among the new arrivals sank. The unsullied discipline held firm, but the Dothraki, accustomed to wide plains and plunder, chafed at the stalemate. Daenerys summoned her war captains daily, exploring every possible plan for a breakout or a direct confrontation. Grey Worm advised swift action, but Yora urged caution, reminding them that a reckless naval engagement could leave the entire army stranded or destroyed at sea. Tyrion's counsel echoed Yora's. Wait for an opening, or for new allies to cause a diversion on the mainland. Several more days passed with no relief. Dragons soared overhead, occasionally spouting fire in frustration, but even they could not conjure bread from thin air. Then, at last, a single ship slipped through the blockade at night, hugging the coastline, battered but afloat. It arrived under the banner of House Tarth, Brienne's house, Tyrion recalled, and carried a handful of wounded men who claimed to be survivors of a skirmish near Storm's End. They brought a message. The Stormlands might be willing to rise for Daenerys if she aided them against Lannister-appointed castellans who had seized Storm's End in King Tommen's name. The news lit a spark of hope in Daenerys's council. If they had allies on the mainland, perhaps they could open a path for food and supplies, or even strike at King's Landing from another angle. But to help the Stormlands, they needed to break the blockade or slip a portion of their force across the sea. Tyrion and Barristan debated sending a small infiltration team, a strike force that could land in secret, rally the Stormlords, and retake Storm's End. Once secure, Storm's End might become a staging ground for an overland march on King's Landing, bypassing the blockade entirely. Daenerys agreed to the plan, though she insisted on leading it personally with at least one of her dragons. Barristan argued that she should remain behind at Dragonstone, safe behind its walls, but Daenerys was adamant. The Targaryen queen had not come to Westeros to hide in a castle. She would stand at the forefront. So it was that one moonless night, several fast ships slid out of Dragonstone's hidden coves, guided by local fishermen bribed or persuaded into service. The bigger ships served as decoys further out, drawing the Lannister fleet's attention. Meanwhile, in the blackness near the shore, a handful of smaller vessels rowed silently across the straits. Daenerys rode Drogon overhead, keeping watch. Rhaegal and Viserion remained at Dragonstone to deter a sudden assault on the fortress. Tyrion went with Daenerys, though he questioned his own courage once they were adrift on that midnight sea. The plan was to land at a secluded cove near the Stormlands border, then make contact with these rumored allies. If all went well, the Lannister blockade would not realize what had happened until Daenerys had already established a foothold inland. Grey Worm commanded a unit of Unsullied aboard the largest of these small ships, while Yora and a contingent of Dothraki traveled in two others. Tyrion shared a cramped vessel with Missandei, who looked calm despite the swirling tension. She kept her hood pulled up, the sea breeze casting droplets of salt against her cheeks. Tyrion clutched the sides of the boat, feeling each wave's rise and fall in his stomach. He glanced up at the night sky, searching for a glimpse of Drogon. Occasionally, the faint silhouette of wings passed over the stars. They reached the cove undetected. Clambering ashore, they found rocky beaches and a steep cliff face leading toward dense forests. Daenerys landed Drogon with a sweeping gust of wind, his claws gouging into the pebbly ground. The Dothraki disembarked, greeting the queen with war cries muffled to a hush in the dark. Tyrion stumbled onto the beach, wet to the knees. Ahead, Grey Worm and the Unsullied fanned out, searching for threats. Hours later, they made camp deeper in the woods, concealed by thick undergrowth. Daenerys gave orders to keep fires small and hidden, the horses and dragons quiet. Tyrion marveled at the precariousness of it all. A misstep here, a single scout in Lannister colors discovering them, and the entire plan could collapse. At dawn, they cautiously pressed onward. A Stormlands knight who had traveled on the Tarth ship served as their guide. He led them along seldom-used trails, explaining that a local lord, Lord Selwyn Tarth, father of Brienne, was rumored to harbor loyalty to the Targaryens if it meant freeing the region from Lannister oppression. Their ultimate goal was Storm's End, the massive fortress once held by Stannis. If it was undermanned, a swift strike might install Daenerys's men there. With Storm's End secured, supplies could be delivered, and a route to King's Landing opened. They encountered small folk along the way, mostly peasants living in huts near the edges of the forest. At first sight of the Dothraki, many screamed in terror and fled. But Daenerys, with Missandei translating her gentle reassurances, soon calmed those they could catch. She offered them silver, asked them only for directions and knowledge of local garrison strength. A few recognized the Targaryen sigil on her banner. One old woman knelt in the mud, calling Daenerys "my queen." Tyrion felt a pang of unexpected emotion at the sight, recalling how seldom the commoners in King's Landing had ever genuinely adored the Lannisters. Yet here was Daenerys, forging a bond with the smallest of folk with just a few kind words and the promise of respite from the Lannisters' taxes and rule. Drogon soared overhead, an ever-present reminder of the Queen's power. Even from a great height, his roar sometimes startled the knights below. They advanced inland with caution. Scouts reported that a detachment of Lannister soldiers patrolled the main road to Storm's End, likely posted there at Tywin's command. They were not numerous, perhaps 100 men. Still, an open confrontation would risk word spreading to the main Lannister encampment. The Targaryen force needed to strike swiftly, capturing the fortress before Tywin could send reinforcements from King's Landing or the blockade. 2 nights later, under a sky thick with storm clouds, Daenerys launched her assault. Tyrion stood at the edge of the forest, peering through the gloom. He heard the thunderous beating of Drogon's wings as the dragon took to the sky. The plan was for Drogon to sweep over the walls of Storm's End, unleashing fire on any defenders. Meanwhile, Grey Worm and the Unsullied would storm the gates, supported by Dothraki cavalry who would circle behind to cut off any retreating soldiers. Tyrion, never one for frontline battle, stayed with the supple wagons and a small guard of Unsullied. He couldn't deny a flicker of envy for those who might see the fortress up close. Then again, he had no desire to be in the thick of the fight if everything went wrong. Storm's End was massive, its drum tower walls said to be unyielding in the face of siege. It had withstood countless assaults over the centuries, from the days of Durin Godsgrief to Robert Baratheon's rebellion. But no one had tested its walls against a living dragon in an age. Tyrion watched from afar as a blaze of orange fire illuminated the night. Drogon's roar tore through the air, followed by the screams of men. In the flashes of lightning overhead, Tyrion glimpsed the black silhouette of the dragon swooping down, flames pouring from his jaws. A catapult hurled a projectile upward, but Drogon banked away effortlessly. Thunder shook the sky, intermingling with the roar of battle below. The fortress gates had been reinforced for the Lannister garrison, but the Unsullied, with typical precision, attacked in coordinated waves. The Dothraki whooped war cries, hooves drumming on the muddy ground. Within the hour, the fortress's outer walls had been breached. Tyrion listened as horns sounded from within, the echo bouncing across the stony terrain. By the time he dared move forward, riding in a small cart with a handful of Unsullied escorts, the fighting had mostly subsided. He passed bodies strewn in the mud, some with melted armor from dragonfire, others cut down by the Unsullied's short spears or the Dothraki's rocks. A smell of burnt flesh hung in the wet night air. Tyrion, used to war's grotesque aftermath, still found himself swallowing hard against nausea. They reached the courtyard of Storm's End in the early hours of dawn. Rain pelted the flagstones, washing away blood. Daenerys stood near the massive gates, her silver hair plastered to her face by the downpour. Drogon crouched behind her, snorting plumes of smoke from his nostrils. Several Lannister survivors knelt in the courtyard, wrists bound. Tyrion could see the terror in their eyes as they stared at the beast that had destroyed their defenses. Grey Worms Unsullied lined the perimeter, watchful and silent. Daenerys turned at Tyrion's approach, exhaustion etched in her features. "It's done," she said quietly. "They yielded once I burned the catapults. Their commander is inside, wounded. He demanded mercy under parley. I granted it, though I'm not sure what your father will say when he learns of this." Tyrion pulled himself from the cart, stepping gingerly around a puddle of water tinted pink from blood. "My father will not be pleased to lose Storm's End. That's for certain. It's a vital fortress. At best, he might attempt to retake it in force. At worst, he'll dispatch his most ruthless generals to crush us. But your victory here is a signal. The realm will see that you are not powerless, blockade or no blockade." She exhaled a breath, a mixture of relief and dread. "I will hold this fortress as my seat now, with Dragonstone still in my possession. If the blockade remains at Dragonstone, so be it. My men will garrison Storm's End, gather resources from the Stormlands. We can feed ourselves, resupply. Then we decide how to march on King's Landing, or perhaps wait for them to come to us." She strode toward the fortress interior, and Tyrion followed. Inside, the thick walls kept out much of the storm's fury. Enormous vaulted ceilings loomed above them, decorated with the heraldry of House Baratheon. Torches sputtered along the passage. The stench of smoke and sweat clung to the corridors. Tyrion stepped carefully over debris, shattered spears, broken masonry. They reached a large hall where the Lannister commander, a knight named Ser Harold Langward, lay on a bench, a wound in his thigh hastily bandaged. He glowered at Daenerys but said little as she confirmed his surrender. Grey Worm would see to it that the prisoner was placed under guard, given medical aid, and possibly ransomed later. Already, some of the local lords who despised the Lannisters were sending discreet envoys to congratulate Daenerys on taking Storm's End. Tyrion foresaw a wave of new allegiances forming. though these might remain cautious until they saw whether Daenerys could truly keep the fortress. War had a way of making allies out of longtime foes and foes out of uncertain friends. Word of Storm's End's fall traveled swiftly across the Seven Kingdoms. Ravens flew day and night. In the Red Keep, Tywin received the news with a stone-faced stare. He did not rage. He did not lash out. Instead, he quietly conferred with the highest generals of the Crown's armies. Cersei, beside herself, wanted to send every available man to crush the Targaryen queen. Tywin cautioned patience. He needed time to muster. The blockade at Dragonstone would remain, ensuring that Daenerys's reinforcements from Essos or the Narrow Sea were throttled. Meanwhile, a second force would move to contain her in the Stormlands, cutting off the major roads that led to King's Landing. She might hold Storm's End for a time, but Tywin intended to grind her down in a methodical campaign. He had done it before with other rebels. As for Tyrion, Tywin seldom spoke his son's name in council. But those who knew him best could sense the old lion's anger smoldering behind his eyes, a hatred for the betrayal that had brought a dragon queen onto Westerosi soil. Despite Tywin's outward calm, events soon spun faster than he could fully control. The Tyrells, seeing an opportunity to assert themselves, demanded that Ser Jaime Lannister march the royal forces to secure key holdings in the Reach. They claimed to need Lannister cooperation to ward off raiding Dothraki. Tywin, irritated at what he perceived as a Tyrell power grab, nonetheless conceded that he needed the Tyrells' full strength if he was to face Daenerys. So Jaime left King's Landing at the head of a large contingent, wearing white Kingsguard armor that glinted under the sun. He departed with conflicting feelings, uncertain whether he was riding out to defend the realm or merely to uphold his father's scheme to keep the throne in Lannister control. Meanwhile, unrest flared in the Riverlands, where small folk whispered that if a Targaryen queen could break the Lannisters' hold, perhaps the old Tully lords might be restored. The phrase, nominally loyal to the crown, grew uneasy. Conflict simmered all around, a mosaic of potential uprisings. And above it all loomed the question of the North, which Tywin had entrusted to Roose Bolton. The North remembered, as the saying went, but whether it would rise for Daenerys or remain locked in Bolton terror was anyone's guess. In the halls of Storm's End, Tyrion noted a growing confidence among Daenerys's retinue. They had seized a formidable castle in a single bold strike. For many, it was proof that destiny favored the Dragon Queen. Tyrion himself felt a surge of hope that perhaps Tywin could be toppled without a cataclysmic war, if enough lords rose quickly, if the Lannisters faced too many fronts at once. Yet he also knew Tywin would not go down easily. This was the man who orchestrated the Red Wedding, who had shattered House Reign of Castamere, who had won countless cunning victories through intimidation and gold. Tyrion tried to caution Daenerys. "My father is likely already planning to isolate us, to attack from multiple angles. We must secure more alliances. The Stormlands alone might not suffice." Daenerys considered his words, walking along the ramparts. The sky was still overcast, though the storms had eased. "We have a few lords here who've pledged fealty. The Tarths, the Penroses, some lesser houses. Will that be enough?" "It's a start," Tyrion said. "But consider the Reach. Mace Tyrell might remain loyal to King Tommen for now, but if you present a stronger case, perhaps his bannermen might peel away. Alternatively, Dorne has its own grudge against the Lannisters. If you strike an alliance with the Martells, you could envelop King's Landing from two fronts. Storm's End from the east, Sunspear from the south." She looked out at the rolling hills beyond the fortress walls. "I want to avoid turning Westeros into a slaughter field, Tyrion," he sighed, wishing that were easier. "Unfortunately, Your Grace, some measure of bloodshed has already begun. But the more quickly we can show your strength, the fewer lords will choose to fight us. Many will bend the knee if they see the Lannisters can't hold the throne. It's that moment of transition we must engineer." She gave a short nod, lips pressed in a determined line. "Then I will send envoys to Dorne, to House Tyrell as well, if I must. Let them see that I offer them a place in a realm not ruled by fear. And if they refuse, I will do what must be done." Days turned into weeks at Storm's End. The local populace brought news of Tywin's troop movements. Lannister banners were seen crossing the King's Road in greater numbers, presumably aiming to encircle the Stormlands. A large army had assembled near King's Landing, though it hadn't marched out yet. The blockade at Dragonstone held firm, though a few more small ships slipped through here and there, trickling in with supplies from Essos or from sympathetic merchants. Daenerys sent her messages to Dorne, recalling that decades ago, the Martells had lost Princess Elia to the brutality of the mountain under Tywin's orders. Yet Prince Doran Martell was famously cautious, seldom acting without a measured plan. Tyrion suspected Doran might not commit easily, but the memory of Elia's death, and the wrath Oberyn Martell once carried, remained a potent wound. Tyrion found himself drifting through the courtyard one afternoon, watching the Dothraki practice mounted archery. Their skill was astonishing, riders leaning precariously from their saddles, loosing arrows with deadly accuracy. Grey Worm stood with arms folded, expression unreadable. Tyrion approached him, half expecting only a curt nod. But Grey Worm turned slightly, regarding him with calm eyes. "Queen trusts you," Grey Worm said plainly, his accent still shaped by the languages of Essos. "You speak for her in councils. You speak carefully. You do not speak from fear." Tyrion tried a small smile. "I've spent my life among those who would see me dead or humiliated. Fear has been my companion, to tell the truth. But I've learned it's better to master it than to let it paralyze me." Grey Worm tilted his head. "Why do you fight for her?" The question was direct, and it caught Tyrion off guard. For a moment, he considered the easy answer, vengeance against Tywin. Then he paused. "Once I might have said revenge," he admitted quietly. "Against my family for what they did to me, and to the woman I loved. But in truth, I've seen how Daenerys freed the slaves in Meereen, tried to bring justice where there was none. She has a compassion rare in people who hold power. If someone must sit the Iron Throne, let it be her." Grey Worm studied Tyrion for a heartbeat longer, then gave a single nod. "She is no slaver. She sees us not as tools but as people. I will fight for her until I die." It was a sentiment Tyrion could respect. He bowed his head in acknowledgement. For all his cynicism, he found something stirring in the dedication the freedman and Unsullied felt toward Daenerys. It reminded him that, for once, he was part of a cause that might bring genuine change to a land that had worn its cruelties for centuries. He only hoped the cost would not be so high as to destroy the realm they aimed to save. Shortly after that conversation, a raven arrived from Dorne. Prince Doran offered cautious words of neutrality, neither pledging open support nor rebuking Daenerys. It was a message laden with subtext. The Martells would watch and wait. Another came from the Reach, penned by Margaery Tyrell herself. Tyrion read it with interest. Margaery expressed certain amicable sympathies toward Daenerys's goals, but stressed that her family was bound by marriage ties to King Tommen. If events should change, House Tyrell would act in the best interest of the realm, and, of course, of House Tyrell. Daenerys snorted when Tyrion relayed this. "They're playing both sides," she said. "They want to see which of us triumphs. If I fail, they remain with the Lannisters. If I succeed, they'll claim they were on my side all along. That's how the great houses survive," Tyrion said with a shrug. "It's not personal. It's politics. But perhaps we can sway them sooner if we prove that Tywin's cause is faltering. Until then, we hold Storm's End and look for an opportunity to strike at the blockade or to engage Tywin's armies on favorable ground." Opportunity presented itself in a way Tyrion scarcely expected. News came of a revolt in the Westerlands, minor lords near the borders of the Reach rising up in protest of Lannister taxes and tithes demanded for the war. Tywin, compelled to maintain order in his home domain, had to split his forces. Jaime's contingent in the Reach faced pressure from House Redwine and other families who disliked the new demands. As a result, the net drawing around Storm's End loosened slightly. Not enough for Daenerys to march openly on King's Landing without a fight, but enough that she could send out raids to harass Lannister supply lines. The Dothraki, in particular, excelled at these strikes, swooping in and out like ghosts in the night. Tywin recognized that his strategic stranglehold was weakening. He ordered swift retribution against rebellious lords in the Westerlands, dispatching the mountain, Ser Gregor Clegane, to exact punishment. Reports of burnt villages and brutal slaughters filtered into Storm's End. Tyrion felt his stomach turn at the thought. He remembered how the mountain had murdered Elia Martell and her children decades ago at Tywin's behest. The horrors repeated. If Daenerys needed any additional reason to press her campaign, the mountain savagery provided it. As the realm slid deeper into turmoil, Tyrion perceived cracks forming in Tywin's once unassailable edifice of power. The Iron Bank of Bravos, furious at ongoing debts, refused any further loans. Dissatisfied soldiers demanded better pay. Lannister gold reserves were not infinite. The crown's coin was draining fast, propping up armies on multiple fronts. Cersei's paranoia in King's Landing festered. She insisted on rooting out Targaryen sympathizers among the court, causing widespread fear. Servants disappeared, rumored to be tortured in the Red Keep's dungeons. The small council devolved into bickering. Mace Tyrell and Kevin Lannister struggled for influence, while Cersei used King Tommen's name to rubber-stamp edicts that favored her whims. Then came a final push that changed the balance. Sensing Tywin's divided forces, Daenerys decided the moment had arrived for a bold stroke. She would march north from Storm's End with a sizable force, unsullied Dothraki and local Stormlands knights, and challenge Tywin's main army on open ground before the gates of King's Landing. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion would provide aerial might. With the blockade holding Dragonstone mostly moot at this point, the Targaryen fleet would remain in place, preventing Tywin from retreating easily by sea. If Daenerys could defeat Tywin near the capital, she might take King's Landing in a single thrust, dealing a mortal blow to House Lannister's rule. Tyrion worried that Tywin might have a cunning trap in mind, but Daenerys was resolute. "We cannot linger forever," she told him. "If we wait, Tywin will only muster more men, or buy more sellswords from Essos, or find some other twisted means to tighten his grip. Every day we delay, more small folk die in the crossfire. It's time to bring him to battle. If the gods are just, they will not favor a man who wages war through cruelty and fear." So the Targaryen forces set forth from Storm's End. Banners of the three-headed dragon fluttered alongside the golden sons of House Tarth and the sigils of other Stormland families who had joined the cause. The Dothraki rode with fierce anticipation, longing to test their skills against the famed knights of Westeros. Grey Worm and the Unsullied marched in disciplined columns. Daenerys herself rode at the head with Yora and Barristan, while Drogon soared overhead, a living banner of her claim to the throne. In King's Landing, Tywin heard the news of the approaching host and called his banners to gather outside the city walls. A sprawling battlefield stretched along the King's Road near the Blackwater Rush, the same river that once saw Stannis Baratheon's fleet burn during the Battle of the Blackwater. Tyrion, ironically, had been a key figure in that battle, unleashing the wildfire that decimated Stannis' ships. Now he returned as an enemy of King's Landing, guiding Daenerys Targaryen's forces. The irony was not lost on him. As Daenerys' army drew nearer, the countryside emptied of peasants fleeing the conflict. Scouts reported that Tywin had tens of thousands of men at his disposal, bolstered by sellswords and auxiliaries from the Crownlands. Jaime was absent, still in the Reach, though rumor suggested he was marching back as quickly as he could. Cersei and King Tommen remained in the Red Keep, guarded by the Gold Cloaks. This was to be a defining battle, the Dragon Queen versus the Old Lion. On the eve of the confrontation, Daenerys pitched her war tents a short distance from the Lannister lines, separated by a bend in the river. Campfires glowed on both sides under a cold moon. Tyrion walked through the ranks, hearing the mix of languages, Dothraki, Low Valyrian, the common tongue, intermingling in uneasy camaraderie. Men sharpened swords, polished armor, and muttered prayers to gods old and new. Tyrion found Daenerys near Drogon's nesting spot, the dragon's eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. She stood with Barristan, face solemn. When she noticed Tyrion's approach, she gestured for him to join them. "Tomorrow it ends," she said softly, gazing at the orange flicker of the camp torches across the field. "Or it begins anew," in a much bloodier way. Barristan nodded. If the Lannister lines break, the city is yours, but be wary of traps. Tywin is cunning. I know he is, Daenerys replied. Then she looked at Tyrion. Would you try, one last time, to parley with him? To spare thousands of lives? Tyrion felt his throat tighten. He will never yield. It's not in his nature, but I can attempt it. Do you wish me to ride to his lines under a flag of truce? She considered, then shook her head. No, he would kill you or hold you hostage, and I fear you underestimate his hatred. We can't risk losing you. Tyrion bowed his head, relieved and yet uneasy. I appreciate your faith in me, your grace. Then we meet on the field at dawn. All night, Tyrion struggled to sleep. Memories of the Battle of the Blackwater haunted him. The green fire on the water, the screams of men. He recalled how he'd nearly been killed by one of the Kingsguard, how he woke to find half his face scarred. Now he returned to a battlefield that might shape the fate of the entire realm. And at its center stood his father, the one man Tyrion had once intended to kill in a moment of blind rage, yet spared at the last. Perhaps in the morning those roles might reverse. Tyrion tried not to dwell on it. Instead, he let exhaustion claim him for a few short hours until dawn. When first light broke, horns sounded across both camps. Daenerys' forces gathered in formation. She would lead the center with the Unsullied. Dothraki outriders fanned out on the flanks, prepared to sweep around the enemy lines. Drogon circled overhead, with Rhaegal and Viserion also flying in from Storm's End. To reinforce, Tyrion, deemed unfit for frontline combat, stayed near the Queen's retinue as an advisor, perched on a horse that felt too big for him, his mismatched armor weighing on his shoulders. He clutched the reins, scanning the horizon. In the distance, he saw a vast array of crimson and gold. Lannister banners, combined with the crown's stag-lion sigils for King Tommen. Tywin would be near the center, likely astride a horse or in a command tent. Thousands of spearmen, crossbowmen, and knights on horseback. A disciplined, lethal force. A hush fell over the battlefield for a moment, as if the entire world held its breath. Then Daenerys raised her hand. Grey Worm sounded a horn. The Unsullied advanced, shields locked, spears bristling. The Dothraki let out an ear-splitting ululation and surged forward, horses kicking up clouds of dust. Drogon roared from above, diving low. On the opposite side, Tywin's trumpets answered. Cavalry thundered out to meet the Dothraki. Archers unleashed volleys of arrows. The morning light caught on steel, forging a dazzling, deadly mosaic. Within minutes, the two armies clashed in a cacophony of screams, metal on metal, and drumming hooves. Tyrion hung back with a small guard, forcing himself to watch the unfolding chaos. His heart pounded. He could see pockets of Unsullied pushing steadily through Lannister pikemen. Dothraki riders weaved in and out, savage in their assault, but Lannister knights in plate armor struck back fiercely. High above, Drogon swooped, spewing jets of fire that tore holes in the Lannister ranks. Yet crossbowmen aimed up, loosing bolts that clattered off Drogon's scales or hissed past him. It was impossible to track it all at once. Barristan led a portion of the Queen's Guard forward, trying to exploit a gap in the Lannister lines. Daenerys rode behind them, her silver hair streaming, a determined set to her features. Tyrion urged his horse to follow at a safe distance. Arrows whistled overhead. Bodies littered the ground. He recognized the distinctive lion-crested helmets of some Lannister officers, cut down by Unsullied spears. Horror mingled with an odd pang of pity. These men fought for a lion who cared little for their personal fates. The battle raged on, both sides refusing to break. Tywin's generals maneuvered skillfully, rotating fresh troops to the front. Daenerys used the dragons sparingly, not wanting them drawn into concentrated fire. Rhaegal and Viserion circled above, scorching small pockets of the field, but did not commit fully to the fray. Tyrion wondered if it was caution or inexperience that stayed her hand. Finally, he saw a flash of gold near the Lannister center, a standard rising, flanked by heavily armored knights. He knew at once it was Tywin's position. The old lion commanded from horseback, an impassive figure in polished armor, face hidden by a closed helm. But Tyrion recognized that posture, straight-backed, radiating absolute confidence. The Lannisters advanced in a slow, disciplined push, pressing the unsullied line. For a moment, Tyrion feared the center might buckle. Then Daenerys signaled, and Drogon descended, unleashing a torrent of flame that shattered the Lannister ranks. Men screamed, horses reeled. Tywin's standard swayed. For an instant, Tyrion dared hope that the old lion would fall, consumed by dragonfire. But Tywin's horse galloped aside, narrowly avoiding the blaze. The swirl of smoke obscured him. Amid the black haze and swirling dust, Tyrion lost sight of Daenerys. He tried to ride forward, but the press of bodies was too great. Lannister footmen rushed him, blades gleaming. The unsullied guards with Tyrion stepped in, dispatching the attackers in swift, lethal strokes. Tyrion's heart hammered in his chest. Was Daenerys safe? Was Tywin even now rallying for a counterstrike? Above, the dragons roared again. The heat of fire washed across the field. A wave of Dothraki thundered through, driving the Lannisters back. Tyrion seized the moment to advance. He glimpsed Grey Worm's plumed helmet, leading a wedge that carved into the Lannister lines. The entire battlefield churned like a living beast devouring itself. Then, suddenly, the lion standard collapsed. Cheers erupted among the Targaryen forces. Men shouted that Tywin was in retreat. Tyrion strained his eyes, searching. Indeed, the Lannister knights seemed to be pulling back. But was it a feint or a real rout? Shouts of victory passed through the Targaryen ranks like wildfire. Some Lannister men threw down their arms, others fled. Tyrion urged his horse onward, trying to find Daenerys in the bedlam. He spotted her eventually, dismounting near a smoldering patch of battlefield. Two Dothraki pulled a wounded man from the chaos. A man in golden armor, helm dented. Tyrion's breath caught. Even from a distance, he recognized the regal bearing. The old lion captured? He reached Daenerys' side as she pried the helm off the prisoner. Tywin's face emerged, blood trickling from a cut on his temple. His normally cold eyes blazed with fury, yet he was clearly weakened, breathing heavily. Daenerys regarded him with a measured stare, though Tyrion could see the swirl of emotion behind her features. Here was the legendary Tywin Lannister, the father who had once shaped the realm, now on his knees in the mud, bested by a queen with dragons. His men, seeing him taken, broke ranks entirely, some surrendering, others fleeing. The battlefield belonged to Daenerys Targaryen. Tywin spat a mouthful of blood, glaring upward. "Finish it," he growled, voice thick with pain. "If you have any sense, you'll end this here." Daenerys said nothing for a moment, breathing hard, the scent of smoke and death all around. Then she turned to Tyrion, whose horse sidled close. An unspoken question burned in her eyes. What to do with the great lion? Tyrion eased himself out of the saddle, nearly stumbling on the torn ground. He gazed at Tywin, the father who had shaped and tormented him. This was the man whose condemnation had haunted Tyrion since boyhood. The man Tyrion had almost killed once, but spared at the final moment. Now Tywin knelt before Daenerys, a prisoner of war, the sun glinting off his battered armor. Tyrion felt an extraordinary calm settle over him, though his heart thudded with a fierce rhythm. It was Daenerys, not Tyrion, who spoke first. "I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen," she said, voice pitched to carry over the hush that had settled in the immediate circle of onlookers. "Breaker of chains, rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. You are Tywin Lannister, the man who has ruled from the shadows for far too long, sowing fear and cruelty. I offer you a chance to bend the knee or perish. Will you swear loyalty to me here and now?" Tywin's face twisted. He glanced at Tyrion, a rage passing behind his eyes that bordered on hatred. Slowly, painfully, he turned back to Daenerys. "You will never have my loyalty," he said, voice sharp despite his wound. "I would rather die than serve a Targaryen. Your father was a madman. And you are little better. A hush followed. Daenerys's face remained impassive. Tyrion felt every nerve in his body tremble. He knew the next moment might define them all. Daenerys lifted her hand, as if to summon Drogon. But then her gaze shifted to Tyrion. She said, quiet and firm, "What say you, my lord? You know this man. You have endured his cruelty. Is there any reason I should spare him?" Tyrion stared at Tywin, the man who had belittled him from the day he was born, who had humiliated him, taken Shay to his bed, the father who had orchestrated so much bloodshed. Tyrion felt an ache deep in his soul. The entire realm watched, or so it felt. He cleared his throat. "He is my father," Tyrion said softly, "but he's also the reason so many in this realm suffer. If you spare him, he will never rest until he finds a way to undermine you. Men like him don't bend. They break or break others." Tywin's eyes flicked to his son, and for a moment, Tyrion thought he saw something like regret. No, more likely just hatred. Tyrion's hand drifted to the dagger at his belt. Did he have it in him to kill his own father in front of thousands of onlookers? He remembered the weight of that crossbow in the darkness under the Red Keep and how he had lowered it instead of firing. A swirl of emotions crashed through him. Then he recalled the uncountable crimes Tywin had ordered. The Red Wedding, the deaths of innocents, the savage retribution carried out in the Westerlands at Tywin's behest, the monstrous shadow he cast over all the 7 kingdoms. Yet Tyrion's voice held steady when he said, "He has offered no plea for mercy. He refuses to bend the knee. He will never relent. To keep him alive is to invite poison into your new realm." Daenerys breathed in slowly, then gave a short nod, as if she had expected this. She turned to the unsullied guard. "Take him. We will dispense justice as the realm watches. Let it be known that those who sow cruelty shall reap its harvest." Tywin's face did not flinch. He set his jaw. As the Unsullied dragged him away, Tyrion felt a hollow numbness settle in his chest. He did not relish the thought of his father's execution, but he had known for so long that this was the only outcome Tywin had left them. The realm might have been spared 1,000 horrors had Tywin learned mercy at any point in his long career, but he had not. The father who had scorned Tyrion from birth would not yield to a Targaryen queen. And so the old lion would meet his end in the ashes of his final battlefield. A hush lingered among the Targaryen ranks. Many watchers from both sides saw the writing on the wall. House Lannister's might had been broken this day, and the king's power along with it. Daenerys Targaryen stood triumphant, though at what cost the realm had yet to discover. Tyrion closed his eyes for just a moment, letting the weight of it wash over him. War was never clean, never easy. He knew battles and vengeance alone did not build a better world. But perhaps this was the necessary first step. He had chosen not to kill his father that night in the Red Keep, believing there might be a grander reckoning. Now that reckoning was here, and no illusions remained. Daenerys mounted her horse again, gazing out at the smoldering field where men lay dead or dying. She looked sad, not triumphant. "Let us tend to the wounded," she said quietly to her captains, "and then we will move on King's Landing. If the city opens its gates, let no further harm come to the small folk. If they resist, we will do what we must." Thus the Targaryen host advanced on the capital with Tywin in chains. The rumor spread like wildfire through the crownlands. The old lion had been captured. Some lords declared for Daenerys at once. Others hunkered behind their walls. At the Red Keep, Cersei raged in denial, screaming at Tommen's council to gather more men, hire more cells words, do something, anything, to save her father. But the city was rife with panic. The gold cloaks, demoralized, half expected Daenerys to arrive on Dragonback, raining fire from the sky. Soon enough, that moment would come. Tyrion could only wonder how many more would die before the crown was forced to surrender. Through it all, Tyrion felt a hollowness in his soul. He had not needed to put a crossbow bolt through his father's heart. The father, it seemed, had marched willingly to his own doom. And now, in that swirl of ashes and uneasy triumph, Tyrion was left to wonder if the realm would truly be better off. Daenerys had a vision of a just kingdom. Perhaps they could build it, or perhaps the wheel would keep turning, crushing countless more beneath its weight. If Tyrion had learned one truth, it was that no single victory secured a lasting peace. The realm was complicated, its wounds deep. But for now, the immediate storm was passing, and the Targaryen sigil flew proudly over a battlefield once claimed by the Lion. He rode at Daenerys' side as they approached King's Landing, with Tywin in chains behind them. The people lining the roads stared in awe at the dragons overhead. The Dothraki hooped in excitement. The Unsullied marched in disciplined ranks. And Tyrion, dwarfed in stature but not in purpose, listened to the rumble of horse hooves, the clang of armor, and the whispered prayers of the small folk. Westeros stood on the brink of a new era. Whatever came next, Tyrion Lannister had found himself at the very heart of the storm, having chosen mercy in one dark moment long ago, and now bearing witness to the final judgment of the father he never truly had. If there were gods, Tyrion thought, they were watching now as the shape of the realm twisted. And he prayed, in his own small way, that this time the realm might be guided by something kinder than cruelty. Perhaps Daenerys, for all her fire and fury, held that potential. Perhaps the realm's countless victims would find a measure of peace at last. It was more hope than Tyrion had ever dared cling to. He pressed his lips tight, urging his horse forward, side by side with the only queen he had ever chosen to follow. The gates of King's Landing loomed in the distance, and with them, the uncertain dawn of a new world. They emerged from the haze of the battlefield with an army at their backs, the sun glinting off unsullied spears and the curved blades of Dothraki riders. Dust and ash hung in the air, stirred by the tramp of marching feet and the low rumble of supply wagons. The scars of war etched the horizon behind them. Smoke still curled from patches of land scorched by dragon flame. And in the center of the van, where the banners of the three-headed dragon fluttered proudly, Daenerys Targaryen rode in silence. At her side, Tyrion Lannister guided his horse with care, his mismatched armor caked in grime and flecks of dried blood. They had achieved what so many believed impossible. Tywin Lannister was taken alive. The old lion had fought with every shred of cunning and discipline he possessed, but fortune had abandoned him. Taken prisoner at the climax of the battle, he was now secured in a wooden cage rolling behind the queen's retinue. Around the cage marched a guard of Unsullied, their faces impassive beneath the midday sun. From time to time, Tyrion glanced back to see his father's pale eyes fixed forward. Unblinking, fury stamped on every line of his features. Tywin did not cry out, did not curse his captors, and did not ask for mercy. Even in defeat, he wore an air of austere pride that felt unbreakable. All around them, men trudged in battered columns. Some carried the sigils of House Tarth or other Stormlands families who had rallied to Daenerys. Others wore no heraldry at all, sellswords or freedmen from Essos who had pledged themselves to the Mother of Dragons. The Dothraki cantered on the flanks, fanning out into the fields, ever watchful for signs of ambush. Above, the faint shapes of dragons circled in the sky, black silhouettes in the glare of the sun. Tyrion felt a hollow pit in his stomach. Victory should have tasted sweet, especially after all the horrors Tywin had inflicted upon the realm. Yet he could not escape the sensation that they stood on the cusp of something even more dangerous. King's Landing was only a few days' ride ahead. Cersei Lannister, coiled in her rage, waited behind the Red Keep's walls. The gold cloaks could still offer resistance. And if the city's common folk panicked at the sight of dragons in the sky, chaos would reign in the streets. Tyrion could remember all too vividly what a frightened populace looked like. Looting, mobs roving the alleys, children trampled underfoot. He tried to force that vision aside. Instead, he focused on the steady pace of Daenerys' horse, how her silver-gold hair caught the sun. Once, she had been a girl with nothing but a few loyal followers and 3 small dragons. Now, she led an invasion that had broken the Lannister armies on open ground. She never boasted of it. If anything, she looked weighed down by the knowledge of how many men lay dead behind them. Hers was not the grim satisfaction of a tyrant eager to gloat. It was the burden of a conqueror who understood the cost of her ambitions. They paused at midday to rest the columns. The Dothraki scattered to hunt in the forests. Some Stormlands men followed in small groups to keep them from harassing the local villages. The Unsullied set up perimeter guards. Tyrion dismounted with a groan, rubbing at a stiff muscle in his thigh. He was no warrior, and days in the saddle were an unfamiliar torment. Nearby, Grey Worm directed men to dole out water rations from barrels. The sun burned overhead, unrelenting. Tyrion made his way toward Daenerys, who had slipped off her horse in the shade of a tall oak. She had drawn a water skin to her lips, drinking carefully. Seeing him approach, she offered a small nod. Close by stood Ser Barristan Selmy, as rigid as ever, while Jorah Mormont helped tether the Queen's mount. Farther back, Missandei conferred with a few Stormlands bannermen, presumably about supply routes. The churn of activity never ceased, even in this half-hour lull. "How is your father faring?" Daenerys asked quietly. She had not gone to see Tywin in his cage since the battle's end. Tyrion suspected she was both giving him space to contend with his own feelings and also ensuring Tywin's presence did not ignite her own anger. "As well as one could expect," Tyrion replied. "He's refused food twice, or so I'm told. The third time, he begrudgingly accepted it. Pride can't entirely fill a belly. He hasn't uttered a word to the guards, only stares off at nothing. I imagine he's plotting in his head, sifting 1,000 angles." Barristan lifted a brow. "He is dangerous, even caged. Some men can work greater harm with a single scrap of parchment than others can manage with an army. We must remain vigilant, Your Grace." Daenerys gave a subtle nod. "He will stand trial once the city is taken, or so I intend. Let the realm witness that I do not simply roast my enemies alive without deliberation. But if he continues to defy me, I see no path but execution. Too many have suffered under his commands." Tyrion swallowed. Hearing the word execution still made his chest tighten. He remembered the moment under the Red Keep when he had nearly pulled that trigger on the crossbow. The outcome would have been the same, just in secret. Now the realm would see it happen in daylight. "He'll never bend the knee," Tyrion said softly. "That isn't in his nature. When the moment comes, he may try to use his final breath to curse you, or me." Daenerys's gaze flickered, sympathy mingled with firm resolve. "I understand. I truly do. My father's madness brought our house to ruin. Your father's cruelty now brings his house to ruin. Perhaps that is the wheel we must break." Tyrion managed a thin smile. "Let us hope we can indeed break it, rather than simply spin it anew." They returned to the road at the stroke of early afternoon. The heat was brutal, flies buzzing around the columns of marching men, the stench of unwashed bodies mingling with old blood and dusty armor. No one complained openly, but exhaustion weighed down each step. Tyrion began to appreciate once more the discipline of the Unsullied, who never slackened, never whimpered, only marched onward in flawless ranks. The Dothraki, though restless, maintained good spirits in anticipation of the spoils that might lie ahead in King's Landing, though Daenerys had repeatedly forbidden them from harassing the innocent. Toward dusk, riders from the vanguard returned with news. The Gold Cloaks had formed a defensive line at the edge of the Kingswood, some 10 miles from the city. They were not numerous, perhaps 1,000 ND men, but they had raised barricades on the road and showed no inclination to yield. Daenerys considered sending the dragons to scatter them, but Barristan counseled caution. 1,000 men, no matter how outmatched, can still inflict heavy casualties if we rush in blindly. Let us see if they can be persuaded to stand down. So at twilight, Daenerys rode forward with a small escort, Tyrion at her side, and parleyed with the Gold Cloaks captain across a makeshift no-man's land. A ring of torches surrounded the captains, illuminating them against the encroaching night. The tension felt thick enough to choke on. Tyrion studied the captain, a weathered man named Ser Allard Swyft, who wore the sigil of House Swyft on his cloak, a lesser branch of Lannister kin. He stood stiffly, glancing from Daenerys's calm face to Tyrion's. A flicker of recognition danced in his eyes, He had known Tyrion at least by name, if not in person. "You are the Queen's hand?" Ser Allard asked, sounding uncertain. "We heard rumors that the imp of House Lannister threw in with the Targaryen girl." "I am her advisor," Tyrion said, ignoring the slight. "And she is no girl. She is Daenerys Targaryen, rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the breaker of chains." Ser Allard's lips compressed. He hesitated, flicking his gaze to the rows of Unsullied stationed behind Daenerys. Their presence in neat ranks, along with the occasional roar of dragons overhead, made it abundantly clear which side held the advantage. "I do not speak for the entire city watch," he managed. "Only for these men. The Queen Regent—" He paused, uncertain, then corrected himself. "Queen Cersei. She commanded us to bar your passage." Daenerys spoke quietly, her voice carrying a regal, measured tone. "If you stand in my way, I shall have no choice but to remove you by force. Many will die, perhaps your friends among them. Ask yourselves, why does Cersei Lannister ask you to fight in her name? Is it for the good of the realm, or for the preservation of her family's power?" Ser Allard swallowed. Perhaps he felt the hush around them, or maybe he'd spied the silhouette of Drogon against the moonlit clouds. "And if we yield? If we lay down arms, kneel, and let you pass? Then you may remain the city watch," Daenerys replied. "I have no quarrel with men who keep the peace in good faith. I only wish to end the tyranny that grips the throne. Surrender, and you will not be harmed. I ask only that you swear no loyalty to Cersei's cruelty and do not take arms against me." The captain's silence stretched. Tyrion could practically hear the man's heart hammering in his chest. Ser Allard eyed the forces arrayed behind Daenerys. He must have also weighed the rumors that Tywin Lannister himself had been defeated and taken captive. Tyrion waited, measuring the flicker in the man's eyes. Finally, Ser Allard let out a rough breath. "We have wives and children in King's Landing. Some men have families in Flea Bottom. We do not wish to die for a cause we barely understand. This war, the Lannisters, it is all well above our station." Daenerys inclined her head. "Then yield. Do not let your men die for the failings of your superiors. If you do, I will grant you all clemency." There was a tremble in Ser Allard's stance before he gave a curt nod. He turned to wave a torch in the air, signaling to his men. In the glow of the surrounding fires, Tyrion saw a ripple of movement among the gold cloaks. One by one, they began lowering their pikes and swords, stepping away from the barricades. Relief fluttered through the Targaryen lines. There would be no bloodshed tonight. The hush in the air felt like a gift, however fleeting. In the aftermath, Daenerys had the barricades dismantled. The city watch who had blocked their way now stood to the sides, under guard but not bound. Daenerys ordered that they be given water and bread. To Tyrion's relief, none of the Dothraki or Unsullied inflicted petty vengeance on the Watchmen. It was a small victory of restraint, the kind Daenerys believed crucial if she intended to claim the throne through more than fear alone. Tyrion suspected that if Cersei had been in Daenerys' position, she would have had the entire watch beheaded simply to send a message. They camped in the cleared roadway for the night. Torchlight flickered across row after row of tents. Tyrion took the opportunity to walk the perimeter, listening to the uneasy hush. Even the usual Dothraki rowdiness was subdued. Perhaps the nearness of King's Landing dampened their spirits. The city was an unknown place to them, full of stone walls and thousands of souls who might react in unpredictable ways. The threat of a desperate final stand from the Lannisters also cast its shadow. He found himself standing near Tywin's cage, which had been unloaded from its wagon. The old lion sat on the wooden floor, wrists bound before him in leather cuffs. An unsullied guard stood watch, impassive and silent. Tywin's face glowed orange in the shifting torchlight. Despite his injuries and the dried blood along one temple, there was a cold clarity in his gaze. For a moment, Tyrion's breath caught. This was the man who had loomed over his entire life, the man who had orchestrated the Red Wedding, orchestrated the downfall of so many. Now, Tywin was the one caged, powerless, a father in chains before his son. Tyrion could scarcely believe it. He drew closer, uncertain if Tywin would even acknowledge him. But the old lion turned his head with an almost reptilian slowness, meeting Tyrion's gaze through the wooden slats. The corners of Tywin's mouth twitched in a contemptuous half-smile. "So," Tywin said quietly, his voice rough from thirst or suppressed anger, "my loving son at last comes to gloat." Tyrion swallowed the lump in his throat. "I'm not gloating. If anything, I'm making sure you're still alive." "Alive?" Tywin repeated, voice dripping bitterness. "To be paraded like a spoil of war in the streets of my own city, and by none other than you, the deformed son I should have drowned years ago." A flash of anger twisted in Tyrion's chest, but he swallowed it back. "Yes, well, you had plenty of opportunities to kill me, father. You never did. Perhaps you should have asked yourself why." Tywin's eyes narrowed. "Weakness. I thought your cunning might be of some small use to House Lannister. An error on my part." Tyrion snorted softly. "My cunning was of use. It saved King's Landing from Stannis once upon a time. You were quite pleased to ride in after I'd burned half the fleet with wildfire. But you repaid me by forcing me into a mock trial, letting Cersei run rampant, turning Shay against me. You thought that would break me or see me executed. It didn't quite work out." Tywin's silence spoke volumes. After a moment, he shifted, wincing at the rawness of his bound wrists. "And now you stand behind a foreign queen, a Targaryen with delusions of conquest. All because I made you feel unloved." Tyrion barked a short, joyless laugh. "This was never about your love. It's about the realm you strangled for decades, the countless innocents you cast aside in your pursuit of power. For once, you face the consequence of those choices." Tywin's mouth pressed into a thin line. "Do you think the Targaryen will rule gently? She has 3 dragons and an army of savages. How many innocents will she burn? How many cities will she topple before she meets her own end, as all conquerors do?" Tyrion found his hands curling into fists, but he forced them open. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I know she tries to spare the helpless when she can. That's more than I can say for you." Tywin's lips parted in something close to a sneer. "Spare me your naivete. Rulers who flaunt mercy in war rarely survive. You'll learn that soon enough, or see her undone by it." The words struck a nerve, dredging up Tyrion's own doubts, but he refused to show it. Instead, he nodded to the unsullied guard. "See that he's given water," Tyrion said. "He'll stand trial soon enough, or face the Queen's judgment, depending on how events unfold in King's Landing." Tywin said nothing more, and Tyrion stepped away, feeling his heart thudding in his chest. He had wanted this moment of confrontation for so long, the chance to face his father without fear. Yet it brought no real satisfaction, only a numb recognition of how deeply Tywin despised him. An unbridgeable chasm, carved from the day Tyrion was born. He walked back into the swirl of camp, the torchlight dancing across tents and the gleam of the unsullied spears. That night, Tyrion did not sleep well. Visions of a city in flames haunted him. He saw the ghost of Shay, her face ashen, accusing him in a silent hush. He dreamt of a crossbow bolt lodged in Tywin's chest, dripping blood. When dawn came, he woke with a start, bleary-eyed and exhausted. The camp was already stirring, men packing up tents, Dothraki whistling at their horses. The route to King's Landing lay open. They spent 2 more days marching. On the second day, the stone outlines of the city's walls came into view across the rolling farmland. Tyrion felt an odd twist in his gut at the sight of the spires, remembering the labyrinthine alleys, the smell of hot bread mingled with sewage. For so many years, he had walked those streets, survived the intrigues of the Red Keep, tried to protect the city from starvation and assault. Now he returned as part of an invading force. Around him, thousands of soldiers tensed at the prospect of confronting 1 million souls crammed behind those walls. Overhead, the dragons soared. Occasionally, one let out a roar that made the watchers on the battlements cower. In the Red Keep, Cersei Lannister stood on a balcony overlooking the city. Her hair, still golden with a slight hint of dryness from stress, was pulled back harshly, exposing her face. She had not slept properly in days, pacing the halls or conferring with the ragged remains of the small council. King Tommen, young and bewildered, had tried to make sense of the chaos, but Cersei brushed him aside, insisting that she alone must handle the crisis. Now, as she gazed at the distant specks that were Daenerys's armies, her emerald eyes smoldered with a mixture of panic and fury. She had once believed Tywin invincible. No matter how dire a threat, her father always found a way to crush it. Yet word of Tywin's defeat on the field and subsequent capture had shattered that certainty. She felt as if the foundations of her life were crumbling beneath her feet. Lords who once flattered her now hesitated, uncertain whether to remain loyal or slip away to the Targaryen side. The gold cloaks, half-hearted in their devotion, had let Daenerys's columns pass into the Crownlands almost unopposed. And here she was, poised to strike at the heart of the realm. Cersei wanted to fling open the Red Keep's gates and unleash wildfire on the fields. She wanted to see the Dothraki burn, to watch the Unsullied scatter. But even the stock of wildfire had diminished since Stannis' attack. Tyrion had used so much, and the alchemists she relied upon were fewer and less certain of success with each passing experiment. Terror gnawed at her. She cursed Jaime for not returning with a grand army from the Reach. She cursed Kevan for urging caution, Mace Tyrell for stalling. Most of all, she cursed Tyrion. In truth, she recognized that if Daenerys attacked in full force, dragons, armies, all of it, King's Landing stood little chance. The city was too large to defend properly, the population too volatile. She had sent out orders for the Gold Cloaks to arrest any suspected Targaryen sympathizers, but that accomplished little more than sowing further panic. Now, streets churned with rumor that the Dragon Queen was merciful, that she would feed the hungry, that she had come to dethrone a mad Lannister queen who cared nothing for the people's suffering. Cersei was losing the propaganda war. Every measure of brutality she unleashed only confirmed the city's suspicion that the Lannisters had lost moral authority. From the battlements, she surveyed the Targaryen host in the distance, banners rippling in the wind. Then her gaze flicked to the silhouettes circling high above. Dragons. Real dragons whose fire could breach the walls in a heartbeat. A spike of fear stabbed at her. She had nightmares of the creature that soared above the Blackwater, belching flame, setting entire columns of men ablaze. She clenched her fists around the stone balustrade. What would become of her and Tommen if the city fell? Would Daenerys kill them, or publicly parade them as trophies? She could not bear the thought. Pride, fear, and motherly desperation fused into a single savage determination. If she had to burn every corner of King's Landing, she would do it before letting Tyrion and Daenerys claim victory. Better to die in fire, she told herself, than live on her knees. It was madness, perhaps, but she felt the old refrain beating in her veins. She was a lioness. Lions did not cower. On the third morning, Daenerys's armies reached the outskirts of King's Landing. Thousands of small folk watched from windows and rooftops. They saw the unsullied form disciplined lines near the city's main gate, the Dothraki racing along the walls with whooping battle cries. 3 dragons glided overhead, their shadows sweeping across the rooftops. Some people locked themselves in cellars. Others scurried to the septs, praying for salvation. Rumors that Tywin Lannister was a prisoner in Daenerys's ranks spread like wildfire, encouraging many to hope that the city might surrender rather than face the dragon's wrath. A single volley of arrows flew from the walls, likely loosed by a panicked regiment of archers. Most fell short. Rhaegal spat a stream of fire in response, scorching the battlements. Screams echoed, but the city's defenders quickly realized they were outmatched. Before more missiles could fly, Daenerys advanced with her guard. The gates remained shut, barred from within. Yet the watchers on the walls quailed at the sight of the dragons circling overhead. Tyrion rode up beside Daenerys. She halted, her gaze fixed on the massive gates of the city. Barristan, Yora, Grey Worm, and a line of mounted Stormlands knights formed a wedge around her. Missandei held a banner bearing the 3-headed dragon, while Dothraki scouts cantered across the field. Tyrion's mouth felt dry. If Cersei refused to surrender, if she lit caches of wildfire, he shuddered at the memory of how quickly a single spark could turn King's Landing into green flame and death. A hush settled across the assembled armies. Daenerys raised an arm. Her voice rang out, clear and commanding. "People of King's Landing, I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. Your rightful queen has come to claim the throne that was usurped from my family. I come not to destroy you, but to free you from tyranny. I urge you, do not heed the calls of those who care nothing for your lives. Open the gates and lay down your arms, and I promise you mercy." Her words echoed against the towering walls. High above, archers glanced at one another, uncertain. The moment dragged on, tense and expectant. Tyrion fought the urge to shift in his saddle, to say something more. But Daenerys had made her proclamation. The next move belonged to the city. Then, a roar erupted from the crowd within. A teeming throng of small folk had gathered behind the gates, chanting, banging on the heavy timber. Through the cracks in the portcullis, Tyrion heard them shout curses at the Lannisters, pleas for bread, prayers for deliverance. The city's gold cloaks on the other side struggled to maintain order. Over that tumult rose a shrill cry, someone bellowing commands. There was a clatter of chains. Abruptly, the gates creaked. Wooden beams groaned as the bar was heaved aside from within. For a stunned heartbeat, no one moved. Then the gates parted, just enough to reveal hundreds of King's Landing residents surging outward, some kneeling in front of Daenerys' lines, others wailing for food or water. The gold cloaks near the gates had simply let them pass, or perhaps had been overrun. Chaos threatened as the crowd poured forth, driven by desperation more than anything else. Daenerys ordered the Unsullied to hold formation but not to strike out at the people. She commanded the distribution of rations, what little they had. The wave of humanity soon choked the open field, some people falling to their knees in tears, others babbling incoherently about starving children or the horrors of recent weeks. Tyrion could scarcely breathe. It was not an invasion so much as a mass exodus. If the common folk themselves had flung open the gates, it meant Cersei's command structure was crumbling. But it also meant Daenerys' army couldn't simply charge in without trampling thousands of innocents. Tyrion glanced at Daenerys, saw her eyes wide with alarm. This was not the scenario they had prepared for. How could they press on and secure the city if thousands of refugees swarmed about their feet? Grey Worm and a company of Unsullied marched forward, forming corridors for the crowds to pass through, funneling them to safer ground. Some Dothraki dashed in to help as well, though they seemed uncertain how to deal with such raw desperation. Slowly, the chaos settled into a pattern. People streamed out of King's Landing, running from the rumored fires, the tyranny of Cersei, the threat of dragons, only to find those dragons outside the walls. Amid that crush of humanity, a small group of gold cloaks emerged, weapons held high in clear surrender. They approached Daenerys and flung their swords down at her horse's hooves. Tyrion recognized the man at their head, the new commander of the city watch since the last had presumably deserted his post. The man fell to his knees, shouting above the din, "We can't hold the gates. The small folk have turned on us. Her Grace, Queen Cersei, has barricaded herself in the Red Keep with her loyal guard. She's threatened to burn the entire city if we don't hold the walls." He choked, shaking with terror. "There are rumors of wildfire caches beneath the streets. She's mad. I beg you, spare us." Tyrion's blood ran cold. Wildfire caches. The nightmare scenario. He had to quell the swirl of panic in his own mind, remembering how he had once tapped into those alchemical stockpiles to defeat Stannis. If Cersei had found more hidden stores, or had the Guild of Alchemists secretly produce new ones, she could reduce the city to ash with a single spark. Daenerys' face tightened with grim urgency. "We must not give her the chance. Grey Worm, gather a detachment of Unsullied. Barristan, take the Stormlands Knights. Tyrion, you know the Red Keep's passageways? Can you guide them?" Tyrion dipped his head, though a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The Red Keep was huge, riddled with hidden corridors. He knew some, but not all. Still, any insight might help. "I can try," he said. "But if Cersei is truly desperate, she may have posted men near every rumored store of wildfire. We need to move carefully. One stray arrow in a barrel of the substance, and half the city could go up in flames." "There's no time," Daenerys said firmly, her gaze flicking over the pressing throngs of small folk. "She's trapped in the keep. We'll advance with a smaller force, subdue her guard, and take her alive if possible. If she resists—" She did not finish, but Tyrion understood. If Cersei attempted to ignite the city, Daenerys would not hesitate to stop her with dragonfire. Another wave of refugees streamed past them, tears cutting tracks through the dust on their faces. Tyrion's heart clenched at the sight of children clinging to parents, the elderly staggering on canes. This was the cost of war, laid bare in the desperate exodus from the city's walls. He prayed they could halt Cersei's final madness before it devoured them all. Daenerys handed command of the main encampment to Jorah Mormont, instructing him to maintain order among the refugees and prepare for a controlled entry into the city once the Red Keep was secured. She then called for Drogon, who swooped down in a swirl of wind and dust. The black dragon loomed behind her like a living nightmare made of scale and smoke. The crowd shrank back, some screaming in awe or terror. Daenerys soothed Drogon with a hand on his flank, then hoisted herself onto the ridged saddle. She turned to Tyrion, Barristan, and Grey Worm. "We break for the keep." Tyrion's heart thumped in his chest. He saw the flicker in Barristan's eyes, concern for the queen's safety. But Daenerys was never one to hide behind the lines. She would go herself, riding over the city walls if need be, to prevent Cersei from unleashing a cataclysm. Tyrion readied himself, swallowing the dryness in his throat. "I'll direct from the ground," he said. "I know some ways to access the keep from the east, but it might be best if you flew directly to the courtyard to cut off any attempt by Cersei to move deeper into the city." Daenerys nodded. "Very well. Barristan, Grey Worm, follow Tyrion's lead. I will set Drogon down at Maegor's Holdfast if possible. Once inside, we find Cersei and put an end to this." Their plan shaped itself in minutes. The Unsullied formed a spearhead to clear the streets leading toward the Red Keep. The Stormlands Knights followed close, with Tyrion riding among them for guidance. Daenerys soared overhead, Drogon's beating wings rattling windows and sending crows flapping in alarm. The wide thoroughfares of King's Landing, what had once been packed with vendors, gossiping fishwives, and raucous urchins, lay eerily empty, save for the drifts of refugees who had already fled or cowered in doorways. Farther on, however, they encountered barricades manned by the last loyal gold cloaks, men too frightened of Cersei's wrath to abandon her. The Unsullied overcame these barriers methodically, though pockets of resistance cost some lives on both sides. Barristan led the knights from the front, wearing a grim expression that reminded Tyrion of the stories told of Barristan the Bold in his prime. As they pressed deeper into the city, Tyrion's stomach churned at the sight of squalor and half-starved dogs picking through discarded rubbish. This was the city he had once tried to govern, ensuring bread reached flea bottom, improving the sewage to keep disease at bay. Now it looked on the brink of collapse. Windows were shattered, shops looted. The law had unraveled in the final days since news of Tywin's capture. Fear reigned, and fear was a savage master. A sudden roar overhead made Tyrion duck in his saddle. Drogon swept low along the rooftops, scales rippling, a living engine of destruction should Daenerys choose to let him loose. But for now, she refrained from unleashing flame, mindful that a single stray burst might detonate hidden wildfire. Tyrion felt his pulse hammer. Every moment they delayed, Cersei might be preparing a spark that would incinerate them all. At last, they reached the winding roads that coiled up Aegon's high hill to the Red Keep. The fortress stood imposingly above the rest of the city, its red stones glimmering in the sun. The main gates were shut and barred, with a scattering of archers perched behind the battlements. Tyrion recognized them as Lannister men by their crimson cloaks. A volley of arrows whistled down, forcing the Unsullied to raise shields. 2 men fell, shafts lodged in their throats. Grey Worm shouted an order in High Valyrian, forming the ranks into a defensive tortoise formation. Barristan directed the knights behind them out of arrow range. Tyrion's mouth went dry again. "There's a side entrance," he yelled to Grey Worm and Barristan above the din. "A postern gate near the stables. It leads to a yard that's only lightly defended, if I recall correctly. We might slip in there and open the main portcullis from within. But we'd need to circle around, and it might be guarded." Barristan's jaw tightened. "We have no choice. Another frontal assault could cost us dearly if Cersei's placed wildfire near the main gate. Let us trust your memory, Lord Tyrion." Tyrion winced at the formality. He hated the idea of guiding more men into a maze of corridors that might lead them to their deaths. Yet he saw no better option. He signaled for a portion of the Unsullied to follow him. They peeled away from the main gate, hugging the fortress's eastern side. The walkway there was narrow, overshadowed by tall walls. In the old days, Tyrion had used a hidden passage in that area for secret comings and goings. Now, as he led them along, his heart hammered with each step, half expecting a hidden bolt of green flame to ignite. High overhead, Drogon circled, black wings sweeping in powerful arcs. Tyrion caught a glimpse of Daenerys' figure on the dragon's back, scanning for any sign that Cersei might ignite a final cataclysm. They reached the base of a small tower that flanked the fortress. Sure enough, a heavy wooden door, locked and bolted, barred their path. Unsullied with axes moved forward, hacking at the hinges. Splinters flew, the sounds echoing in the confined space. Within minutes, the door gave way. The yard beyond was deserted save for a handful of guards in Lannister livery, who started shouting in alarm. The Unsullied rushed in, disciplined and swift. A brief melee followed. Tyrion ducked behind a barrel as steel clashed. When he peered out, he saw Grey Worm dispatching the last guard with a precise thrust to the neck. The yard fell silent except for the heavy breathing of men. Barristan waved Tyrion over, pointing to a set of interior gates that led deeper into the keep. "If we can breach that, we'll be in the keep proper. The gate machinery for the main entrance might be accessible from a side corridor. You remember where?" "Yes." Tyrion nodded. "Yes, it's this way." He led them under a covered walkway, wincing at each shadow. Every turn felt ripe with peril. But apparently, the defenders had retreated closer to the Red Keep's heart, perhaps to protect Cersei. They encountered only sporadic resistance, panicked men who fired crossbows before fleeing. Barristan left a few knights behind to secure each corridor, ensuring no one ambushed them from behind. At last, they reached a chamber housing the machinery for the portcullis, a series of massive iron chains and wooden gears. A scattering of Lannister guards tried to hold the room, but the Unsullied overran them in seconds. Grey Worm wasted no time instructing his men to crank the wheel that controlled the main gates below. Tyrion dashed to a nearby window slit, glimpsing the lower courtyard in the distance. Even from this vantage, he could see the massive gate rising, letting the bulk of Daenerys' forces stream inside. Across the courtyard, a second group of Lannister loyalists realized too late that the gate had been taken. The fortress was compromised. Targaryen men rushed in, capturing or cutting down the defenders as needed. Somewhere above them, Tyrion heard Drogon's roar echo off the stone towers. He pictured Daenerys sweeping over the walls, searching for a place to land. If Cersei was anywhere, she would likely be in Maegor's Holdfast, the most fortified section within the Red Keep. That was where Joffrey had once hidden during Stannis' siege. Tyrion himself remembered that fortress within a fortress all too well. Grey Worm called out to Tyrion, breaking his reverie. "We push on? To find the Queen's sister." It took Tyrion a moment to parse Grey Worm's meaning. Cersei was not truly Tyrion's sister, but near enough in the eyes of those who did not fuss over details. He nodded wearily. "Yes, she'll be in Maegor's Holdfast if anywhere." Barristan. But Barristan had already anticipated him. The old knight was guiding a squad of Stormland men to the keep's main stairwell. "This way," Barristan said, beckoning Tyrion. "We'll rendezvous with Daenerys if she's managed to land inside. With luck, We can corner Cersei before she does something catastrophic." Their boots pounded on the stone steps, ascending level by level. They passed halls where tapestries had been torn down, furniture smashed in a desperate attempt at barricades. One corridor stank of old spilled wine. Another had black scorch marks on the walls, perhaps a sign of a stray wildfire experiment. Tyrion's skin crawled. The last time wildfire blazed openly in the Red Keep was during that tension-filled battle with Stannis. He could still see the green flames in his mind's eye. They came upon a pair of heavy bronze doors, barred from the inside. Behind it, faint voices echoed. Tyrion recognized the corridor's layout. "That leads to the Queen's apartments, Cersei's sanctum," he said, heart in his throat. Grey worms signaled the Unsullied to break it down. Axes smashed into the metal, raising sparks. The door groaned. Barristan readied his sword, face grim. Tyrion hung back, armed with only a dagger. He felt the quiver in his knees. This was the final confrontation with the sister who had despised him from childhood. The door battered open in a shower of splinters. Beyond lay a wide hall, lined with pillars. A handful of red-cloaked guards formed a desperate shield wall. At their center, Tyrion glimpsed the swirl of a woman's golden hair. Cersei. She wore a crimson gown, torn at the hem, her eyes wild as she clutched a small crossbow. King Tommen, still just a boy, stood behind her, trembling, while a cluster of ladies-in-waiting cowered near the walls. One of them was crying softly. "Hold!" Barristan shouted, raising a hand. The Unsullied froze in well-drilled obedience. The Lannister guards braced for a charge, but Tyrion saw the fear in their eyes. They were outnumbered and outmatched. Cersei's voice rang out in a mixture of desperation and fury. "Stay back! I'll shoot the first man who steps forward." She leveled the crossbow shakily, scanning the line of Unsullied until her gaze fixed on Tyrion. Recognition flared, and her lips curled in loathing. "You dare set foot in my halls, you wretched little creature?" Tyrion forced himself to swallow. "Cersei," he managed, voice rough, "it's over. Your men have surrendered. The city is falling to Daenerys Targaryen, and father is—" She cut him off with a shrill laugh. "You think I don't know that? He was captured because of you. You planned this all along, didn't you?" A tremor in her voice betrayed something close to madness. She waved the crossbow toward the cluster of ladies, who shrank back in terror. "Our father is rotting in chains. My son is threatened, my sweet Tommen, because you've brought a foreign usurper to our gates with dragons. How many thousands will burn because of your treachery? How many of our people?" The crossbow twitched in her hands. Tyrion felt a spasm of dread. She was known to be a terrible shot, but with enough bolts she might kill someone inadvertently, or spook the Unsullied into a lethal charge. He raised his hands, trying to project calm. "Cersei, we can end this without more bloodshed. Surrender. The Queen, Daenerys, has pledged mercy to those who yield. Tommen can be spared. You can be spared." Barristan stepped forward a pace, carefully lowering his sword. "Do the right thing for your people, your grace. There is no victory to be had in an empty threat of wildfire. If you set the city aflame, it will be the innocent who pay the price, not your enemies." Cersei's lips curled back. "Mercy? You think I trust a Targaryen's mercy? I remember hearing what happened to my grandfather's generation under the Mad King. He burned them or threatened to burn them. He demanded loyalty by fear. And now you want me to believe his spawn is different." A flicker of motion overhead drew their attention. Shadows danced along the high windows. Drogon roared from the courtyard outside, shaking the walls. The ladies-in-waiting squeaked, crouching in terror. Tommen let out a frightened sob, pressed tight to his mother's side. Tyrion's heart twisted at the sight. Tommen was no monster. He was just a child, dragged into a game far beyond his comprehension. "Mother," Tommen whispered, voice trembling. "Please, I'm scared. I don't want to die. I don't want the city to burn." Cersei's eyes flashed with pain. She tightened her arm around him, leveling the crossbow at Tyrion again. "You're frightened, Tommen, but we must show strength. We can't bow to that savage." Her words cut off as the entire keep trembled. An impact somewhere deep below. Tyrion's stomach lurched. Had a stray spark found a wildfire cache? The floor shuddered beneath their feet. Dust sifted down from the vaulted ceiling. Screams echoed in distant corridors. Cersei used the moment of confusion to seize Tommen's wrist and tug him toward a door leading deeper into the queen's apartments. The Lannister guards parted to let her pass. Uncertain, Barristan shouted for them to halt. Tyrion, cursing under his breath, tried to push through the press of Unsullied to follow. If Cersei slipped away, she might find a final stash of wildfire or some hidden exit. But the quake subsided as swiftly as it came. Grey Worm's voice rose in commanding Valyrian, and the Unsullied surged forward. The line of Lannister guards folded in an instant, some throwing down their weapons, others cut down where they stood. Tyrion forced his way past them, heart hammering. Just as Cersei disappeared through an archway at the far side of the hall, Tommen's hand in hers. He shouted, "This way!" to Barristan and Grey Worm, then ran as best he could. The archway led to a narrow corridor that twisted around behind the queen's apartments. He remembered it from years before. He had once prowled these same halls to avoid crossing paths with Cersei. Ahead, he heard footsteps, a door slamming. They reached it barred from the other side. Barristan and two Unsullied slammed their shoulders into the wood, forcing it open with a groan. The room beyond was a private bedchamber, richly furnished, though now littered with knocked-over chairs and a shattered mirror. A second door stood ajar, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Tyrion's blood turned to ice. That was a hidden stair leading below the keep, near the dungeons and storerooms. If Cersei fled there, she might indeed find her last chance to spark a cataclysm. He beckoned frantically. "Down there!" he gasped, voice raw. "That's where the pyromancers used to store half their jars. She must be trying to—" "Go, go!" Grey Worm and the Unsullied rushed past, descending in disciplined steps, torches held high. Tyrion followed, breath ragged, hearing Barristan's boots on the stone behind him. The air grew colder and damp as they spiraled deeper. This was the realm of old tunnels, wine cellars, hidden prisons. Flickers of green glimmered at the edge of Tyrion's vision, or perhaps it was just his imagination. A pungent smell wafted up. Could it be the same acrid tang of wildfire, seeping from somewhere below? They found Cersei at the foot of the staircase, frantically trying to pry open a heavy iron door that looked fused shut with age. Tommen cowered behind her, tear-stained, whimpering. She jerked around when she heard the boots behind her, the crossbow still in her hands. She fired. The bolt went wide, clattering off the stone. One of Grey Worm's Unsullied advanced, spear raised. Cersei swung the crossbow like a club at him, but he caught her wrist in a crushing grip. She screamed, half in rage, half in despair. Tommen sobbed, "Please don't hurt Mother. Please. I'll do anything." Tyrion skidded to a halt, chest heaving. Barristan kept his sword ready, in case Cersei had another trick. The Unsullied pinned her arms, forcing her to drop the crossbow. She kicked wildly, tears streaming down her face. "You fools! You don't understand. The city is lost anyway. The pyromancers. Qyburn told me there might be stores in these cellars. I had no choice." Tyrion stepped forward, swallowing hard. He'd never seen Cersei so unhinged, so desperate. "You always had a choice," he said quietly, "but you let your fear speak for you." He glanced at Tommen, who stood trembling, wanting to run but too frightened to leave his mother's side. "Tommen, no one's going to hurt you," Tyrion said, trying for a gentle tone he rarely used. "It's over." Cersei glared through tears. "Over? Look around you. The Targaryen is at the gates. Father is in chains, and you, my monstrous little brother, are the cause. If I had strangled you in your cradle." Barristan cleared his throat. "Enough," he said, voice authoritative. "Queen Cersei, you are under arrest, by order of Daenerys Targaryen. The war is finished. Command your men to lay down arms." Her laugh was ragged, a hollow note of defeat. They already have, from what I've seen. They have no stomach to fight dragons. If you think I'll kneel to that foreign savage, you're wrong. Tyrion made a small gesture, and the Unsullied dragged her away from the iron door. Tommen clung to her, crying. Tyrion felt a pang of pity for the boy, caught in a net of politics he never asked for. He signaled Grey Worm to be gentle, and the soldier complied, gripping Cersei firmly but not violently. They would bring her to the surface, present her to Daenerys, who would decide her fate. Before leaving, Tyrion knelt by the old iron door. Barristan's torchlight flickered, illuminating thick rivets and the faint outline of a symbol. The Alchemist's Guild mark. Tyrion's heart thudded. The door was sealed, probably intentionally, to prevent tampering. Yet, if there were wildfire jars behind it... He laid a hand against the cold metal, feeling a sense of horrible relief that it had not been forced open by any means. If Cersei had gotten inside, he shuddered, not wanting to imagine the conflagration that might have followed. "Captain," he said to Grey Worm, "I recommend we post guards down here. Ensure no one tries to open this or any similar chamber. We'll bring the pyromancers to examine it later. We can't risk the city's destruction." Grey Worm nodded, dispatching 2 Unsullied to watch the area. Tyrion stepped back, wiping sweat from his brow. He turned to see Cersei being half-led, half-dragged toward the stairs. Barristan ushered Tommen along, though the boy clutched at his mother's hand. Cersei spat curses, tears glistening on her cheeks, but she seemed drained of fight. With each step upward, the tension in Tyrion's chest eased a fraction. They emerged into the battered halls, where the flicker of torches and the sound of shouting signaled more Targaryen soldiers flooding in. Before long, they reached the courtyard. Tyrion blinked in the sudden wash of daylight. The Red Keep's gate stood wide open, Unsullied lining the walls. In the center of the yard, the black bulk of Drogon crouched, smoke curling from his nostrils. Daenerys stood nearby, flanked by Missandei and a circle of knights. At the sight of Cersei's forced approach, many of the watchers fell silent, forming a ring around the spectacle. Cersei, her hair disheveled, eyes red with tears, stared at Daenerys with pure hatred. Tommen, pale and trembling, clung to her side. The Queen Mother's gown was torn at the hem, her face streaked with dust and sweat. Tyrion saw Daenerys's expression flicker with something akin to sorrow as she took in the pathetic state of her final rival. Then Daenerys raised her chin, letting authority settle over her features. "Cersei of House Lannister," Daenerys said, her voice resonating across the courtyard. "You stand defeated. Your city has surrendered. Your father is captive. I offer you a choice. Bend the knee, acknowledge my claim, or face justice for the many crimes committed under your rule." Cersei did not flinch. She drew a ragged breath, holding Tommen close. "Crimes? And what of your own? You burned my men, took my father hostage, inflicted terror on an entire realm. I have fought a war to claim a throne stolen from my family by Robert Baratheon," Daenerys replied, calm but unyielding. "Your father orchestrated slaughters that have stained House Lannister beyond redemption. I seek to end that cycle, but only if you relinquish your claim." Cersei's laugh was brittle. "You want me to kneel here, in the dirt, like a dog? I'd sooner die." Tommen let out a pitiful whimper, eyes darting between his mother and the fearsome black dragon behind the new queen. "Mother, please," he begged. "Don't make her. She won't hurt us, will she?" Daenerys paused, studying the boy. "You are King Tommen, yes?" He nodded, lip trembling. Daenerys's gaze softened slightly. "If your mother will not surrender, you may do so on behalf of your house. You are young. Your heart is uncorrupted by the deeds of your elders. Bend the knee, relinquish the throne, and I will not harm you." Cersei squeezed Tommen's arm in a bruising grip. "Don't you dare," she hissed. "You are a Baratheon by law, a lion by blood. You do not." But Tommen wrenched away from her, tears streaming down his face. He stumbled forward a few steps, trembling from head to toe, and then, before the assembled host, he knelt at Daenerys's feet, pressing his forehead to the dusty stones. A collective gasp fluttered through the watchers. Even Tyrion felt a pang of shock. The boy was choosing survival over pride. Cersei let out a strangled cry, trying to lunge forward, but Grey Worm's grip and Barristan's sword kept her in check. Tommen stammered, voice shaking, "Please don't kill anyone else. I surrender. I abdicate the throne. My mother can't speak for me. I won't let her burn the city." Daenerys's expression remained calm, but Tyrion saw the faint flicker of relief in her eyes. She placed a hand gently on Tommen's bowed head. "Your surrender is accepted. You are still a child, Tommen. I will see you treated with respect." She glanced at Missandei, who nodded and stepped forward, carefully helping the boy to his feet. He looked about, dazed, tears still glistening on his cheeks. Cersei, however, spat in fury. "Traitorous whelp! How dare you? I should have let your father." She never finished. Grey Worm twisted her arm behind her back, forcing her to her knees. Barristan stepped forward, addressing Daenerys in a respectful tone. "Your Grace, what shall be done with her?" All eyes turned to the Queen. Tyrion watched Daenerys closely. He knew that if she ordered an immediate execution, few would question it after all Cersei had done. But there was a chance to show the realm a different path, to demonstrate that Daenerys would not be the tyrant so many feared. Daenerys exhaled, letting her gaze rest on Cersei. "You once conspired to kill my friends, sat by as your father orchestrated evils across the realm, and threatened to ignite the city rather than yield. For these crimes, I cannot allow you to go free, but I will not execute you here in the dust. You will be imprisoned. You will stand trial for your actions. If found guilty by the laws of the realm, you will face sentencing." Cersei glared, tears tracking down her cheeks. "Trial? By what right do you sit in judgment?" Daenerys's voice was as cold as winter. "By the right of conquest and the will of the people you have tormented. Take her." Grey Worm and 2 unsullied guards seized Cersei's arms. She let out a keening wail, half rage, half despair, as they dragged her away. Tommen gave a choked sob, reaching toward her, but Missandei held him back gently. Daenerys regarded the boy with sympathy. "I will not harm you, Tommen Baratheon. Once the realm is at peace, we will decide where you might best live out your days." Tommen had no words. Tears slid down his cheeks. He stared after his mother, vanishing into the knot of Unsullied. Already, the onlookers began to disperse, shock rippling through the courtyard. The final barrier to Daenerys's claim on the Iron Throne had fallen. A hush settled over the space. Tyrion released the breath he had not realized he was holding. The city was taken. No wildfire had erupted. Tywin Lannister was in chains, and so was Cersei. Tommen had abdicated. Daenerys Targaryen had claimed victory, and with it, the uncertain future of Westeros. In the hours that followed, Daenerys's forces fanned through the Red Keep, securing each tower, each corridor. They discovered a few pockets of Lannister loyalists who put up token resistance. Some died, others surrendered. Refugees continued to flood out of King's Landing, though soon many realized that the fighting was over, prompting them to drift back in hopes of a queen who might feed them. Tyrion took it upon himself to give orders for bread to be distributed from the royal granaries, as he had once done in his days as Master of Coin. Daenerys approved the measure. The city would not starve under her reign if she could help it. The next morning, Daenerys ascended the steps to the throne room, accompanied by her captains and advisors. Word spread like lightning across King's Landing, and a mass of onlookers crammed the courtyard outside, desperate to see the new queen claim the seat of power. The doors to the throne room were flung wide, letting in streams of dusty sunlight. Within, the Iron Throne loomed, a twisted mass of swords and steel, captured in half-light. Tyrion walked at Daenerys' side, each step resonating on the marble floor. His eyes flicked over the pillars and rafters, memories crowding his mind. Joffrey's wedding, his own trial, the day he had stood before the realm accused of regicide. Now everything had turned. They reached the base of the throne. Daenerys paused, gazing up at the jagged seat that had destroyed so many before her. For a long moment, no one breathed. Then she took the final steps, her hand brushing lightly over the cool metal. Tyrion saw a flicker of awe in her face. She sat. The swords of Aegon's conquest surrounded her, glinting in the sunlight. The tension in the hall was almost unbearable. Outside, a roar went up from the crowd, some cheering, some unsure. Daenerys Targaryen, mother of dragons, breaker of chains, had come to King's Landing at last. The Targaryen dynasty was reborn, or so it seemed to those who believed in destiny. Tyrion found himself bowing lower than he ever had in his life, partly from custom and partly from genuine emotion. He recalled an old conversation with Varys about the illusions that held men enthralled. But at this moment, the woman on the Iron Throne seemed less an illusion and more a reality shaped by both fire and mercy. Grey Worm announced in a clear voice, "All kneel before Daenerys Stormborn, the first of her name, Queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men." The litany continued. Tyrion heard it like a distant echo, his thoughts on his own precarious journey. Years ago, he had been a despised dwarf at the whim of a father who detested him. Now that father was a prisoner in the dungeons, awaiting trial. The throne Tyrion had once served was now held by a queen he had chosen, one who strove to break the wheel of tyranny. In the days that followed, the city grappled with the new reality. Daenerys decreed immediate relief for the starving. Surplus grain from the crown stores was distributed under unsullied guard to prevent riots. She posted proclamations banning wanton reprisals against any who had served Cersei. The realm had bled enough, she said. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister languished in the Red Keep's dungeons. Some clamored for his immediate execution, families who had lost loved ones during the war. Others whispered that the new queen might use him as a bargaining chip with the Westerlands. Tyrion tried to avoid the dungeons, unable to reconcile his father's proud figure with the reality of him rotting in a cell. Cersei was confined to her own tower cell, closely guarded, while Tommen was placed under a gentler form of house arrest, cared for by a small retinue. Daenerys intended to hold a formal trial once the city stabilized. Some suggested a great council, but that might take time. Daenerys did not want chaos to reign. Tyrion found himself rising early each morning, exhausted by the constant demands of reorganizing the city. Daenerys named him her hand, an announcement made in the throne room before a gathering of lords and small folk. In acceptance, Tyrion bowed deeply, though he felt a tremor pass through him. To be Hand of the Queen in earnest, with her trust, meant more than he could express. He recalled how, under Joffrey, he'd been Hand in name but despised by many. Now, he bore a chance to shape the realm for the better, if he did not falter under the weight of it. He dedicated his first actions to addressing the meltdown in the city's finances. With Tywin's defeat, the Lannister gold might not flow so easily. The Iron Bank of Bravos, having already shifted favor to Daenerys, was willing to extend a cautious line of credit, though they expected repayment in full soon enough. Tyrion sent envoys to the Vale, to the north, to Dorne, to the Reach, inviting all lords to treat with the new queen. Some responded with cautious acceptance, some demanded clarifications, some refused to answer at all. The realm remained fractured, but at least the heart of it, King's Landing, had changed hands with minimal devastation. Yet the question of Tywin weighed heavily on Tyrion's mind. Whenever he crossed paths with Grey Worm in the corridors, or with Barristan, they would exchange uncertain looks. They all knew that a reckoning had to come. The same was true of Cersei. The small folk demanded justice for the horrors inflicted on them in the final days of Lannister rule. Daenerys, following Tyrion's counsel, insisted on a public trial, so that no one could claim the new queen was a tyrant meting out silent vengeance. A hush of anticipation swept through the city. When the day arrived, Daenerys convened the court in the throne room. Lords and ladies who remained in King's Landing pressed in close, along with some carefully selected commoners to witness. The Unsullied maintained order, their spears forming a barrier. Tyrion stood at Daenerys' side, his hand resting on the hilt of a small dagger. He was not sure if it was to protect the queen or steady his own nerves. The high windows cast long beams of light across the hall's floor. They brought out Cersei first, in chains, flanked by guards. She had been allowed to wash and dress in a plain gown, but her face was wan and hollow from sleepless nights. A hush fell as Daenerys read the charges against her. Conspiring to harm the realm through tyranny, threatening to ignite wildfire to burn the city, abetting the wrongful trial and near execution of Tyrion Lannister, the murder of numerous lords by subterfuge or direct order, and more. Cersei's face remained defiant throughout, though a tremble flickered along her jaw. She pled not guilty, of course, leveling accusations that Daenerys had no rightful claim. A trio of newly named judges, Barristan among them, heard the evidence. Witness after witness came forward to testify about the atrocities committed under Lannister rule. The gates of the Red Keep had often been closed to the pleas of the starving. Men and women told stories of how they'd lost family to punishments inflicted by the crown's men for suspected treason. Even a few gold cloaks spoke out, describing how they were ordered to round up enemies of the throne without trial. Cersei's face twisted in rage, but she offered no coherent defense aside from calling them liars. By midday, the verdict was inevitable. Guilty on all counts. Daenerys turned to Tyrion, as if inviting him to speak. He stepped forward, voice tight. Cersei Lannister has done much harm to this realm, often in the name of her family's power. But we must not reduce ourselves to cruelty for cruelty's sake. I say we punish her in accordance with the new queen's justice, an exile, perhaps, or a prison term, if that is what her grace desires. A rumble went through the crowd. Some demanded her head. Others looked uncertain. Daenerys studied Cersei with an unreadable expression, then rose from the Iron Throne. "The realm has known enough blood," she said. "But the crimes you committed, Cersei Lannister, cannot be overlooked. A child might be spared, but you are no child. You are a lioness who refused to yield, who nearly set a city ablaze. For that, I sentence you to a life of confinement at the Wall. I will give you to the Night's Watch, should they accept you, to live out your days in service far from here. If they refuse, you will dwell in a solitary cell. Either way, you will never again walk free in these lands." Cersei's cheeks blanched. To be banished to the Wall. A bitter, lonely end, far from the courts she once commanded. The watchers in the hall murmured, some outraged, others relieved. Tyrion sensed that Daenerys had struck a balance between mercy and punishment. Cersei spat at the floor, trembling with fury, but said nothing more. She was led away in chains, the crowd parting to let her pass. Tyrion caught a last glimpse of her eyes, filled with hatred and disbelief, as if she still could not accept a fate beyond wealth and power. Then she was gone, swallowed by the corridor that led below. Next came the old lion. Tywin was brought in under heavy guard, though he walked with an unbroken posture, the clank of his shackles echoing in the silent hall. A ripple went through the onlookers. This was the man who had practically ruled the realm for decades. He wore no armor, just a plain tunic, his once proud hair disheveled. Yet his eyes were as fierce as ever. Daenerys spoke the charges. Orchestrating mass murder, plotting the deaths of enemies through treacheries like the Red Wedding, oppressing the realm through extortionate debts, condemning countless innocents in the name of House Lannister's dominance, and more. Each charge felt heavier than the last. Tywin stood silent until the end, when Daenerys invited him to speak in his defense. Slowly, Tywin lifted his gaze. "I served the crown," he said, voice low but carrying. "I preserved order when others would have let the realm slide into chaos. My methods were harsh, yes, but Westeros has never thrived under weak leadership. If that is a crime, so be it. Condemn me then, for having done what was necessary to keep the kingdom from devouring itself." A hush followed. The watchers waited. Tyrion's palms were clammy. He couldn't decide if Tywin's statement was a final justification or a mere refusal to show regret. Either way, it fell short of contrition. Daenerys did not move for a time. The silence stretched, thick with finality. Then she spoke. "You speak of preserving order, yet you unleashed cruelty. The Red Wedding alone turned half the realm against the Iron Throne and shattered the foundations of peace. You destroyed entire houses without mercy. I find you guilty of crimes against the realm, Lord Tywin Lannister. Your own son stands witness to your tyranny. The question is not whether you are guilty, but whether you will be sentenced to death here and now, or granted some lesser punishment." Tywin's face remained a rigid mask. Daenerys looked to Tyrion, as if seeking counsel. He felt his heart twist. This was his father. Once, he had nearly ended the man's life with a single crossbow bolt. Now, here they stood before the entire kingdom, father and son in the final reckoning. Tyrion's throat felt parched. He spoke quietly, forcing his voice to remain even. "Your Grace, if you show mercy now, some will see it as weakness. Many families demand vengeance for what he's done. Yet a public execution—" He paused, glancing at the watchers, at those who wore the expressions of the aggrieved. "It may quell the realm's thirst for justice, or it may fuel more hatred. Only you can decide." A flicker of empathy creased Daenerys's brow. She had heard how Tywin had treated Tyrion all his life. She knew the deep wound there, but she also understood the realm's desire for finality. She faced Tywin directly. "Will you bend the knee, Lord Tywin, and swear fealty to House Targaryen? Will you forsake your claims and the cruelties you have wrought?" Tywin's face hardened. He did not bow. He did not so much as dip his head. "I will not grovel like a beaten dog," he said, voice clipped. An expectant hush seized the room. Tyrion felt a sharp pang in his chest. So this was it, the final, inevitable conclusion. Tywin Lannister would never yield, even if it saved his life. That pride was the bedrock of his entire existence. To bend the knee to a Targaryen queen advised by his dwarf son would be the ultimate humiliation. And Tywin apparently would not abide it. Daenerys's eyes reflected sorrow. "I see. Then there is only one outcome." She stood from the throne, sweeping down the steps. Grey Worm and the Unsullied parted to make way. A hush like a funeral shroud fell upon the hall. Tyrion forced himself to breathe. He saw the final flinch in Tywin's eyes, perhaps the only crack in that iron composure. Daenerys did not beckon for a headsman or the sword of execution. Instead, she glanced toward the open doors. A single roar echoed outside. "Drogon!" The watchers gasped, some recoiling. With measured steps, Daenerys strode to the wide doorway that led onto a large balcony. Tyrion followed, heart pounding, the entire throne room trailing after them in a wave of horrified curiosity. Tywin was forced along by the guards, still refusing to plead. They emerged into the bright sunlight of the outer courtyard, where Drogon perched on the far side, muscles rippling. Smoke curled from his maw, the heat shimmer rising from his black scales. A swirl of wind gusted across the courtyard. Daenerys turned to face Tywin. "You refused mercy," she said, voice carrying so all could hear. "So I mete out justice in the name of the realm." Tywin stared at her, then allowed his gaze to flick to Tyrion. For one heartbeat, father and son locked eyes. Tyrion saw no remorse, only a deep resentment, and perhaps, buried very far down, a whisper of regret. Then Tywin turned away. He made no further sound. Daenerys lifted her hand. "Dracarys," she said quietly. Drogon lunged forward, jaws parted, unleashing a torrent of fire. Tywin was consumed in an instant, flames roaring skyward. The watchers gasped and drew back. Heat washed across the courtyard. Tyrion stumbled, raising an arm to shield his face from the sudden blaze. When he dared blink, only a smoldering patch remained where his father had stood. The old lion's pride had carried him to a death by dragonfire, and the realm bore witness. In the stunned silence that followed, Daenerys lowered her head a fraction. Whether it was in sorrow, acknowledgement, or finality, Tyrion could not say. He himself felt numb. He had once spared his father in a moment of hesitation. Now, fate had caught up, as unstoppable as a dragon's wrath. There would be no more fatherly shadow over Tyrion's life, no more nightmares of Tywin's condemnation. A hush lingered among the crowd. Some looked relieved, others shaken. The tension snapped when Daenerys turned, voice echoing in the courtyard. "It is done. Let the realm see that justice has been served. No lord, no matter how great, may commit atrocity. Ties without paying the price." And that, Tyrion realized in a daze, was the final chapter in Tywin Lannister's long saga of power. Not at the hands of his dwarf son in a hidden corridor, but beneath the roar of dragons in the broad light of day. In the days that followed, King's Landing continued to settle under Daenerys's rule. Delegations from the Reach and the Vale arrived, cautiously pledging fealty. From the Westerlands, Kevan Lannister and certain lesser lords sought terms, devastated by the knowledge that Tywin was gone. Some northern lords still withheld judgment, wary of a Targaryen queen. Yet the mood in the city was one of cautious hope. With the Dragon Queen seated on the Iron Throne, distribution of bread and reorganization of the Watch, the small folk breathed a collective sigh of relief. No mass burnings, no savage reprisals, despite the destruction of Tywin and the imprisonment of Cersei. Tyrion, standing on a balcony overlooking the city, watched as workers cleared rubble from old barricades. Dothraki riders sometimes roamed the streets, wide-eyed at the stone buildings, but they caused fewer incidents than expected, thanks to Daenerys's strict orders. The Unsullied patrolled the main thoroughfares, maintaining order. He sipped watered wine, feeling an unfamiliar ache in his chest. He thought of Jaime, who had not yet returned from the Reach. How would his brother react to news of Tywin's death by Dragonfire, Cersei's imprisonment, the crowning of Daenerys? Tyrion suspected Jaime might be relieved in some ways. He had loved Cersei once, but their relationship had grown twisted. Perhaps, for Jaime, the future offered a chance to carve a new path. Or perhaps he would hate Tyrion for aiding Daenerys. Missandei approached quietly, handing him a scroll. "A raven arrived from the north," she said softly. "There is news that the Night's Watch faces grave threats beyond the wall. Rumors of whites and White Walkers. Jon Snow requests audience with the Queen, hoping for assistance." Tyrion exhaled, scanning the missive. Here was yet another storm. The kingdom might be at relative peace now, but dangers loomed in the icy north. Daenerys had won the Iron Throne, but the next battles might not be fought against mortal armies. He handed the scroll back to Missandei, mind already turning over strategies. He could almost hear Varys's voice in his head. "The Great War is not over. It is just beginning." In the grand corridor behind them, Daenerys's footsteps sounded. She arrived in a swirl of silver hair and measured grace. Tyrion bowed, but she waved him upright. "News?" she asked, glancing between him and Missandei. He gestured to the letter. "The North. It seems we may have to consider an alliance to face threats beyond our mortal feuds." Daenerys arched a brow, scanning the text. A thoughtful frown crossed her lips. "So soon after the war for the throne, another war calls. We shall see what manner of truth lies in these reports." She looked out over King's Landing, the sprawl of rooftops shimmering in the afternoon sun. Smoke rose from a few scattered chimneys. Far in the distance, the waters of Blackwater Bay shone like polished steel. Daenerys's voice held a quiet resolve. "We will mend this realm first. Then, if the threat from the north is real, we will face it. I intend to protect the living from any who would destroy them, man or otherwise." Tyrion nodded, a swirl of relief and apprehension in his chest. The realm was far from healed, but at least it was no longer groaning under Tywin's iron hand. The city might still bear scars from Lannister rule, but hope was a powerful salve. Reforms could be implemented. Freedmen could see a fairer system. The wheel, if not fully broken, might yet be remade. In the following weeks, Daenerys convened councils to address the kingdom's fractious state. One such session took place in a newly refurbished small council chamber. Tyrion sat at the Queen's right hand, flanked by Missandei, Grey Worm, Barristan, and a handful of Westerosi lords who had bent the knee. Reports from Dorne suggested cautious willingness to discuss alliances. The Vale, under young Lord Robin Arryn and Peter Baelish's regency, sent a polite acceptance of Daenerys's claim but wanted new trade agreements. The Riverlands, torn by the frays, needed reassurance that the Targaryen throne would not punish them further for the Red Wedding. The North would be a delicate matter, especially with rumors of White Walker sightings. Through it all, Tyrion advised patience and cunning in forging alliances. Daenerys listened, sometimes favoring a more direct approach, other times deferring to Tyrion's political sense. The city began to see that Daenerys Targaryen was no mad queen, nor was she a meek figurehead. She balanced mercy with a willingness to burn enemies who refused to yield. Tywin had learned that final lesson firsthand. The old lion's ashes were scattered by the winds of time. On a cool morning several weeks after the throne had changed hands, Tyrion found himself walking through the Red Keep's gardens, which had gone to seed. He saw new gardeners replanting flowers, trimming hedges that had been left neglected. The air smelled of earth and fresh grass, a reminder that life continued, even after war. He paused by a bench, feeling the breeze ruffle his hair. Closing his eyes, he thought of how different things might have been if he had fired that crossbow under the Red Keep all those nights ago. Perhaps the war would have taken a different shape. Perhaps Tywin's immediate death by Tyrion's hand would have spared or changed certain events. But the path they walked now was irreversible. He opened his eyes to find Daenerys standing beside him, a faint smile on her lips. "You seem lost in thought," she said gently. Tyrion inclined his head. "I was considering fate," he replied, "and whether we truly shape our own destinies or the gods simply laugh at our attempts." Daenerys settled onto the bench next to him. Nearby, a gardener tugged at stubborn weeds. "We can't know," she said, "but we do our best with the choices before us. I sense you carry guilt about your father, perhaps, or about your sister." Tyrion let out a long breath. "Yes, guilt, relief, everything at once. I hated him, yet seeing him burned, it was more final than I ever dreamed it would be. It's a strange emptiness, to be free of him. As for Cersei, she always wanted power, never understanding the consequences. Now she'll rot in some cold cell in the north, if they even agree to let her join the Watch." He paused, forcing a wry smile. "But I do believe the realm is better off without them on the throne." Daenerys rested a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of warmth. "You chose not to kill him in that dark corridor. Some might say the realm would have been spared a war if you had. But in truth, who can say if that would have sparked a civil war anyway? Perhaps your father's supporters would have unleashed far worse in revenge. The path we took led us here with the realm intact, if battered, and you were essential in forging that path." Tyrion nodded, touched by her kindness. "Thank you, Your Grace. My hope is that, going forward, we can build something better. For the children in Flea Bottom. For the families who lost everything to the whims of kings and queens." Daenerys's expression turned introspective. "We will try. Peace is never simple, but it must start somewhere." She rose, smoothing her gown. "Come, we have more councils to attend, and messages from the north about these White Walkers. We'll need every scrap of knowledge we can gather. Winter is coming, they say." Tyrion let out a small laugh. "They always say that, but perhaps this time they truly mean it." He followed Daenerys through the garden arches. The sunlight bathed them in a gentle glow, as though the very stones of the Red Keep were attempting to warm after a long, cold age of cruelty. Outside, the city bustled with renewed life. Food stalls reopened, and families ventured back to their hearths. The Targaryen banners still hung from the ramparts. Overhead, if one looked closely, a dragon's silhouette might be seen coasting on a thermal. The realm had changed hands without the utter annihilation some had feared. There would be trials yet. Famine, political unrest, the northern menace of walking corpses. But for the moment, hope blossomed in King's Landing like a freshly planted seed. And Tyrion, the dwarf who once stood overshadowed by Tywin Lannister, walked at the side of a queen determined to break the wheel of oppression. He took a breath of that late summer air, tasting the salt of distant waters, the spice of new beginnings. There were no illusions that all was settled. Yet he felt a glimmer in his heart that said, perhaps this was a realm worth fighting for, a queen worth serving, and a life that, for once, felt like his own. Thus it was that the war ended not by a stealthy crossbow bolt in a privy, but upon a battlefield that saw the old lion captured, and in a throne room that saw him consume his final breath in dragonfire. Tyrion Lannister, by sparing his father in that moment of rage, had unwittingly allowed events to march toward a more public reckoning, one that sealed the doom of House Lannister's once unassailable patriarch. And as the winds of winter approached, with new threats rising in the north, the newly crowned Daenerys Targaryen and her hand, Tyrion of House Lannister, looked to the horizon, prepared to defend a realm struggling to heal and ready, at last, to choose a different destiny than the cruelties of the past. In the days that followed Tywin Lannister's fiery end, the shockwaves of Daenerys Targaryen's victory rippled across the Seven Kingdoms like a stone dropped in a dark pond. At first, King's Landing seemed almost too stunned to react. Many inhabitants had expected a cataclysm, wildfire detonations, dragons burning every tower. Yet the city still stood. The Red Keep bore scars of battle, but it remained intact under its new monarch's banner. Through the charred gates, Daenerys continued distributing bread to the starving, posted unsullied in the worst neighborhoods to reduce theft and looting, and tried to calm the anxious throngs who still feared that the slightest provocation might unleash the dragon's wrath. Tyrion, sworn in as Hand of the Queen, found himself sleeping only a few hours each night. His new offices were in a suite of chambers once belonging to his father's stewards. He refused to occupy Tywin's old rooms, no matter that they were more lavish. Every corner of the Red Keep reminded him of some half-forgotten argument, or the memory of Shay whispering laughter in his ear. Now he strode those corridors with authority instead of trepidation, but the ghosts lingered. He often dreamed of Tywin, looming in the shadows. Even awake, he sometimes recalled the old lion's final stare, consumed in dragonflame, an end that might have come years earlier if Tyrion had not chosen to spare him that night in the secret tunnel. Yet the realm had needed a public reckoning, it seemed, and Tywin's downfall had proved as monumental as his life. On the third day after the trial, Tyrion stood on a balcony overlooking the city. The morning light gleamed on the muddy waters of the Blackwater Rush. From here, he could see the charred remains of old barricades, the crowding rooftops of Flea Bottom, and the spires of the Great September that still soared above the skyline despite the turmoil. He felt the breeze rustling his hair. Nearby, a pair of Unsullied guarded the open doors leading back into the Red Keep. Their stoic presence comforted him more than he liked to admit. His father's supporters might still seek vengeance for Tywin's death, but the bigger threat, he suspected, lay in the realm's delicate political structure. War might have ended in the capital, yet many problems remained. He turned when footsteps sounded from within. Missandei appeared, holding a stack of parchments. Her calm grace and measured voice helped anchor the new regime in a sense of dignity that might otherwise be absent among so many fearful lords. She greeted Tyrion with a small bow of her head. "My Lord Hand," she said, offering him the parchments. These letters arrived by Raven from the Vale and from Riverrun. Tyrion accepted them, scanning each quickly. A faint sigh escaped him as he read. "House Royce in the Vale remains cautiously open to a new alliance," he said, though they add that they prefer the leadership of their own region to meddling from King's Landing. It's a polite way of saying they'll wait to see if we actually hold power. He flipped to the next parchment, ink still wet in places from the hasty scribe. The Tullis at Riverrun expressed gratitude for the toppling of the Frey's allies in King's Landing, but also cautioned that they can't rejoin the royal fold until the Riverlands are free of any lingering Lannister or Frey influence. In other words, they want help clearing out the last pockets of loyalists. "Shall I inform the Queen?" Missandei asked. "Yes, in due time," Tyrion said. He offered a tight smile. "Thank you, Missandei. I'll draft replies encouraging both regions to send envoys to King's Landing. If they see that Daenerys is earnest about rebuilding and not simply the next tyranny, they might bend more willingly." She nodded and withdrew. Tyrion lingered a moment longer on the balcony, tapping the letters absently. So many lords had once feared Tywin's retribution if they failed to obey. Now, freed from his iron grip, they were no less afraid, only uncertain whether Daenerys would truly prove the gentler hand she claimed to be. Tyrion knew that without her dragons, half these lords would already be plotting revolt. With the dragons, they hesitated. The realm was battered, cautious, and potentially fractious. His gaze drifted to a black shape soaring high above the city. Drogon, or perhaps Regal, he could not see well enough at that distance. The dragons tended to glide in wide arcs, sometimes spiraling down to roost on the Red Keep's outer walls. People in the streets cowered every time a shadow passed overhead. Tyrion didn't blame them. He had seen firsthand how unstoppable a dragon's fire could be. But he also believed that was a great part of Daenerys' success. A ruler who commanded both dread and mercy. He collected himself and returned to his study, a cramped space set with a simple desk and stacks of ledgers. Already, he found the day's schedule waiting. A meeting with the city's newly formed Citizen Council. A group of bakers, blacksmiths, and septons who had approached Daenerys about forging a representative voice for the small folk. Tyrion wholeheartedly supported the concept. He remembered how, under Joffrey, the small folk had been mere fodder for taxes or scapegoats for blame. Now, though, bridging the gap between lofty lords and commoners would not be easy. He half expected many highborn to sneer at the notion. But if Daenerys wanted to break the wheel, as she claimed, the old feudal lines might well need to bend. He spent an hour drafting letters for the Vale and the Riverlands, urging them to send emissaries. Then he called for a scribe to copy them neatly. Pausing, he rubbed his tired eyes, thinking about the next challenge. A summons from the north. Already, couriers whispered of unrest in Winterfell. The Boltons had established themselves after betraying the Starks, yet rumor held that the north was never fully pacified. And now, there were these wild tales of an otherworldly threat looming beyond the wall. A threat that the new king in the north, some said, had encountered. Tyrion scoffed at the mention of White Walkers. He had grown up on stories of the Long Night, the others, the Children of the Forest. Part of him refused to believe it, but the watchers on the wall insisted something stirred in the far north, something cold and deadly. The letter from Jon Snow had arrived just days ago, requesting a meeting with Daenerys Targaryen to discuss an alliance. The more pragmatic side of Tyrion said that the Boltons must be confronted for their crimes, and if Jon Snow was truly leading the north after retaking Winterfell, that might be a more pressing political alliance. But the portion of the letter describing an undead army in the icy wastes made Tyrion wonder if he had awakened in a child's nightmare. Still, he would not ignore the possibility. Stannis' death had taught him that underestimating the improbable could cost dearly. At midday, Tyrion made his way toward the throne room. The corridors were busier than they'd been under Cersei's final days. Tradesmen bustled about, carrying fresh tapestries or new benches for the queen's audiences. A few Dothraki prowled with curious eyes, occasionally poking at suits of armor displayed along the walls. Tyrion noticed the people stepping aside nervously, but the tension was not as dire as it had been. Some men even dared to greet the Dothraki with uncertain nods. A single victory for assimilation, Tyrion thought wryly. He stepped through the towering doors into the hall. Daenerys was there already, seated upon the Iron Throne, though she leaned forward as she spoke with one of her captains. The shards of steel behind her seemed less menacing in the midday sun, yet the memory of Tywin's final blaze lingered. The dais was flanked by two ranks of unsullied, stoic as statues. At the foot of the steps, a line of petitioners waited. A merchant complaining about taxes, a minor lord petitioning for restitution for lands scorched by dragonfire during the assault, a newly arrived hedge knight seeking service. Missandei stood to one side, guiding each forward in turn. When Daenerys finished speaking with the captain, her eyes lifted. She saw Tyrion and beckoned him close. He crossed the hall, ignoring the hush of curious onlookers. Serving as hand meant he might dispense the queen's justice or speak with her about pressing matters. Daenerys' posture relaxed slightly when he drew near. "Tyrion," she said, her voice a warm undertone. "How fares the city?" He offered a small, ironic bow. "As well as can be expected. The small folk are settling now that bread is distributed regularly. We need to rebuild the harbor infrastructure for better trade if we mean to feed so many people through winter. The Vale and the Riverlands are sending letters, but no firm alliances yet. They're waiting to see if you truly intend to rule with an open hand. Daenerys nodded. And they will see I do. What of the North? We've heard little from them since that letter arrived. Tyrion hesitated. I suspect that the rumors of conflict with the Boltons might have overshadowed their ability to respond promptly. If the stories are correct, House Stark has reclaimed Winterfell under Ned Stark's bastard, Jon Snow. We also have that separate letter, presumably from him, asking for a meeting. He claims a dire threat from beyond the wall, though the details sound fantastic. Still, with all that's happened, perhaps we shouldn't dismiss anything. Daenerys considered. Then we'll grant him an audience if he's willing to come south. I have no quarrel with the North. If they truly have evicted the Boltons, that alone is cause for relief. The Boltons were always known for cruelty. Tyrion murmured agreement. We can dispatch a raven inviting Jon Snow to come to King's Landing, or perhaps to meet us at Dragonstone, if we still hold it. He paused, remembering that Dragonstone was lightly garrisoned. Though to be fair, we might want to keep the seat of power here for the time being, while the city adjusts. Either way, we should formalize some approach. She gave a decisive nod. Draft the invitation. Then, I'll sign it. If the North sees that we are sincere, it may encourage them to ally themselves with the crown once more, especially if White Walkers are anything more than a myth. As queen, it's my duty to defend the realm from all threats. With a final glance to confirm her instructions, Tyrion bowed and retreated. She returned her attention to the line of petitioners. He crossed to Missandei, waiting in the wings. We need to compose a letter to Lord Jon Snow of Winterfell, or possibly King in the North if rumors are to be believed. The Queen invites him to parley regarding threats from beyond the wall. Do you have a fresh parchment? Missandei nodded. At once, my lord. She slipped away, silent as a cat. Tyrion exhaled. Every day brought new complexities. But forging alliances was a skill at which he excelled. A part of him almost enjoyed the intellectual puzzle, the weaving of negotiations. Another part remembered how easily alliances shattered under the slightest strain. Outside the hall, as he started toward his study, he nearly collided with an unexpected figure. Jaime Lannister. Tyrion froze, heart leaping into his throat. For a moment, he thought his eyes deceived him. But no, there stood Jaime, still in Kingsguard white, with a travel-stained cloak of Lannister crimson thrown over one shoulder. His hair hung to his shoulders, slightly unkempt. That golden hand glinted at the end of his right arm. He looked worn, dust clinging to his boots, as though he had ridden through the night without rest. Tyrion opened his mouth, but no sound came. Jaime's gaze flicked around the corridor, where Unsullied and a few courtiers bustled. With a tight, pained expression, Jaime motioned for Tyrion to follow him into a side passage. Tyrion obeyed, heart pounding. He felt a swirl of emotion. Relief, dread, guilt. The last time they'd parted, Jaime had helped him escape the Black Cells. Now the world was turned upside down. Tywin was gone, Cersei imprisoned, Daenerys reigning. What place did Jaime have here? They paused in a dim alcove. Jaime kept his voice low. I arrived an hour ago. Your new queen's men recognized me at the gates. I convinced them to let me inside under a flag of truce, but I'm sure they're watching me closely. Tyrion's eyes darted over Jaime's face, searching for resentment or condemnation. Why are you here? He managed. I expected you might remain in the Reach or vanish altogether. Jaime let out a ragged breath. When I heard about Father's capture, then his execution, he swallowed, unable to finish. I was in the Reach, yes. The Tyrells told me that House Lannister was in open collapse after Daenerys' victory. So I rode back, not knowing what I'd find. They said Cersei was in chains. Tommen abdicated. Tyrion nodded heavily. It's true. Tommen is under the Queen's protection. Cersei is to be sent to the Wall or remain imprisoned for her role in threatening the city with wildfire. A flicker of pain crossed Jaime's features. She must be beside herself. She wrote me letters insisting that if I didn't return, all would be lost. All is lost from her perspective, Tyrion said softly, unsure how to break the tension. She refused to yield. Daenerys offered her a chance, but she tried to set off the wildfire, or would have, had we not intervened. The city might have burned, Jaime. She'd have killed Tommen in the process, I suspect, everyone for pride or desperation. She was that far gone. Jaime raised a hand to his brow, massaging it as though in pain. Gods, when I was younger, I believed no sacrifice too great to save this family. I thought Father unbreakable, that Cersei was cunning enough to maintain power. Now, his voice tightened. Tyrion, I came here to see if there's any place left for me in this new order. I'm not fool enough to challenge Daenerys alone. I saw the dragons overhead as I approached. I simply don't know what remains for a man like me. A surge of unexpected sympathy welled in Tyrion. Here they were, two Lannisters who had once been shaped by Tywin's relentless demands. Now everything had changed. I can speak to Daenerys on your behalf, Tyrion said carefully. She respects those who act with honor, especially if you disclaim any loyalty to the old regime. You might take the black, as some men do, or pledge fealty to her if you believe you can serve with sincerity. She does not punish people for the sake of cruelty. Jaime gave a mirthless laugh. I was Kingsguard to Aerys Targaryen, her father. I killed him to stop his wildfire from destroying King's Landing. Now, decades later, I find that Cersei tried to do the same. My life has become a twisted jest. I don't know if your queen would accept a Kingslayer into her service, but I have nowhere else to go. Tyrion reached out and lightly touched Jaime's golden hand, the only piece he could see. Come with me. I'll present you to the queen. You can explain yourself. But if you do pledge loyalty, Jaime, you must mean it. She'll sense if you're insincere. Jaime's jaw set, and for a moment, he looked uncertain, like the younger man he once had been, enthralled by the ideas of chivalry. Then he nodded. Let's go. Better to face the dragon than skulk in shadows. They returned through the corridor, heading for the throne room. Tyrion's pulse quickened. He felt the swirl of memories about how last he had stood in these halls with Jaime on the day of his trial. This time, the roles were reversed. Daenerys reigned, and the city's fortunes had changed drastically. Yet the throne room was no less imposing. The sun cast bright swaths of light through high windows, illuminating the swords that arched behind the Iron Throne. Daenerys was still hearing petitions, though fewer now as midday approached. When Tyrion entered with Jaime at his side, the hall quieted. Whispers spread like ripples in a pond. Many recognized Jaime by his golden hand, by the rumors of his gallant youth, by the grim tales of the Kingslayer. Daenerys straightened. Her violet eyes flicked from Tyrion to Jaime, then narrowed in scrutiny. At her left, Barristan Selmy stood in half-armor, hand resting on his sword's hilt. Barristan's face revealed a flicker of recognition. He had known Jaime in the Kingsguard as well, back when Barristan served the Mad King Aerys. The hush grew deeper. Tyrion saw a few unsullied shift positions, ready in case Jaime tried anything foolish. Tyrion stepped forward, voice steady despite the tension. Your Grace, may I present Ser Jaime Lannister, once Lord Commander of the Kingsguard under King Tommen. He has come seeking an audience. Daenerys's gaze was cool. Has he come as friend or foe? Jaime bowed low, swallowing his pride. Your Grace, I come in peace, unarmed save for my name. I have no illusions of dethroning you. My father and sister, they chose their path and it led them to destruction. I've no wish to follow. Yet I served in the Kingsguard for half my life. War is all I've known. If there is a place for me in your service, I offer what skill I have left. If not, I'll depart or accept whatever fate you decree. A murmur ran through the onlookers. Barristan took a step closer, addressing Daenerys quietly. Your Grace, I can vouch that Ser Jaime once performed a deed of questionable honor, killing King Aerys. But I also know that it was done to prevent the very wildfire destruction that threatened King's Landing. He claimed to be saving the city from the Mad King's final command. In truth, I believe that is so. Jaime's face tightened at the mention of that old shame. He lowered his gaze. I've lived with that name, Kingslayer. My entire adult life. Yes, I killed Aerys Targaryen, father of the queen before me. Now she sits on the throne he once occupied. If she calls it treason, so be it. But I regret nothing. If I had not done it, half the realm might have burned. Daenerys studied him for a long moment. Tyrion saw in her eyes a swirl of emotions. Pride, sadness for her lost father, understanding of the father's crimes. She gave a slow nod. If you saved the city from wildfire once, you have my thanks. Even if it meant turning your cloak on my father. He was not well. She paused, letting the statement hang. Aerys's madness was no secret to those who survived him. But that does not erase your support of your sister's tyranny. Are you prepared to renounce House Lannister's claims entirely? Jaime's voice went hoarse. My father is dead. Cersei's in chains. Tommen has abdicated. House Lannister's claims died with them. What remains of our house is scattered in the Westerlands, likely making terms for peace. I'll not stand in their way. I have no throne to claim, no war to wage. He hesitated, and Tyrion felt a pang of sympathy for his brother's turmoil. I simply wish to serve in a capacity that might atone for the mistakes I made. Or, if that's impossible, I'll accept exile. I'm tired of being a piece on someone else's board. Silence filled the hall. Daenerys seemed to weigh his words. Then she glanced at Barristan. Ser Barristan, you served beside Ser Jaime for many years. Would you accept him as a sworn brother of my Queensguard, if he is loyal? Barristan's lips curved slightly, as though in sad reflection. I have seen him fight. He was among the finest swordsmen in the realm before he lost his hand. Even so, he's no slouch. His skill is still formidable. As for loyalty, he looked at Jaime, measuring. I believe he speaks truly of his desire to atone. The question is whether your grace can trust the sincerity of a Lannister. Jaime's jaw clenched, but he did not object. Daenerys considered, her expression softening a fraction. I have Tyrion Lannister as my hand, and he has proven his worth. Perhaps there is room in my new world for another Lannister who regrets the old ways. Very well, Ser Jaime. I will not condemn you for your father's crimes, nor for slaying my father, if you vow to serve me with absolute loyalty. Let the realm see that I do not punish those who come in good faith. Kneel before me now, and if you prove false, we both know what dragons can do to liars. Jaime hesitated only a heartbeat before dropping to his knees, resting his golden hand on his thigh and placing his flesh and bone hand over his heart. I swear it, your grace. My sword, my life are yours. The hush in the throne room swelled, broken by a few murmurs. Daenerys nodded gravely. Then rise as Ser Jaime Lannister of the Queensguard. She glanced at Barristan. If Ser Barristan agrees, he may serve under you as well, an additional shield for my life. Though I suspect neither of you is in your youth. We may need more knights of proven skill in the days to come. Barristan offered a small bow, lips twitching in a half-smile. As you command, your grace. Jaime rose, exhaling a breath that seemed loaded with relief and a hint of resignation. Tyrion watched his brother closely. In that moment, a subtle line of tension eased from Jaime's face. He had found a place, perhaps not an easy one, but a place nonetheless. The onlookers parted as he stepped back, giving him space. Tyrion felt relief flood him. The alternative might have been a cell or a swift beheading if Daenerys deemed his presence too dangerous. But she had shown mercy once more, balancing fear and compassion. When the hall resumed its business, Tyrion guided Jaime aside to speak in a quieter alcove. You realize what this means, Tyrion said softly. You've pledged yourself to the queen you once fought against. The realm is a different place than it was a fortnight ago. Jaime nodded, absently flexing his golden fingers. I realize it. I have no illusions that half the city sees me as a Lannister traitor, or that some of Father's old allies will brand me an oathbreaker yet again. But I'd rather stand for something that might be just than remain in the shadows with no purpose. A wry glint touched his eyes. Strange that I find you at the heart of this new regime, little brother. Father always said you were cunning, but never did he dream you'd undo him so thoroughly." Tyrion tried to summon a bitter joke, but it died in his throat. "Believe me, it's not how I pictured my life turning out, but here we are." He cleared his throat, lowering his voice further. "If you want to see Cersei, I can speak to the Queen about allowing a visit. She's still imprisoned, awaiting transport to the north or the sentencing that Daenerys decreed. But I must warn you, she's changed." Jaime's face tightened, conflict in his eyes. After a moment, he murmured, "I do want to see her. I must at least once to understand how she fell so far. If the Queen permits it." Tyrion nodded. "I'll arrange what I can." They parted ways, each burdened with a swirl of unresolved feelings. Jaime went to speak with Barristan about the new arrangements of the Queensguard. Tyrion returned to his endless list of tasks, managing the city's supply lines, drafting letters to holdouts in the Westerlands, crafting a formal invitation for Jon Snow. Yet the day felt oddly lighter for knowing Jaime would not be cast aside or executed. Tyrion found a small corner of hope in that. The realm might not be beyond saving if two Lannisters could serve a Targaryen queen in the name of something better. That evening, Tyrion climbed the winding stairs to the Royal Solar, where Daenerys often ate her private meals. The corridors glowed in the torchlight. Outside the tall windows, King's Landing sprawled in an amber haze beneath a waxing moon. He passed a pair of Unsullied at the final landing, who bowed their heads to let him through. In the Solar, Daenerys sat at a simple table, sampling fruit and spiced wine, with Missandei standing nearby taking notes. She looked up at Tyrion's approach. "Lord Hand," she greeted, gesturing for him to take a seat. "I've just finished reviewing your draft to Jon Snow. I'll sign it tonight and have the ravens dispatched by dawn. With luck, we'll hear from him within a fortnight, if the winter storms haven't blocked the roads." Tyrion sat, feeling the day's fatigue in his bones. "Excellent. I'm curious to see if the stories about him are true. Some claim he's Ned Stark's bastard. Others say he's the new king in the north. A few small folk even whisper that he died and rose again, though that must be nonsense." He paused, fiddling with his wine cup. "But if he truly leads the north, an alliance would stabilize half the realm. The rest is a matter of forging terms with the Vale, the Riverlands, and the Reach. The Westerlands remain a question mark, though if Jaime's presence here can calm them, perhaps we'll see a peaceful resolution." Daenerys nodded thoughtfully. "The realm needs rest. Once we have treaties, we can turn to the matter of these White Walkers if they exist. If not, we'll address other threats as they arise. Pirates in the Narrow Sea, perhaps, or lingering loyalists to the old crown." A slight tension rippled her brow. "I sense the people's relief, but also their uncertainty. They watch for any sign that I might be another Ares, or that I might break my promises." Tyrion raised his cup. "Trust is earned over time, Your Grace. So far, you've given them mercy, bread, and relative peace. Continue on that path, and hearts will soften. Some lords might resist, but with the right mixture of courtesy and the knowledge that dragons are perched above, they'll bend. For many, that's enough." She smiled, weary but genuine. "I hope so. The throne is a seat of knives as well as swords, I've learned." Missandei, finishing her notes, cleared her throat gently. "Your Grace, the new members of the small council wish to finalize plans for the reorganization of the crown's finances. Shall I schedule a meeting for tomorrow at midday?" "Yes," Daenerys agreed. "We'll discuss the taxes and the reconstructions then. For now, I want to rest my mind." Missandei bowed lightly and left. Tyrion lingered, sipping wine. Outside, a night wind stirred the curtains. He felt an unexpected camaraderie with Daenerys, an understanding that they both carried the burden of reshaping a realm that had been carved by men like Tywin. He remembered a question he had meant to raise. "Your Grace, about my brother, Jaime." He asked if he might visit Cersei before she's sent north. "I told him I would ask you." Daenerys considered, swirling her wine. "I see no harm in allowing a supervised visit, so long as she cannot manipulate him into an escape. Cersei is cunning, as you well know. But yes, I'll grant it. Let them have their last words." "Thank you," Tyrion said softly. "I'll inform him." He rose, giving a final respectful nod before stepping away, leaving Daenerys to her thoughts. The next morning, as sunlight broke over the Red Keep, Jaime found himself descending into the castle's deepest levels with 2 unsullied guards flanking him. Down here, the corridors smelled of damp stone and stale air. Sconces burned with flickering torches, casting wavering shadows on the walls. He wore the simple white tunic of the Queen's Guard, his golden hand glinting in the gloom. The guards walked silently, spears upright, until they reached a thick iron-banded door. One guard produced a key and turned it in the lock. The door groaned open. Beyond it lay a small cell with straw on the floor, a slit of light from a narrow window, and a single occupant. Cersei, hunched in the corner, arms around her knees. She wore a plain gray shift. She looked up at once, suspicion flaring in her eyes. Then she recognized Jaime. The flicker of recognition turned to anger, then heartbreak, all in a moment. The Unsullied gestured for Jaime to enter, then closed the door behind him. He heard their footsteps retreat, though they likely waited just beyond earshot. The cell smelled of old straw and a whiff of something sour. Cersei's hair, once lustrous, hung limp around her shoulders. Her cheeks were hollow, her eyes red. Yet the glare she leveled at Jaime was still fierce. "You came to gloat?" she demanded. Her voice was rough from disuse. "You, of all people, Kingbreaker, now serving a Targaryen whore?" Jaime flinched. "Cersei, I came because Tyrion asked the Queen for permission. I wanted to see you, to understand what happened." She let out a harsh laugh. "What happened? Everything fell apart because of that stunted demon. He twisted Father's hatred for him into a weapon. He brought Daenerys here, her savage hordes, her dragons. He turned our own city against us. And you? Where were you?" Her voice cracked. "You left me alone to fight them. Our father died, burned like a dog in the street. Tommen was forced to surrender. And now I'm rotting in a cell, waiting to be sent to freeze at the wall. Is that enough explanation for you?" A knot tightened in Jaime's gut. He tried to keep his tone steady. "I rode south the moment I heard. Mace Tyrell's men told me the war was over, that Father was captured. By the time I arrived, it was too late. I had no army to bring. Even if I had the dragons." Cersei cut him off with a snarl. "Spare me. You always had a choice. You could have refused to bow to her. You could have rallied what remained of the Lannister banners. Instead, you crawled to her, begging for mercy." She spat on the straw. "I hear she made you Queensguard. How noble." Jaime felt a stab of sorrow. Once, he and Cersei had shared everything. Secrets, passions, the dream of elevating House Lannister above all. That bond felt irretrievably shattered. "What would you have me do?" he asked quietly. "Die in a hopeless fight? You threatened to burn the city with wildfire. Cersei, you would have killed Tommen, thousands of innocent people. I killed the Mad King once to prevent that. I never IMA. Jinned I'd have to stop my own sister from doing the same." She curled her lip. "So you stand with that foreign queen, that breaker of chains who commands Dothraki dogs. You betray our house." "Our house is gone," Jaime said, voice trembling. "Father gone, you in a cell, Tommen no longer king. The lands we once held are making peace with the new throne. There is no House Lannister to champion, except perhaps in the shadows of the Westerlands. If we fight on, we become outlaws, brigands. I'd rather find some measure of redemption, if that's even possible." The silence in the cell throbbed. Cersei's eyes brimmed with tears that did not fall. "You fool. You're as weak as Father always said you were when it came to doing what must be done. If he could see you now, bending the knee to that Targaryen girl, calling her queen. Did you kneel for her as you once knelt for me in secret?" Jaime's anger flared. "Don't speak of him. He's dead because of his own refusal to bend. Tyrion didn't kill him in the Red Keep when he had the chance, yet Father gave him no credit for that. And here we are." He stepped closer, ignoring the rank smell of the cell. "I used to love you beyond reason, Cersei, but the woman I loved is gone. She'd never have threatened her own son. This brand of madness, I can't follow it. She stared at him with a hardness in her gaze, then an abrupt wave of despair. You never truly understood me, Jaime. Or maybe you did and just pretended not to. I did what I had to. My father taught me that strength is the only currency that matters. If the city burned, it would have been the fate it deserved for turning on us, for refusing to fight, for kneeling to that silver-haired pretender. If Tommen died, at least he'd have died a king, not a sniveling captive. Jaime felt cold. He realized fully, perhaps for the first time, that no shred of softness remained in Cersei's heart. She was consumed by the blackness Tywin had nurtured, sharpened by the humiliations of defeat. In her mind, the entire realm had betrayed her. He tried to keep his voice from breaking. You'll be sent north to the Wall. Perhaps the Night's Watch will take you, or you'll remain in some cell. But you'll live. Tommen will live, though not as king. Tyrion will ensure he's cared for. That might be the best fate we can hope for now. Cersei let out a scoffing sound, turning her face away. Live? In that frozen hell among rapers and thieves? I'd rather die, Jaime. He stood there a moment longer, searching her expression for any last glimmer of the woman who had once enthralled him. He found only bitterness, and perhaps a flicker of pain that she refused to voice. After a beat, he said, I'm sorry. Uncertain if he meant for her or for himself. Then he turned to pound on the cell door, signaling the Unsullied. As the guards led him away, he could feel her stare boring into his back like a dagger. She did not call after him, did not beg him to stay, did not even spit curses. Just an angry, wounded silence. He left the dungeons with a heavy heart, certain that no redemption lay for Cersei. Her path was carved in stone, and all that remained was the slow march to a lonely fate in the northern snows. Over the next few weeks, the city settled into a guarded calm. Word of Daenerys Targaryen's ascension spread across the realm. Envoys began arriving. From the Reach came old Randall Tarly, an imposing veteran who bowed stiffly and pledged House Tarly's loyalty, provided the Queen recognized the Tyrell's claim to Highgarden. From the Vale, Peter Baelish appeared in all his sly charm, smiling that fox-like grin as he congratulated Daenerys on her triumph. He offered potential marriage alliances for her hand or for the new Tyrell heir, depending on the Queen's fancy. Tyrion watched Baelish with wary eyes. He trusted that man about as far as he could throw him. But Daenerys treated Baelish politely, gleaning what alliances she could while revealing little. From Dorne, Prince Trystane Martell, a boy of slender build, overshadowed by the memory of his late father Oberyn, arrived with a small retinue. Though inexperienced, he spoke courteously of forging an alliance, mindful of the old hatred Dorne bore for the Lannisters due to Elia Martell's murder. That had been Tywin's order, after all. Now, with Tywin dead, Dorne showed cautious willingness to treat with Daenerys. All these negotiations demanded Tyrion's skill. He orchestrated elaborate dinners, small councils, and private talks. Daenerys often relied on him to decode the hidden agendas of each envoy. Grey Worm and the Unsullied kept the peace, while Jaime Lannister and Barristan Selmy stood as the Queen's personal protectors in the throne room. It was a sight that never ceased to intrigue the realm. The Kingslayer in white, overshadowed by the legendary Barristan the Bold, both serving a Targaryen queen. Yet no one dared speak openly of irony, not with dragons perched on the Red Keep's walls. Amid the swirl of politics, Tyrion waited anxiously for a raven from the north. Finally, one arrived on a cool morning, delivered by a courier with frost clinging to her cloak. Tyrion hurried to Daenerys' solar to present the sealed parchment. They read it together in the quiet hush of the dawn light. The message bore the wax seal of a direwolf's head and read in clear, precise writing, "Your Grace, I am Jon Snow, Warden of the North, chosen by acclaim after the defeat of House Bolton. I write to accept your invitation. I will travel south to meet you. I bring tidings that should concern all the realm, if the rumors you have heard are not enough. Winter is here, and with it comes a threat long thought dead. I hope you will not dismiss my words lightly. The Wall may not hold forever. I leave Winterfell in 1 fortnight. Expect my arrival some weeks hence, barring storms or other delays. Jon Snow. Daenerys lowered the parchment, her gaze thoughtful. He's coming. He calls himself Warden of the North, not King, which suggests he's practical about the realm's titles. That's a good sign, if he seeks unity. Tyrion nodded. He must be mindful that the North is battered. The Boltons nearly destroyed the Starks. Perhaps he can't risk open defiance of the crown. Yet the question remains, is this threat real? Or is it a ploy to keep your forces from extending too far? She set the scroll aside. We'll know soon enough. If Jon Snow arrives in good faith, we'll hear him out. I have no desire to see the land north of the Neck fall into chaos, especially if these White Walkers are more than children's tales. Thus, the stage was set for the next wave of diplomacy. Tyrion prepared the court for Jon Snow's arrival, instructing the kitchens to maintain a stock of hearty meals for northern palates, ensuring chambers were readied in a secure area of the Red Keep. If the North truly came seeking friendship, Daenerys intended to welcome them. If it was all some elaborate ruse, the dragons could swiftly correct any betrayal. While the city bustled, Tyrion had fleeting thoughts of Shae, of Podrick Payne, of Bronn, the Sellsword who had once been his companion. Where were they now? Shae was dead by his own hand, in that moment of heartbreak and betrayal. Podrick and Bronn had vanished after the trial, likely fleeing the chaos. He hoped they survived. War scattered people like leaves in a storm. Whenever he let his mind drift, he pictured the final expression on Tywin's face as fire consumed him. No father's love, no final absolution, only that cold pride. And perhaps that was best. Tywin had been a man of unstoppable will, forging the realm's shape for decades. Now, that shape was Daenerys's to define. If Tyrion had to live with some ghosts, so be it, so long as the realm benefited. 2 weeks passed quickly. Rumors spread that Jon Snow was crossing the Neck, passing Moat Cailin, then traveling the Old King's Road with a modest escort of northern bannermen. Some said a giant rode with him, though that might have been rumor or an exaggeration. Others whispered he traveled with wildlings in his retinue. A scandalous notion if true. Daenerys took the news in stride, only ordering that the city gates remain open for him, but also that the Unsullied keep watch in case of treachery. Early one morn, riders hailed from the North Gate, announcing the arrival of a northern party. Tyrion dressed hurriedly, adjusting his doublet and cloak, then rushed to the courtyard with a cluster of officials. The city stirred awake, curious to see these northern visitors, rumored to be rougher, bigger, more silent than the southern knights. Daenerys awaited them near the Red Keep's main gate, standing regally with Grey Worm, Missandei, and a small retinue of knights. Jaime and Barristan flanked her, wearing white cloaks. A hush fell as the northern party rode into the open courtyard. Tyrion counted perhaps 30 riders. They bore the sigils of House Stark, House Mormont, House Hornwood, among others. Their cloaks were thick, flecked with road dust, and their horses snorted steam in the cool dawn air. Leading them was a tall, lean man with dark hair, a solemn face, and eyes that seemed older than his years. He wore black and gray, the direwolf sigil prominent on his chest. At his side, a young woman with red hair and a regal bearing. Sansa Stark, Tyrion realized with a jolt. His one-time wife, in a forced political match that had ended in sorrow and misunderstanding. Tyrion's heart raced. He had not expected Sansa. He'd heard rumors that she had escaped King's Landing during Joffrey's wedding fiasco, then vanished into the north. Now she appeared grown, poised, with a keen light in her eyes. He wondered if she resented him still, or if life had taught her that he'd never intended her harm. He swallowed. That reunion might be delicate. As the northern riders halted, the man Tyrion presumed to be Jon Snow dismounted. He wore no crown, but there was a quiet authority about him. A few more dismounted behind him, among them a towering wildling with a thick red beard, who eyed the city with open distaste. Another figure was the Lady Brienne of Tarth, standing protectively near Sansa, her broad frame in well-worn armor. Tyrion recognized her from their fleeting interactions at court. Missandei stepped forward and announced clearly, Jon Snow, Warden of the North, and Lady Sansa Stark of Winterfell, guests of Her Grace Daenerys Targaryen, Breaker of Chains, the first of her name. Jon Snow advanced, giving a short, respectful bow. Your Grace, thank you for receiving us. Daenerys nodded regally. Lord Snow, Lady Sansa, welcome to King's Landing. You have traveled far. Come inside, warm yourselves, and we shall speak. She glanced at Tyrion. My hand will see you to your quarters, then to the throne room when you are prepared. Tyrion stepped forward, forcing himself to look calm. Jon's dark eyes flicked to him, recognition sparking. Sansa's gaze landed on Tyrion as well, and for a heartbeat, their eyes locked. A swirl of memories flooded Tyrion. Their wedding, the humiliations she endured, how he tried to shield her from Joffrey's cruelty. She had been little more than a girl then, terrified and alone. Now she looked like a woman grown, resolute and formidable in her own right. Lady Sansa, Tyrion said softly, inclining his head, I'm relieved to see you well. Her lips pressed together, and for an instant, Tyrion saw a flicker of caution. Then she dipped her chin in acknowledgement. Lord Tyrion, I see you've risen high indeed. Tyrion wryly thought that she would know as well as anyone how far he'd come from the days when he was an outcast in King's Landing. But he sensed no overt hostility in her voice, only wariness. He turned to Jon Snow. If you'll follow me, my lords, my ladies, we have prepared chambers in the Red Keep's eastern wing, away from the noise of the city. I trust you'll find them comfortable. Jon's voice was polite but reserved. That is kind of you, Lord Hand. He glanced around at the banners overhead, the presence of Unsullied. You have a diverse host. Tyrion nodded. Yes, we do. The Dothraki are encamped outside the city, the Unsullied inside, and the local gold cloaks remain for standard policing. No harm will come to you here, Lord Snow, provided your intentions remain peaceful. We intend no intimidation, only caution. Jon's jaw tightened briefly, but he offered no comment. Sansa and her retinue followed as Tyrion led them through the Red Keep's outer gates. The group drew stares from courtiers, who whispered about the presence of the North's once-exiled guardians. Sansa moved with the grace of a lady who'd learned to hide her emotions behind a polite mask. Jon carried himself with the quiet weight of command, as though uncertain how to navigate southern politics. The big wildling, Tormund by the look of him, kept muttering about how many kneelers infested this place. Lady Brienne walked at Sansa's side, expression alert. They arrived at the eastern wing, where Unsullied stood at intervals. Tyrion showed Jon and Sansa to a suite of connected rooms with broad windows overlooking the Blackwater. The chamber smelled of fresh linens and had a large hearth ready to be lit. Tyrion motioned to a side table with fruit, bread, and salted fish. Please refresh yourselves. The Queen has scheduled an audience in the throne room at midday. Until then, you are free to explore or rest. If you require anything, speak with the guard outside. I'll be close by. Jon inclined his head. Thank you. We'll rest a bit, then meet your queen. Before Tyrion could depart, Sansa caught his eye. Might we speak alone, Lord Tyrion? She asked. Jon looked at her, mild curiosity flickering, but he waved her on, stepping into one of the adjacent rooms with Tormund. Lady Brienne stood watch in the corridor. Tyrion found himself alone with Sansa in the main chamber, the tension palpable. She studied him, her gaze searching. He cleared his throat. You've changed, Lady Sansa. I see the North has given you strength. She said nothing for a moment, then walked to the window, gazing out at the city. And you have changed, Lord Tyrion. The last time I saw you, you were on trial for a murder you did not commit. Then I heard rumors you had fled across the narrow sea, killed our king, allied with foreign forces, none of which I truly believed, but the tales were wild enough. Now you stand as Hand of the Queen. Perhaps we've all changed. He folded his hands, feeling a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry for all you endured at King's Landing, Sansa. I did what little I could to shield you from Joffrey, but it was not nearly enough. If I had known the cruelty that would befall you after, I regret it deeply. She shook her head. I don't blame you for Joffrey's evil, or for the horrors that befell my family. You never treated me harshly. You never forced yourself upon me. At the time, that alone was a small mercy. A faint tremor laced her voice, quickly reined in. But we are not husband and wife anymore, if we ever truly were. The North sees me as a Stark once more, and I intend to remain so. I hope you understand. I do, Tyrion said quietly. Our marriage was forced and never consummated. No claim stands between us, least of all now that the realm has turned over. You owe me nothing. I'm simply relieved that you survived. The last I'd heard, you vanished from the city on the night of Joffrey's wedding. Her eyes tightened, sorrow flickering. That was Littlefinger's doing, ironically. He claimed to rescue me from the Lannisters, but I traded one pit of vipers for another. Eventually, I found my way back to Winterfell, endured the Boltons' cruelty, and helped rally the North to overthrow them. Jon Snow did the rest. We lost many good people along the way. Tyrion exhaled. I'm sorry. If there was any justice, the Boltons would have perished sooner. At least they're gone now. The realm can breathe easier without their flayed man banners. She turned from the window, leveling a measuring look at him. Tell me, Tyrion, is Daenerys truly as different from her father as she claims? I remember stories that the Targaryens were prone to madness. We Starks burned under Aerys' wrath. My grandfather and uncle were killed brutally. How do I trust that she won't become another tyrant? He considered his words carefully. I've seen her free tens of thousands of slaves across the sea. I've seen her punish cruel men and spare those who sought her mercy. She can be fierce. She is no gentle statue, but she strives for fairness. The realm we inherited from men like Tywin Lannister and Walder Frey needed a great shock to break free from that cycle. She provided it. I believe she wants to build a kinder order. Sansa studied him a moment longer, then nodded slowly. Thank you for your honesty. If she proves sincere, the North will be open to alliance. We've suffered so much. The last thing we need is another Southern war, especially with this threat looming beyond the wall. Jon insists we must unite or face extinction. Tyrion heard the quiet dread in her voice. He wished he could dismiss talk of White Walkers entirely. But something in Sansa's manner, the gravity in Jon's eyes, made him hesitate. Could these ancient legends truly walk again? Then let's ensure we do unite, Tyrion said softly. If we can forge peace here, perhaps the realm can stand against whatever comes. She nodded, the tension shifting into a fragile camaraderie. We'll try, for the sake of the North, and for what remains of my family. Tyrion took his leave, a swirl of emotions in his chest. Seeing Sansa again had reopened old wounds, yet also offered a spark of healing. They had never been properly joined, only bound by politics. Now, in another swirl of politics, they might find a new path, one that served the realm better. When midday arrived, the northern delegation made their way to the throne room for the formal audience. Daenerys, seated upon the Iron Throne, wore a dark gown trimmed with red, and a draconic chain across her shoulders. Missandei stood to one side, reading out her titles. Tyrion stood at Daenerys' right hand, arms folded. Jaime and Barristan flanked the queen, unspeaking but watchful. Dozens of courtiers watched from the edges of the hall, curious to see how the meeting between the Targaryen queen and the Northern Warden would unfold. Jon Snow and Sansa approached, accompanied by several Northern lords. Lady Lyanna Mormont, whose fierce gaze belied her youth, Lord Glover, a tall, grim-faced man, and a few others. All wore heavy cloaks, though they doffed their traveling dust. Jon paused a few yards from the dais and bowed. Sansa curtsied respectfully but kept her chin lifted. Daenerys welcomed them formally, acknowledging the struggles of the North and praising their overthrow of the Boltons. She spoke of forging a new age in which the North might remain under Stark governance, but aligned with the Iron Throne in mutual cooperation. Tyrion marveled at Daenerys' poise. She had grown adept at the language of monarchy. Still, he knew the real test lay in how they addressed the rumored threat beyond the wall. When she finished, Jon Snow cleared his throat. "Thank you, your grace. The North has no wish to war with you. We have lost too many to the petty battles of the last few years. Our chief concern now is a threat that does not care for crowns or bloodlines. I speak of the White Walkers, creatures of ice and death. They amass an army of the dead beyond the wall. Even now, reports say the wall is under assault. If they breach it, the living are doomed unless we unite to stop them." Murmurs spread among the southern courtiers. Many looked skeptical or frightened. Daenerys leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "White Walkers. Some say they're a myth, a bedtime story to frighten children. You claim them real?" Jon's face set in determined lines. "I've fought them. I was Lord Commander of the Night's Watch before returning to Winterfell. I've seen whites, corpses that walk. I've seen the White Walkers lead them. We barely escaped Hardhome with our lives. The dragon glass you have on Dragonstone could help. The walkers can be killed by dragonglass or Valyrian steel. That is why we need alliance. This is bigger than any single kingdom." Daenerys glanced at Tyrion, remembering their discussions of these rumors. Then back to Jon. "If they threaten the entire realm, then it's my duty to act. But I must see proof. We can't divert armies on the basis of rumor alone, especially when many lords are still uncertain." Jon gave a short nod. "I understand. But we have no time for lengthy debates or skepticism. If we wait until the dead are at our gates, it will be too late." Sansa stepped in, voice clear. "Your Grace, my brother does not lie. I have not seen these creatures myself, but I trust Jon's word with my life. We come to you because we need the realm united. Another war, or divisions among the lords, will doom us all." Daenerys exchanged a look with Tyrion. He could tell she weighed the risk. If the White Walkers were a hoax, dedicating troops north would weaken her hold on the south. If they were real, ignoring them could be catastrophic. At last, Daenerys stood from the throne and gestured for quiet. "Jon Snow, I will not dismiss your warning. I propose we form a joint expedition north, one to confirm the threat and, if necessary, rally the realm under a single cause. Meanwhile, my armies will remain in the south to maintain order. If the threat is proven, I will send dragons and troops north at once. Do you accept these terms?" Jon looked uncertain. "Time is short, but we need your dragons if we're to hold back an army of the dead. We need them soon." "Then let us confirm the threat swiftly," Daenerys replied. "I cannot risk the entire realm's fate on a rumor." Tyrion arranged the expedition. "A small force, some of my men, some of yours, can go beyond the wall if you deem it best. Bring back undeniable proof if you must. Then we'll move in full strength." It was a compromise, Tyrion realized, reminiscent of his negotiations with foreign powers in Essos. A middle path, neither blind acceptance nor flat refusal. Jon inclined his head. "I will go myself. If you see me return with evidence, you'll know I speak true." Daenerys paused, appraising him. "Very well. I might send one of my dragons as well, or a trusted knight, but we'll discuss the details. Let the realm witness our willingness to cooperate. If we stand together, no threat, living or dead, can conquer Westeros." A hush spread across the hall, broken by a soft wave of cautious applause from some courtiers. Tyrion caught Sansa's eye. She managed a small, grateful nod. He felt relief. Perhaps they truly had a chance to unite the realm before a new cataclysm. Over the next few days, the city buzzed with talk of a northern expedition. Tyrion worked closely with Jon, Sansa, and Daenerys to plan their approach. They decided that a small band, led by Jon Snow, aided by some picked northern warriors, plus a representative of Daenerys' forces, would journey to Eastwatch by the sea, beyond the wall. There, they might capture a white or find some other undeniable proof to present to the lords. It was a risky plan, but one that might quell the disbelievers in the south. Jaime volunteered to join, perhaps out of guilt or a desire to prove his loyalty to Daenerys. But Jon was wary of traveling with a Lannister. Tyrion gently suggested that Jaime remain to keep the queen safe, especially since Barristan was no longer in his prime. Instead, Jorah Mormont stepped forward. The exiled knight, long returned to Daenerys' side, had a personal stake. House Mormont stood in the north. He would accompany Jon. This arrangement satisfied most parties. On the evening before the expedition's departure, Tyrion stood near the Red Keep's ramparts, watching the flicker of torches in the city below. The wind carried the distant noise of the harbor. Creaking timbers, sailors calling out. He felt the weight of the realm pressing down. So many alliances formed, so many old grudges simmering. And now, the possibility of an undead invasion overshadowed it all. He recalled something Varys had once told him. Power resides where men believe it resides. But if the living faced an unearthly menace, belief alone would not suffice. Footsteps approached softly. He turned to see Sansa again. She wore a heavy cloak against the evening chill. "Lord Tyrion," she greeted, drawing close enough to speak quietly. "I wanted to thank you for helping Jon find a path forward. Without your counsel, I fear Daenerys might have turned us away entirely." He offered a wry half-smile. "I do what I can. The Queen is not unreasonable, just wary of illusions. If the threat is real, she'll fight for the realm. If not, well, better we discover that now." Sansa studied his face. "If I may ask, do you truly believe Daenerys can change the nature of rule here? Or will it be more of the same with a different banner? I saw how my father tried to bring honor to King's Landing and found only betrayal." Tyrion gazed out at the city lights. "I won't claim we can fix everything overnight. But Daenerys is not Tywin Lannister or Joffrey. She wants a better realm, and she's proven willing to risk her life to free people from tyranny. That's more than I can say for most rulers I've known." Sansa let out a soft breath. "Then we'll hope. The North will do what it must. When Jon returns with proof, I pray your queen keeps her word." Tyrion nodded. "She will. And perhaps this time we'll see a union of houses that can endure. No father or sister of mine stands behind the throne, pulling strings for personal gain." She gave him a faint, bittersweet smile. "The realm owes you that, at least. You broke the Lannisters' hold from the inside out." She paused. "I hope you find some peace in it." Peace. The word hung in the air as she stepped away, leaving Tyrion to the night's hush. He knew the shadows of his father's legacy would remain, but maybe, just maybe, they would not define him forever. At dawn, Jon, Jorah, Tormund, and several northern knights set forth by ship toward Eastwatch, promising to send word or bring proof as soon as possible. Daenerys and Tyrion stood on the docks, watching the vessels depart. The last call of gulls echoed, and the sails caught the morning breeze. Sansa remained in the city, acting as envoy for the northern lords, forging alliances while her brother risked his life beyond the wall. Tyrion felt Daenerys' presence at his side, saw the worry etched on her brow. "I wish them good fortune," she murmured. "If they're right about the dead, all our southern politics might pale in comparison." Tyrion placed a hand over his heart. "We'll be ready, Your Grace. If war with the dead comes, we'll have dragons to meet them. We'll call the lords to unity. This time we won't face them as scattered factions." She nodded, gazing at the horizon. The salted wind whipped her silver-gold hair. "Let it be so, Tyrion. The dawn of a new age or the dusk of the living. There's no middle ground if these tales are true." So they turned from the sea, returning to the city that still needed governing. A swirl of tasks awaited them. Justice to be dispensed, roads to be rebuilt, new alliances to finalize. Through it all, the specter of White Walkers loomed over every conversation like a whisper of cold wind from the far north. And hidden in that swirl, the memory of Tywin Lannister burned away in a single inferno, a turning point that had set these events into motion. Tyrion walked onward, mindful of the cost paid, determined not to let that cost be in vain. Days bled into weeks as news trickled in from the far corners of the realm. The Vale's lords tentatively accepted Daenerys' reign, with Peter Baelish reaping some new advantage in the process, no doubt. The Riverlands welcomed Targaryen rule if it meant ridding them of lingering Frey loyalists. The Reach, under Mace Tyrell's nominal leadership, was cooperative enough, though Randall Tarley's stern presence hinted that they expected strong royal guidance. The Westerlands eventually bent the knee under Kevan Lannister, who wanted no further conflict. He claimed to do so in memory of Tywin, ironically, but recognized that defiance would serve no one. In King's Landing, Sansa Stark proved adept at navigating courtly talk, forging a rapport with Daenerys that Tyrion found intriguing. The two women, so different in upbringing, shared an earnest desire to bring a less brutal politics to the realm. Sansa's experiences under Cersei and the Boltons gave her an edge in understanding how quickly courtesy could mask cruelty. Daenerys listened to her insights on northern fortitude, while Sansa learned from Daenerys's experiences in Meereen, bridging the gulf between commoners and rulers. Still, tension underlay the city's calm. Everyone awaited word from Jon Snow's expedition. If he returned triumphant with proof of the undead, Daenerys would call her banners, mass the armies, and fly north with her dragons. If he did not return, or if it was all a hoax, Tyrion did not enjoy contemplating that outcome. He suspected war might break out anew from some corner of the realm. But for now, a tenuous peace endured. On a crisp morning, ravens arrived in a frantic burst from Eastwatch by the sea. The messages they carried jolted the entire court. Jon Snow had encountered the army of the dead, lost men, but apparently captured a white. They had retreated south, pursued by White Walkers, only saved at the last moment by Daenerys herself, who had flown north upon hearing of their distress. One letter was from Jorah Mormont, hastily scrawled, recounting the dire event. Daenerys had taken her dragons to rescue Jon and his group, but the Night King, a monstrous figure of ice, had slain one of her dragons with a spear of ice. The creature had crashed into the frozen lake, lost beneath the waters. Yet the survivors escaped on Drogon's back, bringing the captured white with them. The Red Keep erupted in shock at the news. A dragon slain? Tyrion himself felt his blood run cold. Dragons were supposed to be unstoppable, living symbols of Targaryen might. If the Night King could kill one, then the White Walkers were a threat far beyond mortal armies. The letter said Daenerys and Jon would soon return to King's Landing with the White, to present living proof to the assembled lords. The time for doubt was over. Sure enough, within days, the city's outskirts stirred again with rumor. Daenerys Targaryen was seen flying overhead, but only 2 dragons accompanied her. The queen landed on a wide field outside the walls, where Unsullied rushed to greet her. Tyrion hurried there as well, heart pounding, to see Daenerys dismount from Drogon's flank, her face drawn and pale. Jon Snow slid down behind her, half frozen, a bandage wrapped around his torso. The group that stepped off with them included Jorah Mormont, Tormund, and a few survivors Tyrion didn't recognize. They all looked haunted, as if they'd stared death in the face. Daenerys's voice was raw when Tyrion approached. "It's real," she said, eyes shining with unspent tears. "I saw the dead. They're countless. They pulled my Viserion from the water." The Night King turned him. "One of my children is now a white in the service of that abomination." Tyrion felt a chill down his spine. He put a hand on her arm, guiding her gently. "You're safe now. We'll deal with the rest. Come, let's get you warm." Jon Snow nodded grimly. "We have the white. It's locked in a crate. Show it to the realm's lords, and none can deny the threat." Within hours, word spread that Daenerys had lost a dragon to the dead. The city's mood darkened, rumors swirling of an undead dragon in the far north. Fear gripped the populace. If a dragon could fall, were they truly safe? The queen summoned all the great lords and emissaries still present to the dragon pit, an ancient ruin on the edge of the city, to witness the white. Tyrion arranged everything in frantic haste, preparing a circle of guards, ensuring no one panicked if the undead creature raged. When the time came, the dragon pit, a massive ruin of domed structure and crumbling stone, was filled with uneasy lords. Sansa, Jaime, Barristan, Missandei, and others formed Daenerys's retinue. Jon Snow and Tormund stood beside a large wooden crate, their expressions grim. A hush fell as Daenerys arrived astride Drogon, who landed in a swirl of dust and wind. Rhaegal circled overhead, missing the sibling who once flew beside him. Lords from the Reach, the Vale, the Riverlands, and even the Westerlands took their places in a semicircle. Cersei, still in chains, was not invited. Tommen remained in the Red Keep, too young and too shaken to witness such horror. Daenerys dismounted, sweeping forward, her voice carried in the old ruin. Lords and ladies of Westeros, we gather here not to settle an old war, but to face a new threat. Jon Snow, Warden of the North, has brought proof that the dead walk among us. Behold! Jon and Tormund pried open the crate with crowbars. For a tense moment, nothing stirred. Then a shriveled, gray-skinned figure erupted from inside, lunging at the onlookers with a hideous screech. It wore remnants of black rags, eyes burning with unnatural blue light. Many lords recoiled in horror. Some shrieked, clambered forward, jaws snapping, limbs contorting with undead strength. Only the heavy chain around its neck kept it from tearing into the living. Gasps of revulsion and fear echoed through the dragon pit. One or two lords turned to flee, only to be blocked by unsullied guards. Tyrion felt his own heart pounding, repulsed by the stench of decay wafting off the creature. He had never believed fully in such an abomination until now. Jon Snow stepped forward, raising a dragonglass dagger. In one swift motion, he slashed at the White's arm. The limb fell away, yet the severed arm continued to twitch on the ground. The White itself screeched, still snarling. A wave of terror rippled through the gathering. Tyrion heard retching from some lesser lord. Daenerys's jaw clenched, her fists trembling at her sides. Then Jon grabbed a torch from Tormund, touched it to the severed arm. Instantly, the limb went up in flames, thrashing in the fire's embrace before falling still. Another demonstration followed. Yora thrust a dragonglass spear into the White's chest, piercing the undead flesh. The creature collapsed, finally motionless. The watchers gaped, many stammering or cursing. Jon's voice rose in the hush. This is what we face. An army of thousands like this, led by White Walkers with the power to raise every corpse we leave behind. If we do not unite, we will all become whites in their service. Tyrion scanned the faces. Some were ashen, others seemed on the verge of panic. But no one could deny the truth anymore. The dead were real. The realm was in mortal danger. It didn't matter who claimed the Iron Throne if an endless legion of corpses swept down from the north. Tyrion caught Sansa's eye, saw her horror tempered by a grim resolve. The entire court stood at the brink of a new war. And for all their cunning, they might be powerless if this new enemy outmatched them. Daenerys stepped forward, voice strong despite the tremor in her tone. I have lost one of my dragons to this foe. I will not allow them to march unchecked upon us. I call upon every house, every region, to unite under one banner. We will gather our armies. We will ride north to meet this threat. If we fail to stand as one, we shall fall alone. A swelling murmur of agreement or fearful acquiescence moved through the lords. Randyll Tarly stepped forward, grim-faced, and said, If these creatures threaten my home, I will fight them. House Tarly stands with the living. Others followed suit, albeit shakily. Baelish, always calculating, declared the Vale's support. The Riverlands, the Reach, and the Westerlands gave nods of agreement, albeit with hushed terror. None wanted the realm to be overrun by monsters from legend. Tyrion let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. For the first time, the entire realm seemed poised to unite under Daenerys Targaryen's banner, not because she claimed rightful rule, but because she held the only hope of survival. Dragons, dragonglass, and the combined might of all the armies might be enough, if fortune favored them. After the demonstration, the White was burned entirely, leaving only blackened scraps. The crowd dispersed in tense conversation, some lords rushing to send ravens summoning their banners to King's Landing or directly to the north. Daenerys and Jon conferred, discussing logistics for a grand northern march. Tyrion stepped aside, exhaustion pulling at him. The realm had spent years in petty conflict, orchestrated partly by men like Tywin, but now faced an enemy that made those wars seem trivial. He caught a glimpse of Jaime Lannister standing near the edge of the ruin, face pale. The Kingslayer had seen much, but this was new terror. Tyrion approached him. Ironic, isn't it? Tyrion murmured. We spent our lives caught in the battles between houses, only to find the real war is with the dead. Jaime stared at the smoking remains of the White. I killed Aerys to save King's Landing from wildfire, but I never imagined we'd face this. My sword feels small against such an enemy. He gave a haunted laugh. Well, let the realm unite. If we fail, none will live to argue about who sits the throne. Tyrion nodded solemnly, resting a hand on Jaime's shoulder in silent solidarity. The era of House Lannister's tyranny was truly over. If House Lannister itself survived at all, it would be as part of a unified front against the monstrous tide. In that sense, Tywin's downfall had opened the path to a unity that might never have arisen had the Old Lion held the realm in fear. Late that evening, Tyrion found Daenerys standing at the Red Keep's highest terrace, gazing north. Only 2 dragons circled above the city now, Drogon and Regal. She wore a heavy cloak, her expression lost in grief. Tyrion approached quietly. She sensed his presence and spoke without turning. I saw Viserion die, Tyrion, and then I saw him rise with blue fire burning in his eyes. That is beyond horror. My children, corrupted by an icy demon. He bowed his head. I'm sorry. Words mean little, but I am. She finally turned, eyes shining with tears she refused to shed. All my life, the dragons were the symbol of my house. Now one is used against us. We must stop the Night King or the living are lost. I swear, I won't let this realm be overrun. Tyrion exhaled. We'll gather every banner, forge every alliance. The Southerners have no illusions now. The proof was undeniable. They'll march. A faint nod, determination glinting in her eyes. Yes, and if this union of armies fails, then all is lost. If it succeeds, we might shape Westeros into something new, free from the old scars. Either way, the next weeks will decide the fate of the realm. Together, they gazed at the dark horizon. The north beckoned, an icy unknown filled with an undead legion. Yet for once, all 7 kingdoms stood behind a single cause, not because of duty or a father's iron command, but because survival demanded it. Tyrion thought of Tywin, of how the Old Lion strove to unite the realm beneath fear of House Lannister. He had failed. Now, fear of the dead might forge that unity instead, and ironically, it was Daenerys Targaryen and her hand, Tyrion Lannister, guiding the living under a banner of hope. If they prevailed, the legacy of Tywin's downfall would be more than a gruesome footnote in history. It would be the catalyst that allowed the 7 kingdoms to stand together, unshackled from the Old Lion's oppressive cunning, to face an enemy that threatened all. Tyrion felt the cold wind on his cheeks and allowed himself a single glimmer of optimism. Tomorrow they would plan the greatest campaign in living memory, leading every banner north. Past grudges, past lines of division, none of it mattered now. The living had one chance. He whispered a silent vow, that he would do everything in his power to honor those who had died along the way, from Shay to the thousands trampled by war, that he would ensure Daenerys' vision for a better realm endured even if the Night King was slain. And he prayed that in the end, the wheel of cruelty might truly be shattered, replaced by something more humane. All of that hung on the edge of Winter's blade. Standing by Daenerys, Tyrion closed his eyes, recalling the night he had nearly killed his father. If he had done so, the realm's path might have unfolded differently. Perhaps Tywin's supporters would have doubled down. Perhaps civil war would have ravaged the land. Instead, Tywin had lived just long enough to face a reckoning in the open, to unify the realm in condemnation of his cruelty. That too had shaped events, had brought them all to this terrace, on this night, with the future uncertain but the living united. When he opened his eyes, the sky stretched above them, dotted with cold stars. The faint roar of a dragon rumbled in the distance. In the hush, Daenerys placed a hand on Tyrion's shoulder, as if silently sharing the burden they both bore. The next dawn would see them forging alliances, mobilizing armies. The fate of Westeros, and perhaps all humankind, rested on their ability to unite. And through it all, Tyrion would remember that, once upon a time, he had stayed his hand in a moment of fury, choosing not to kill Tywin Lannister, and thus allowing the grander tapestry of destiny to unfurl. For better or worse, it had led them here, on the threshold of a war beyond reckoning, yet armed with a unity Westeros had never known. He let out a breath and turned to the Queen, steeling himself. "We'll meet the lords at first light, your grace. We have a war to plan. With all of them behind you, we stand a chance." Daenerys nodded, her voice resolute. "Then let winter come. We face it together. For the living, and for a future free of the sins of the past." Tyrion bowed his head. Side by side, they watched the stars, braced for the howling storm of the undead. And thus their story continued, shaped by choices past and challenges yet to come. Bound by the single truth that only unity, and the fire of resolve, stood between life and eternal night.